All right. Let's go, guys. You ready? Jack says, my sister supports head choppers in Syria. I've disowned her. Maybe the weirdest intro I've ever done to a live stream, or, just reading a comment. How are you guys doing? First things first order of business. Tell me in the comments where you're tuning in from. I'm not starting otherwise. I'm going on strike. So, come on, every single one of you. I see y'all. We got 200 people tuning in. Let's go. Come on. Get your asses up. Or actually sit your asses down, because we're about to start. We're about to start, boy. Yes, indeed. With our old friend, our good friend Kissinger. Yes. If you don't mind me, I'll be posting this. Okay, hold on. There you go. Ohio, Philadelphia, Deutschland, Egypt, Masr, Boston, Florida, Germany, Jakarta, Ohio, China, California, Hawaii, New York State. Someone says he's still alive. Yes, it appears that way. Indonesia, Singapore, Norway, China, Singapore, Toronto, Botswana. Yes, Brazil. Yes. Hey, this is my favorite comment I've ever seen. John says Richard's fans are so fresh and so clean. That's it. I got nothing else to say. The live stream is done. You can go. I'm kidding. There we go. Philippines, Belgium, Deutschland, Maryland, New Jersey, Alaska, Peru, Denmark, Vermont. Yeah, that's it. Again, like I said, it's probably easier to do this the other way around, right? We make a list of countries where people have not tuned in from. It'll be much shorter. Now that's really dope. That's really dope. That's a huge blessing. And again, I always say this. I feel like it's sort of a reflection of the topics that I cover, right? Because they're certainly international. This is the spot, after all, for international affairs and foreign policy. Trust me. So here we go. I'm posting this to get on Patreon, just to let people know that we're live, and then we're gonna dive right into the nitty gritty. And let me tell you, it was quite gritty. Okay, hold on. There we go. You know it's gonna be bad when Henry Kissinger's in the thumbnail. I mean, bro. Oh no. I'm gonna have to throw up my supper. Hold on. Where do we go over here? Okay, wonderful. So we're just letting people know that we're live. Don't worry. And I'm just gonna say, please hit the like button. I see we've got about 400 people tuned in. Make sure that you hit the like button. This is very important because, again, we're covering politics. Very touchy subjects. I feel like they're throttling the stream, unfortunately, for some reason. So please make sure that you've hit the like button, and it will help the channel to grow and to fight the thing. Whatever, you know the thing, as Joe Biden says. I don't need to go and explain this again. You know the thing. So okay, that's done. Is everything looking okay on Rockfin? Because I try to stream there, and all it does is play an old stream of mine, and I'm very confused because I know that it's like it should be working, but it's not. It's not working. So I don't know. Man. I'm trying again. I can see myself, but then if I gotta play it does something else. Anyway, who cares? I didn't come here to talk about this. And I'm sure you didn't come to listen to this. We've got 400 people watching, only 200 likes. Come on, guys, don't skimp out. Hit the like button. We should have 400 likes. And with that said, I think we should start with what topic shall we start with? We were just talking about NASA, right? The space. This is my space jacket. So okay. Oh boy. Okay, you know what? I will start with this story. I will start with this story. Okay? 1 second, please, just so I can set it up. Lovely. You guys ready? Is everybody ready? We're gonna start. It's time to start. Can you see this all right? Actually, wait, that's the wrong window. You should be seeing the one that is over here. There you go. We'll get to that one later. Can you see this? Is everything all right? Is it legible? I'm actually always wondering, like, if someone's watching on a phone, can they even read what I'm showing them? I'm not joking. I always have this in the back of my mind, and it's so frustrating. I need an answer right now. Because if you're watching on a TV or your screen, you know, on your computer screen, I'm assuming you can read this. But if you're watching on a phone, can you actually read this? Who's watching on the phone? Tell me in the comments. And yeah, I see in the comments you guys are saying you can't read it. Are you serious? Oh no, that's a real problem. Don't worry, I'm gonna read it for you. That's my job. I'm here to talk. I speak for a living. Every day I wake up and I speak for a living and say fuck Israel. It's a dream job. Oh man. Anyway, the funny thing is, it's not even a job. It's just like, this is you cannot, as not just as an Arab, as a human being, right? Regardless where you come from, you cannot wake up, see what's happening in the Middle East, and not say fuck Israel. You feel me? It's not a job. It's a response to you know, heinous crimes. That's what it is. In any case, we are not going to talk about them right now. We are going to talk about something that made me laugh really hard earlier. Honestly, I was not expecting this, and because it's happened before, it's like a copy paste. So let's go. Again, this made me laugh a lot earlier. So let me break down what happened. Basically, in Greece, they seized a ship that was carrying oil belonging to Iran. Okay, so this is what happened. Hold on, it's not working. Oh, for cuff. I'm trying not to cuss too much. God dang it. What the hell is going on here? No, this is not what I apologize. It's showing some completely irrelevant subject, and we can't have that. Give me 1 second. Sorry. I'm so ready to like dive into that, and then suddenly, oh no, it's not there. There we go. I found it. And don't worry, I will zoom in so you guys who are on mobile can read what's going on. Okay. So again, this really made me laugh earlier because it's sort of a copy of what took place in 2019. So look at this. So yesterday on May 26th, Iranian oil tankers cargo seized in Greece after U.S. request. Okay, so the United States requested that Greece seizes an Iranian oil tanker. Okay, and not even 24 hours later, Iran saw this and they were like, you know what? You guys got ships that passed here too. How about we take your stuff? Iran seizes 2 Greek tankers amid row over U.S. oil grab. It's so funny. It's like not even 24 hours later. And I want to point out something, because in the headlines, when you read what's going on, if you look at here, I'll show you. Look at how the media speak. Okay. So when Greece seizes an Iranian tanker, that's fine. But when Iran does it, they say, oh, it says amid rising tensions. Rising tensions. Okay? And then they say tensions rise. And you keep going over here, you'll see other words, tensions rise. And of course, there are many more of these kinds of headlines where basically it's okay for the United States and Greece to take Iran's oil, but when Iran does it, oh, there are tensions now. You know, Iran is causing this and that. Iran is bringing turmoil to the region. You have to pay attention to this, otherwise you will never understand what the media are doing. How they slip in these things that you don't realize, and it conditions you. You know, you read headline after headline after headline for years, and you become conditioned to think, oh yeah, Iran is causing tensions. That's a bad country. And you associate negative things with the word Iran or the word Syria, etc. And it develops a negative connotation. That's what they're doing. And it's so funny because we can clearly see that the United States and Greece took Iran's oil in the first place, not the other way around. Okay, so they act like it's okay for them to steal it. That's not raising tensions. That's fine. Yeah, they're very funny. They're very funny. So this reminded me of something that happened in 2019, actually, because in 2019, the British, Gibraltar, which is basically in Spain, it belongs to the United Kingdom, and they seized an Iranian oil tanker. Right, same playbook. And the Iranians did the same thing. They were like, okay, we'll seize your oil tankers. How about that? And I was laughing at this because the headlines look almost exactly the same, right? This is from 2019. Tehran fumes as Britain seizes Iranian oil tanker over Syria sanctions. So basically, the idea here was that they were saying, hey, you guys can't pass here. You're taking Iran to you're taking oil to the Assad regime, blah blah blah. And then in response, right? So that's July 4th, and then on the 20th of July, so a few weeks later, Iran seizes British tanker in Strait of Hormuz. Well, what do you expect? I'm British, and I look at that and I'm saying, well, yeah, we messing with their oil, of course. I mean, you have to understand something. Both Gibraltar and Strait of Hormuz, especially, these are really, really important shipping lanes. Just take a look on the map here so you get an idea of what's going on. Iran is strategically positioned right here, right? And this is the Strait of Hormuz. So you have so much, I mean, really innumerable amounts of oil tankers that are passing through here all the time, all day long. Do you understand now why the Americans mess with Iran and mess with Yemen and mess with Somalia? Because these countries are located at strategic shipping lanes. Okay, look, I'll show you. Right here, you have Strait of Hormuz. If you go here, where Somalia is at the Horn of Africa, you have another crucial shipping lane over here, and then of course Yemen is right there. So that's why they want to control these countries, because they're very, very strategically positioned. Now, again, something that's incredible to me is that someone will look at this and say, well, yeah, of course we should seize Iran's oil tankers. They're going to Assad and blah, blah, blah. And the people saying this are the same ones that are capitalist imperialists, right? So in the capitalist system, the whole system is based off of private ownership. You own something, right? You own capital. It's yours. No one can take it from you. End of story. And they try to implement and impose this system worldwide. I mean, hey, they fought a bloody Cold War with the Soviets just to prove a point that capitalism is the best. And yet, when Iran, which is a sovereign country, is traveling through international waters, it's not going into British waters, it's not going into American waters, it's not going into anyone else's waters. They just go and randomly take the oil. This is called theft. In case you had any illusions or misconceptions about what's going on, it's called theft. When you take someone's merchandise, you take their cargo in international waters for no reason. And just to show you how disgusting this is, I mean, the Americans, I'm not kidding, man, in 2020 they sold Iran's oil that was stolen, right? They basically went and took these oil tankers full of oil and sold them for $40 million. I'm not even kidding. It's right here. This is from France 24. I think it was you can find it in any news outlet. This is from Agence France Presse. So look here. The United States said Thursday, remember this is 2020, that it had sold Iranian oil seized on its way to Venezuela for more than $40 million. $40 million. Now, look at the rationale. The Americans will come and say, well, yeah, but we're giving the money, the proceedings from these sales to victims of Iranian terrorism, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, fine. I know you're trying to make it sound noble. That still doesn't make it right. If I walk into a bank and I fucking rob the place and I say, but I want to just give it to poor people, you're still going to throw me in fucking jail because I'm not allowed to take that money. It's not mine. Right? That's not an explanation. I can't just fucking shoot up a bank and take all the money and say, I'm Robin Hood. I want to give it to the poor. Right? I want to give it to the victims of this bank. This bank took someone's home. I want to give them money. You would throw me in jail. End of story. There's no discussion here. And so the United States, they think that they're in a position to mess with Iran. Now, I want to be clear. I don't think that right now what's going on is 100% related to money making, basically, right? I don't think they're too interested in selling the oil right now. What's going on is you have the Iran nuclear talks in the background, right? You cannot forget this, man. The United States, again, just to be clear, the United States is in talks with Iran about the U.S. rejoining the nuclear deal. And while they're doing that, literally while they're doing that, they're going and telling Greece, hey, you see that Iranian ship over there, that oil tanker? Seize it for me, please. Why do you think they're doing these things? Why do you think Israel went and assassinated a colonel in the IRGC the other day? In Tehran, by the way. In front of his home. Assassinated. These are not coincidences, okay? And of course, whether it's Trump or Biden, by the way, I think they've both sold Iranian oil, stolen Iranian oil. And it's just incredible to me, watching imperialists and capitalists try to defend this. You a country A and country B trading with each other, and someone stealing that shit. That is piracy. Do you understand the word piracy? That is what this is when you go and randomly take someone's merchandise and sell it off. You're a pirate. And again, I'm not saying that they're doing this just for the sake of making some money. I think you have to put this into the context of the nuclear deal. Now, right now, you have some impasses about the nuclear deal. They're basically saying that, Iran wants the IRGC terror label lifted. If you don't know what this word salad means, basically the United States, under Donald Trump, they labeled the IRGC a terrorist organization, a foreign terrorist organization, FTO. And this has never been done before, because the IRGC are not just a random group. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is part of Iran's armed forces, right? So it's the first time you have a country calling another country's armed forces a terrorist organization. And right now they're saying in the media that the only thing stopping the nuclear deal from coming back into place, meaning the United States joining, is this removal of the label. See, Joe Biden the other day, and this is reported by Politico, he basically said that he's not removing it. And that makes Israel very happy. That makes Israel very, very happy. And Naftali Bennett, he posted something about this on his Twitter, right? Basically confirming that it's true. He said, "Yeah, I'm happy with the American president's decision and blah blah blah." This is not what's stopping the nuclear talks. This is not the issue. What's going on right now is that Iran wants guarantees. They want guarantees that the U.S. is not going to renege. They're not going to just randomly tear up the deal. They don't, it's not hard to understand, because when the Iranians and, all the other members of the nuclear deal got into the deal, they didn't expect that in 2 years, what was it? Yeah, it was 2 years' time, Donald Trump is going to come along and tear it up. And so right now, Iran wants a guarantee from the Americans that in 2 years, they're not going to have some other president or other administration that just randomly tears up the deal. Okay? So, you know what the Americans told them? The Americans said, well, we can't vouch for anything that might happen in the future. We can't guarantee anything in a future administration, which I understand. They don't have a crystal ball. Here's the funny part. The Iranians then told them, well, do it now. Why don't you vouch for this administration at the very least? You, the guys that want to get back in the deal, that you won't renege on your end of the agreement, that you won't just tear up the deal. And the Americans said no. Can you imagine? I mean, this is really unbelievable. And people wonder why no one trusts U.S. diplomats. I mean, I can tell you, man, when I was covering Mendoza's case, he had a contract that he will be taken to the U.S. He faces a trial, and if he gets sentenced, he will go back to Spain to serve it. And there's a U.S. diplomat's signature on that paper. She signed a contract, and they still screwed him. So I'm not, like, I have no, I have no illusions or misconceptions about what's going on. It's very clear, and neither should you. So right now, I think what's happening is the U.S. and Israel are trying to pressure Iran and mess with them and provoke them into doing something that would sabotage the nuclear deal, especially Israel. Especially Israel. You know, when General Soleimani was murdered, or the colonel in the IRGC Khodai was murdered the other day in front of his home, Iran is well within its rights to start a war or to take some sort of action. Again, I want you to always put put this question to yourself. Imagine if Iran had assassinated an Israeli colonel in front of his house in occupied Palestine, or they assassinated an American colonel in front of his house in the United States. There would be a war. There's a war. There's just no way around it. There's no way they could tolerate that. And yet Iran, I gotta say something, man. The Iranians, I don't understand them. They have unbelievable patience. Like they have way more patience than I could ever have. So, you know, credit to them. I guess, you know, some people like to say, half jokingly, not jokingly, half jokingly, that, you know, the Iranians invented chess, which is true, and they're always thinking of the long game, right? So maybe that's it. I'm not blessed with that foresight and patience, unfortunately. But you know, I just want to be clear on something. Like, Iran has been attacked so much during the last years that they are well within their rights to respond, and that's what the Israelis are trying to do. They're trying to get a reaction out of them by committing acts of assassination, nuclear sabotage, and so on. You remember the media, they're going wild, like, oh my God, Russia is at this nuclear plant in Ukraine, and they're reckless and they're firing at it. And when Israel is blowing up nuclear plants in Iran, no one gives a shit. The CIA and the Mossad made a virus to sabotage the centrifuges in the Natanz nuclear facility. No one gives a shit. No one cares. Like, that's totally fine. It's okay. Nuclear terrorism in Iran, against Iran rather, that's fine. Anyway, man, I just want to go back to this situation with the tankers, because there's also something that you must understand. There's a Cold War, a tanker war that's going on in the Persian Gulf. And you don't hear about this a lot. Basically, during the last couple of years, the Israelis have purposely sabotaged numerous Iranian oil tankers, because Iran is bringing oil to Venezuela. Iran is bringing oil to Syria. Iran is bringing oil to Lebanon, as we saw last year with Hezbollah. They tried to mitigate the fuel crisis. And the Israelis have been secretly sabotaging these ships, which, again, this is an attack, right? They are attacking. In this case, I want to just point you to one thing. The Israelis were screaming when someone attacked an Israeli ship. Why do you think they attacked that Israeli ship? That was a response to an Israeli attack. Just to show you 1 second over here. I literally have 50 million tabs because we have so many things to show you. It's becoming untenable, right? It's becoming a menace, quite frankly. And it's incorrigible, but nevertheless, we are here, and we'll try our best. So just give me a moment. What I wanted to show you is, so this is with the, this is a few months ago, right? A few months ago. Yeah. I say a few months ago. It was a year ago, actually. Oh my God. Time is really passing by quickly. So this is Reuters. Israeli-owned ship hit by missile in suspected Iranian attack. I wonder why. So there was also hold on, I'll show you. In the Wall Street Journal, was it? I think they're the ones who exposed it. Yeah, I think it was Wall Street Journal. So basically, they published this in 2021, in March, from the Wall Street Journal. Israeli strikes target Iranian oil bound for Syria. And you can see down here, they say that Israel has targeted at least a dozen vessels bound for Syria, and mostly carrying Iranian oil, out of concern that petroleum profits are funding extremism in the Middle East, U.S. and regional officials say. Man, what does this sentence even mean? What does that even mean? People in Syria do not even have money. How exactly are they funding extremism in the Middle East? What does that even mean? People in Lebanon, they got no money. This oil is going there to help people. What does it mean, funding extremism? It's being given for free. Oh my God. I mean, not all of it, right? The one that was the shipment that came to Lebanon last year, that was for free. But in general, I mean, it was sold at a what the hell's that phrase again? When you're basically not making a profit, right? It was basically sold at a flat price. So I just want to be clear that this is something that's been going on for a long time. Okay, since late 2019, Israel has used weaponry, including water mines, to strike Iranian vessels or those carrying Iranian cargo as they navigate towards Syria in the Red Sea and in other areas of the region. Iran has continued its oil trade with Syria, shipping millions of barrels and contravening U.S. sanctions against Iran and international sanctions against Syria. So once again, do you see how they're not even like telling you, oh, they're not even saying that, oh, it's weapons. That's their usual excuse. It's not even weapons, it's just oil because people need oil. The country is completely decimated by a war, and Iran is lending a helping hand. And they make it out to be like some evil exploit. Do you know why they do this? Because although they're giving away the plot here, they're also manufacturing consent. They want you to be like, oh, wow, Israel's doing that, really? Why are they doing that? Oh, I see. Okay, it's those mullahs and those terrorists and those Assadists. This is how they manufacture consent. They bullshit you into thinking this is okay. And once again, I ask you, imagine if the roles were reversed. What would happen? Just imagine. Syria, targeting, sabotaging Israeli ships, Iran doing that to them. Just imagine what they would do. Just imagine. So in any case, this really gave me a good laugh over here. This, Greece picked up and seized an Iranian tanker, and not even 24 hours later, the Iranians like, well, fuck you too. We'll take your oil. No, that was funny, man. This is tit for tat, and you must understand something. This is always what Iran does. It's always tit for tat. Iran is not the aggressor. Iran did not kill an American general in a drone strike. Okay? Iran did not go and assassinate a nuclear scientist, while he was driving outside the capital. This is very important to understand because every time the U.S. or Israel committed acts of aggression against Iran, that's why Iran started downscaling its commitments to the JCPOA, to the nuclear deal. And the funny thing is, you'll read the press and they'll tell you, oh, Iran is enriching uranium to what, from 3.67% to 20%. Iran is enriching uranium to 60%. Iran is this close to the... Look, man, I want to be very clear. When you rip up a deal with someone, the other person doesn't have to abide by it. And if you actually read the fucking nuclear deal, you read the text and did your job, you would see that Iran is not bound to this agreement if somebody leaves, meaning the United States left and imposed sanctions. So those are the conditions for Iran to not even have to abide by the deal. And for a full year, so when Donald Trump left in 2018, for a full year until 2019, Iran was doing everything like nothing had happened. Okay? So once again, that shows you their patience, how they're not actually the aggressors. And they're not interested in escalation. And then afterwards, when you had, the assassination of General Soleimani, you had the assassination of Mohsen Fakhrizadeh, the nuclear scientist. You also had these acts of sabotage at Natanz, Karaj. It was always tit for tat, right? Oh, you want to kill one of our nuclear scientists? Okay, we are going to reduce our commitments to the additional protocol. So that means the nuclear inspectors from the UN, from the IAEA, we're going to keep recording in the footage. We're going to keep recording inside the facility, but we're not giving you the footage. We're putting it aside until you lift sanctions. So it's they're never burning bridges. The Iranians could have said, you know what, fuck you, we're taking all the cameras down. We are no more inspectors allowed here. Kick the IAEA out. Never did that. IAEA is the International Atomic Energy Agency. Basically, it's the UN nuclear watchdog, right? So this is really important to understand because you will start to see that they're, when Iran does something, it's first of all very calculated and always in response to something. It's not an act of aggression. And once you understand that, then you get who the aggressor is, right? And this piracy stuff, man. Oh my God! Like, imagine Iran stole $40 million of U.S. oil. Oh my God! Oh my God! They would lose it. They would lose it, my friend. They would lose it. in any case, I'll keep you up to date on what's happening with these tankers. Let's take a look, right? So, Iranian forces seized 2 Greek tankers in the Gulf on Friday, shortly after Tehran warned it would take punitive action against Athens over the confiscation of Iranian oil by the United States from a tanker held off the Greek coast. So that's important to note. They didn't just seize the tanker, they took the oil inside the tanker, right? That's my understanding, and from the reports I've read. Quote, the Revolutionary Guards Navy today seized 2 Greek tankers for violations in Gulf waters, said a guard statement quoted by Iranian state news agency. No further details, and they didn't, what does that mean? They did not say what the alleged violations were. Here, I'll give you a clue. How about stealing Iran's oil? Is that good enough of a clue for you? So going back to this article, Greece's foreign ministry said an Iranian Navy helicopter landed on Greek-flagged vessel Delta Poseidon, which was sailing in international waters 22 nautical miles from the Iranian shore, and took the crew hostage, among them 2 Greek citizens. It said a similar incident took place on another Greek-flagged vessel near Iran, without naming the ship, adding both actions violated international law, and Greece had informed its allies as well as complained to Iran's ambassador in Athens. Well, hold on a second. You're telling me all of a sudden you don't like it when people take your oil? Why did you do that to the Iranians then? Why did you do that to them? I really want to understand. They think they just, antagonize people and get away with it. My friend, we are entering a new world. And in this new world, countries like Iran, like China, like Russia are not taking shit anymore from the imperialist boot on their necks. Do you understand this? And that includes all the other countries in the axis of resistance. This era is over. We are transitioning to a multipolar world, and no one is taking shit anymore, right? So get that straight. Greece-based Delta tankers, which operates the Delta Poseidon, could not be immediately reached for comment. Now, Greek authorities last month impounded the Iranian-flagged Pegasus with 19 Russian crew members on board near the coast of the southern island of Evia due to European Union sanctions. Once again, why do they think that they can just impose their sanctions on others? This is really incredible to me, because you'll see things like, oh, Iran shipped oil to Venezuela in violation of U.S. sanctions. Yeah, but Iran did not enter U.S. waters to violate U.S. sanctions. That's your own problem. The whole world does not belong to the United States. If your country decides something, it doesn't mean the whole world has to accept it, right? But they say that to again brainwash you into thinking that two countries trading with each other. That's not allowed without permission from Uncle Sam. No, it's not possible. You have to. Do you see how this is kind of like the mafia? I always liken this to the mafia, because it's kind of like somebody saying, you have to give me a cut of your merchandise, and then I'll leave you alone. That's really what it's about. Because when Iran was giving oil to the UK and to the US, and it was under control of the Shah, who was their puppet, Iran was their best friend. Iran was the number 1 customer of US arms. Iran got its first nuclear reactor from the US. Very different times, man. Very different times. So the United States later confiscated the Iranian oil cargo held on board and plans to send it to the US on another vessel. Hold on a second. You just told me it violated EU sanctions. What's that got to do with the US? Is the US a member of the EU? There's something shady going on here. Forgive me. I think this line here, they're talking about something that happened last month, and now they've suddenly come back to what just happened today, right? So it's a bit confusing because they just transitioned suddenly like that. Nevertheless, do you see what's going on here? The U.S. is confiscating Iranian oil and sending it to the U.S. You know what they're going to do, right? Like they're going to do exactly what I just showed you. They're going to sell it, because they're pirates. This is literally piracy. Somebody please explain to me. Let's look at a map over here. Let's look at this map, okay? So these Iranian ships, 2 of them, were over here in the Mediterranean, right? What the fuck does that have to do with the United States over here? Please explain this to me. And I know I'm stating the obvious, I'm preaching to the choir. Nevertheless, this shows you that the European countries, They are really just puppets of the United States. Something that really made me realize this was when the U.S. had kidnapped European citizens and tortured them, and then pressured their governments of these tortured people not to prosecute the CIA agents who tortured them. Like that's really insane. So basically, these European countries were like, "Oh, you tortured one of our citizens? Yeah, okay, we won't prosecute you. We'll leave you alone." I mean, the way they just sell their own people out is revolting. Seriously, it's revolting. So going back to this article, they say the Pegasus was later released, but the seizure inflamed tensions at a delicate time, with Iran and world powers seeking to revive a nuclear deal that Washington abandoned under former President Donald Trump. Do you see? This is exactly what I was telling you about. You have to look at these actions in the context of the nuclear talks, right? And by the way, I have a whole playlist on the channel about the Iran nuclear deal, because people say they talk about it sometimes in the media, but you might not understand how it works, what it means. So I break everything down for you, and this is independent, on the ground reporting. I've got some great interviews as well for you. So really, if you want to understand the Iran nuclear deal, check out the playlist. It's very, very informative, if I may say. So earlier on Friday, Noor News, which is affiliated to an Iranian state security body, said on Twitter that, quote, following the seizure of an Iranian tanker by the Greek government and the transfer of its oil to the Americans. This is very important, right? This is very important. So the Greek government not only stopped and took control of these Iranian ships, but they gave the Americans the oil. Please explain that to me. Huh? The Pegasus was among 5 vessels designated by Washington on February 22nd, 2 days before Russia's invasion of Ukraine, for sanctions against Promisvias Bank, a bank viewed as critical to Russia's defense sector. It was unclear whether the cargo was impounded because it was Iranian oil or due to the sanctions on the tanker over its Russian links. Iran and Russia face separate U.S. sanctions. So again, did I misunderstand this, or are they telling us that, again, these are U.S. sanctions? So Greece was basically helping the Americans implement unilateral, coercive, and punitive measures, right? It's a bit weird, because when the United States says, "Oh, I'm sanctioning you and I'm sanctioning you," that only applies to the U.S. It doesn't apply internationally, right? It's not sanctioned by the UN, no pun intended. So that's really weird. It's not weird because we know that the European countries are serving Washington. In that aspect, it's not weird. But it shows you again how basically the United States is extending its reach and its sanctions and its laws over Europe and the Mediterranean. This is incredible, really. It's incredible. It's incredible. So, moving on. Yeah, they talk about the nuclear deal. I already mentioned all this to you guys. So, on Friday, Iran summoned an envoy of Switzerland, which represents U.S. interests in Tehran, to protest against the Pegasus oil seizure, the Iranian Foreign Ministry said. So, just to explain what that means to you, the Iranians and the Americans don't exactly get along, right? So, the Swiss act as sort of an intermediary, right? That's why they're involved. A spokesperson for the U.S. Department of Justice declined to comment on the oil seizure. The bank robber refused to comment on the seizure of the gold and monetary items that were, mysteriously taken from the vault. What kind of a sentence is that? My goodness. Oh, God. This is really funny. And the next line is very important. They're saying here that the United States on Wednesday imposed sanctions on what it described as a, quote, Russian-backed oil smuggling and money laundering network for the Revolutionary Guard Quds Force. My goodness, they really like long sentences. Hey, look, they talked about 2019. You see? It's exactly what I said on Twitter and what I just told you. It reminds me of 2019. It's basically, Iran is basically saying, fuck around and find out. You want to take our ships, we'll take your ships. Because guess where we are? Strait of Hormuz. And all the oil is passing here. So don't fuck with us. it's a very sensible position, I would argue. Nevertheless, I really love this line. This is so funny. This is so funny. The bank robber refused to comment on the robbery. Okay, well, just to scroll back down, what they say here with this new oil smuggling and money laundering network. So this is the announcement from the Treasury. Okay, May 25th, 2022, and they said it's for Quds Force and Hezbollah. So I'm reading this is from the U.S. Treasury. Okay, quote: the U.S. Department of the Treasury's Office of Foreign Assets Control (OFAC) is designating an international oil smuggling and money laundering network led by Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Quds Force officials. God, this is long. That has facilitated the sale of hundreds of millions of dollars worth of Iranian oil for both the IRGC QF and Hezbollah. This oil smuggling network, led by U.S. designated IRGC Quds Force, I'm just going to say Quds Force because that's what it is backed by senior levels of the Russian Federation government and state-run economic organs. It acts as a critical element of Iran's oil revenue generation, as well as its support for proxy militant groups that continue to perpetuate conflict and suffering throughout the region. Fucking hell. You really got some nerve. You really got some nerve to, like, bomb half the Middle East and be like, you see, those guys over there, they're just, they're spreading suffering throughout the region. My goodness. Okay, I'm going to translate this sentence for you, this verbal diarrhea that I just had the misfortune of reading to you. What the United States is saying is that Russia is supporting Iran, and Iran is selling oil. Now, they say smuggling. I want to be very clear. The word smuggling means that you are doing something illegal and shady, okay? Iran is not doing anything shady. When it says we're taking oil to Venezuela, it takes oil to Venezuela. That's it. That's two countries, Venezuela and Iran, sovereign countries, trading with each other. It's not your business. So you can say that, oh, this is illegal under U.S. law. Yeah, fine, but they're not. This ship, it didn't go to the U.S. It only went to the U.S. after you stole it. How about that? It only went to the U.S. when you stole it. And so when they say here that it's supporting proxy militant groups, this is their way of saying resistance groups. What they mean by that is the Hashd al-Sha'bi, which is in English the PMU. These are the popular mobilization units in Iraq, right? It's basically a whole get-together, an entourage of militia groups. And of course, in the media say, oh, they're Shia militias, like as if that's the only. No, they're not. They're not only Shia, and the defining characteristic of them is that they're a resistance group. Okay, but they don't want to tell you that, because if they say it's a resistance group, then you're going to ask yourself, well, what are they resisting? And what's the answer to that? It's U.S. occupation, Israeli occupation, and they don't want you to know that. So they're also talking about Hamas. They're talking about Hezbollah. These are all resistance groups. And here's the irony, man. Hezbollah and Hamas wouldn't exist if Israel hadn't invaded South Lebanon and hadn't, committed just really decades of barbarism. So that, they create these groups, which they say are so terrible, and because of their behavior, and then they call them terrorists. No, you don't have to like them. I want to be clear on that. You don't have to say that Hamas is like brilliant. I support all their policies. No, that's not my point. I'm talking about their role in Palestine, in foreign relations. Their role is a resistance group, is to kick out the Israeli colonizer. End of story. When you look at the French resistance in World War II, every motherfucker was involved. You had every sort, every all colors and stripes. And I will say, though, ironically, I don't know, ironically or not, but for the West, first of all, they say Russia didn't do anything, and then when they talk about the French resistance, they leave out the fact that the best fighters in the French resistance were communists. And they were quite good. In any case, this is really funny. So here they go. They say the United States will continue to strictly enforce sanctions on Iran's illicit oil trade. Anyone purchasing oil from Iran faces the prospect of U.S. sanctions. the irony here is that even when you don't purchase it, when it's being given for free, they still try to, sabotage the ships, the Israelis, and so on. And when Venezuela tried purchasing fuel from Iran with gold, do you know what the Bank of England did? Because they realized, well, shit, those guys are trading with each other, and Iran is providing a lifeline. So the Bank of England, which of course is basically controlled by Washington, stole $1 billion worth of gold that were in the vaults, right? They're such thieves, and I think it's very important that from the last years, you realize all their talk of capitalism and imperialism, that's out the window if you're Russian or Iranian and so on. Your private property doesn't mean anything all of a sudden. Very, very ironic, honestly. My goodness. In any case, we'll leave it there, and I'll keep you updated on the situation because I think that oil that was taken now in Greece, the Iranian oil, that's going to the United States, and they're probably going to sell it. I would not be surprised if in 2 months I'm back here, inshallah, and I'm telling you that the United States sold the oil that they stole today from Iran in Greece. I wouldn't be surprised because they've done it before, and if I'm not mistaken, both Trump and Biden did that. They certainly stole Syrian oil and are still stealing Syrian oil. So, this is what you call state piracy. They're thieves. All right, guys. I see we've got about 1,200 people watching. Please make sure you've hit the like button because I don't know. I felt like they're throttling the stream a bit, and it helps with the algorithm. So we've got more things to do. We've got more things to cover. I haven't even touched the main, the big daddy subjects yet, but I see we've got a super chat over here. Give me 1 second just to load this. Thank you very much to Mere Peace, and thank you. Hold on, slowly. To Will says, "Hey Richard, great videos. Thank you. Can you talk about the new RCPM Alba going back on his comments on Assange? He used to support him, but he just met with Biden and Johnson. No words on the Assange case anymore. Oh really? Oh, for fuck's sake. I know what you're talking about. I was following this. I know that he had said, good things about Assange, and people were hoping. I interviewed Assange's dad, right? It's on the channel. And I asked him, do you think that anything will change if, will Assange's situation improve if you have a new government in Australia? So, please go watch that interview. John is really a great guy, right? Assange's dad, John Shipton. He's so funny and really kind and heartwarming. Absolute pleasure to talk to him. I have to bring him back on, honestly. Go watch the interview. We talked about this. And just to go back to your question, Will, I mean, I don't know what to say. On the one hand, I'm not surprised, because the Americans have such a huge presence in Australia, both politically and militarily, even before AUKUS. And now, seeing this guy, his ascent to power, and then going back on that's just really sad. It's like I think it's very important what you did, Will, like pointing this out, making these observations, because by not saying anything, it says a lot in a way. When they killed Shireen, they murdered Shireen Abu Akleh. A few days later, the Israeli defense minister was in Washington. And remember, Shireen is not just a Palestinian journalist, she's an American citizen. And you see from the readout, there was no mention of her. So the Israelis killed an American citizen, an American journalist on the job, and her government, they don't give a crap. They don't give a crap. What's the name of the other girl, which horrific what they did to her. Horrific. Her name is Corey, forgive me, I'm having a sudden lapse of memory. She was an American who went to Palestine, right? And the Israelis bulldozed her to death. Rachel Corrie. I mean, just this sentence that just came out of my mouth, it makes me sick to my stomach. I cannot believe that I'm saying this, that this is a thing. They fucking bulldozed her. They bulldozed this poor woman, this American citizen who came to Palestine
to defend Palestinians, and the Israelis bulldozed her. I mean, just vile, truly vile. And just in her memory, I'll just show you a picture of her because you can't see it right now. Give me a moment. Yeah, so they really just if you have the wrong politics, they will screw you. If there she is. That's Rachel Corrie, and she was killed by the Israelis, and the Americans did nothing. Of course, nothing at all. Why should they? Right? Why should they? My goodness. What world this is. She was like 23, so 23 years old, and she killed in Gaza. Look at the cause of death. Look at this. Crushed to death by Israeli armored bulldozer. What the absolute fuck? I mean, it's interesting here. You really see how the violence, the depravity, the barbarism of Israelis is not only confined to Palestinians. It's to anybody who gets in their way. I cannot believe that this is what happened. Sorry, it was in the way. My mouse covered it, but you see that crushed to death by Israeli armored bulldozer. I mean, I'm speechless. Wallahi, I'm speechless. I don't know what to say. My goodness, and they what's funny to me? It's that if you, for example, I want to say something important because right now, when we were talking about the United States seizing Iranian oil, what's the excuse they say when they sell it? They're saying, "Oh, we're giving the proceeds from this money, from the oil we stole. We're giving the money to American victims and victims of Iranian terrorism," right? As they say. With Corrie, her parents were not allowed to sue Israel, right? So in the United States, you can sue Iran. And you can get damages paid to you from Iran because this is how the United States does it, right? Obviously, Iran is not going to agree to pay damages or even hold this court. So what the Americans do is they accept your case, and then when they get an opportunity to steal something from Iran, whether it's assets in the bank or a ship carrying oil, they'll take that and then give the money to you, right? Which of course is illegal. No matter how noble they make it sound. But if Israel kills an American citizen and you want to sue Israel, fucking forget about it. Good luck. Good luck. Anyway. It's upsetting, man. Like I'm sorry for the silence, but I'm just kind of trying to take it all in again. It's really, really upsetting. And I don't even know her. Like, can you imagine what her family are feeling? My goodness, unimaginable. Okay, let's move on to the next topic. Although, actually, I want to read some of your comments first. Sorry for keeping you waiting. What do we have over here? So, that's great. We have a new member who's just signed up on Patreon. Thank you very much, Suzanne. And I really appreciate that. I'll play a crab dance for you because that's the tradition here when someone signs up to support the show. And everybody show Suzanne some love. Then we'll continue with the topics that we got. Yalla.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard.
And Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro and then there's the micro.
Stop.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll have two number 9s. The number 9 large.
We got him.
I told myself, I know it's not.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Disinformation's origins are slightly less atrocious.
Why you texting? Wait. You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
You guys got to give me a break sometimes. When you see a black screen, that means I'm I went to get something to drink. In any case, let me read your comments. You've been very kind, and I know that some of the stuff that we talk about is not exactly the happiest things on. They're not the happiest things on earth, but if we don't talk about them, then it's like it's doing the victims a disservice. So in any case, actually, I got something. Well, it's not funny exactly. I don't think it's necessarily funny, but ironic. I got something from Russia, some footage from Russia that someone filmed for me exclusively, and I'm going to show it to you in just a moment. Can you guys guess what it is? Take a guess? Like it was filmed in Russia. Right? I got somebody to film this for me. What do you think it is? Danny says Rich needs a mini fridge by his computer. I do. Baron says Richard is working for NASA today. No, this was a gift, and it's actually you can wear it inside out. Apparently, there's stars, right? Because NASA's the space thingy. I don't know. I don't really wear it a lot, so I wanted to put it on. So you guys think that some of you some of you guessed correctly. Man, how did you get that? How did you know? Yep. Ina got it right. Indigo says trust the drip. What? Now, Ina got it right. She got it right. Well done. Okay. Let me show you. Give me one moment. I'm just going to load up the footage, okay? Give me a second. So, here we go. I got several videos, actually. Several of them. So, hey, thank you so much. I can't read it just now. I'm just going to put this on. Hold on 1 second. We got video number 1 and video number 2. Video files have like weird titles, so I'm trying not to load the same one again. Exactly. Hold on. All right. Then that's video number 3. Lovely. Okay. And let's do it. Right? Let's do it. I gotta do the Elvis every second, getting damn way, man. All right, you guys, I have a treat for you. Can you hear that? Okay. you guys are aware there's a baby formula shortage in the United States. And out of curiosity, actually, I asked a fan. I'm not going to name them, but they're a fan of the show. And they happen to be Moscow. They happen to be Russian. And I asked them, could you go to a store and show us what's up? Because this video over here from New York, look at this video from New York. I mean, the shelves are completely empty. Completely empty. It's you know, this is New York has ran out of baby formula. Sanctions are working. This user says. Let's take a look. Wow. That's completely empty. Okay, so guys, I'm gonna show you now. The stores in Russia, not just baby formula, but everything in general. Because you know, you had articles saying about a month ago saying, "Oh, the shelves are empty and the sanctions are working, and we are going to defeat Putin's war machine," and blah blah blah. Okay, well, again, this is from yesterday morning. Okay, take a look, see for yourselves. Here's another one. That looks pretty full to me. Here's another video. So this is from Moscow. This is right from Moscow in Russia. And one of you guys, you were very generous and kind enough to film this for me. So I appreciate that very much. Now, you know, I'm sorry, but this contradicts what they're telling us in the media, in the corporate media, that the shelves are empty in Russia and it's a crisis and everything. It looks like to me that the sanctions are actually hitting the West. I mean, it's a fact, right? What's interesting is that this is kind of like the first time that the West sanctions another country, and they pay the price for it as well. Because usually when they slap Iran with sanctions, they slap Syria with sanctions, Cuba, you know. People in the West have no idea what the word sanctions even mean. They just go about their daily lives and they're living happily ever after and all this. Meanwhile, people in Syria cannot eat and there are bread lines. And now with Russia, because Russia is a huge gas supplier and oil supplier, and you know, the supply chain and trade, they depend, industry, agriculture, service, they depend very, very much on Russian energy, and also the global oil prices are affected by that. The sanctions are actually hitting the West. I mean, look at the value of the ruble. This is the value of the ruble right now. It's 65 to the dollar. That's like the best it's been in, I don't know, like 2 years or something. Where's 65? Do we have a 65 anywhere here? Yeah, it's the best since, you know, January 2019, somewhere around there. So I know there are people who say, well, hey, that's just one store, and you know, yeah, obviously, what I'm showing you here is just one example. It doesn't mean that it's like this everywhere in Russia. It's just anecdotal. Nevertheless, I think it's important to show you that, because you don't see this in mainstream media. They just tell you something and expect you to believe it. And I'm actually showing you real footage. Again, I'm so proud of this community. You guys are not only like worldwide, but so kind and generous. And you actually, I just asked, like, hey, could you maybe film the stores for me? I'm curious to see how it looks. Very kind person, very kind person. And meanwhile, in the United States, the shelves are empty right now with baby formula, especially. And you might be thinking, yeah, but that's just baby formula. Look, man, there's a lot of women who cannot breastfeed for whatever reason, you know, work or health. It doesn't matter. They need baby formula. There's also some with special, you know, dietary needs, and etc. And so my point is, you have babies that cannot eat right now. And instead of helping Americans and helping American babies, the U.S. government sends $40 billion to Ukraine. And half of that goes towards the weapons dealers. I mean, when are people going to wake up and finally see that this is fucking outrageous? The shelves are empty in the United States. And instead of helping their own citizens, their own people, their own constituents, everybody, every single Democrat votes to send 40 motherfucking billion to Ukraine. I'm really stunned. And you know what's funny? When they do that, everybody is on board. It's bipartisan, right? Yeah, and you have a few in the Republican Party dissenting, but still, overwhelming majority, they're for it, right? And then when it comes to the baby formula bill, oh, we couldn't pass it because of the Republicans. They always got some fucking excuse, right? They always got some excuse to screw over the common man, the average Joe. And always got the money, and always got the will, and always got the support to send weapons and, you know, give Wall Street bailouts. These people are crooks. You know, they walk into the you know, Capitol Hill with their nice suits, and they speak eloquently. They're crooks. It's like in the UK, right? The right honorable gentleman, the right honorable lady. They speak so you know, politely, while killing people, while murdering people, while sanctioning people. And they act like they, you know, you cannot swear in here. This establishment will not tolerate such behavior. They're offended by swear words, but not offended by murdering people, right? And it's the same in the United States. These people are crooks. They come in with their fancy suits and they go do an Instagram live for you. They're fucking crooks. They're robbing their own people to give it to corporations. And they tell you, oh, it's a noble cause. Baby formula is not a noble cause, like, you know, your own people eating. You giving your own people some goddamn food. I don't understand this. And you know, we cannot ignore there was an issue with energy prices before this war in Ukraine. So it's not only that, but you have a bad situation, right? You try to mitigate it. You don't go make it 10 times worse. I'm sorry, but you cannot tell me that these sanctions and this war have not made energy prices worse. Now, again, you don't have to like what Russia's doing, but you're shooting yourself in the foot. You're you know, hurting your own people. You're not hurting the Russians. I literally just showed you. Look at this. Full. I mean, the stores here don't even have this much choice. I'm not even kidding. The stores here aren't even that well stacked. Mashallah. Really, that's a true grace. That's a real grace. So in any case, man, I think that this is very shameful. And by the way, I want to be clear. This is not just the United States. You know, all of Europe is doing this. They're agreeing to send weapons and rearm themselves too. Like Germany is now rearming. Germany's rearming. Oh my god. Oh my god. What? Oh my god. I mean, if you know,
the people who fought in World War II are turning in their graves right now. What have you done? Oh, goodness. This is all an excuse. They conned you. They always con you. Every single time they make up like some irredeemable tragedy, like a threat, an unprecedented threat that has never existed before. When it was Bin Laden, it was like, oh my God, international terrorism. They could be planting a dirty bomb in the tube. You never know when they're going to strike. Al Qaeda. Oh my God. And then they justify hundreds of billions of dollars in weapons to kill people that are not even fucking Al Qaeda. They're civilians. And then when it's Saddam, the same thing. Oh, Saddam Hussein, he's the new Hitler. Everybody in the United States doesn't like is the new Hitler. And that's how they con you. They steal your money. They steal our money. And they shoot us. And, they basically, when I say the West is shooting itself in the foot, this is true. This is true short term and especially long term. But remember one thing, these politicians, they don't feel the price hikes. They get their food from gourmet fucking stores or whatever. If the price of fuel goes up, they don't know. They don't even realize. They're living in another world. So, it's disgusting because to them, a corporation, an arms manufacturer, they care more about that than their own people. And that's why, in America, the United States, man, corporations are literally people. Again, never forget that. Legally, on paper, a corporation is a person. I mean, this is something else, man. Wow. But again, I just want to speak. I just want to show you that they're feeding you lies about what's happening in Russia, And I want to say another thing. Just think of how evil they're saying. Like, yes, the shelves are empty in Russia. What? You think Putin is going grocery shopping in the next store? You're hurting Russian civilians. And you keep saying that Putin is a dictator. So obviously, that everything is his fault. Why are you blaming innocent Russian civilians if they're living under a dictator? Obviously, it's not their fault. And you want this collective punishment? Like, oh, yes, we're emptying their shelves. We're like, fucking sadistic, man. It's absolutely sadistic. Really. And I heard the same thing with Syria, everything. They always act like sanctions affect Assad. They don't affect the president, man. Like, get this through your head for the love of God. Sanctions never affect the targeted politician. They affect civilians. The politicians that are being targeted are rich. They have security. And when I say security, I don't mean like bodyguards. They have that too, but they have financial security. They have, all of the basic needs are guaranteed for them no matter what. No matter what. Right? Obviously, in the case of Saddam Hussein and Gaddafi, they're going to come and hunt you down. But I'm speaking about sanctions here. They act like it's something good and noble, but they don't tell you the truth. And I want you to know the truth. Now, in any case, let me be very clear. I want to be very, very clear. The sanctions on Russia are not something to laugh at. I mean, Russia is now the number one sanctioned country. I think it's 5,530, but it's more now than that. In any case, it used to be Iran, and now Russia has the quote-unquote honor of being the most sanctioned country. Now, when I say, when I show you these videos here of the stocked shelves in Russia, that does not mean that this is the case everywhere, and it does not mean that the sanctions are something to laugh at. They're not something to laugh at. Because the situation could change like this any second. And I mean, Russia's literally the biggest country on earth. So, I don't think you can generalize. My point is though, that they have sort of a sadistic, air about them in the media that they're like, oh, look at the empty shelves. Ha 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 ha. Yeah. Okay. And then what? You think it's funny? I'm glad to see stocked shelves, and I think it's tragic that you have this in the United States of America, where they say, "Oh, it's the greatest country on earth. Oh, we are the richest country on earth. Oh, we're the most powerful country on earth." Show it, then, man. Show it. I want to be very clear. The United States really could be the greatest country on earth if it actually was what it says it is, right? But it's not. It's lip service. The United States is unfortunately not the things that it says it is. And when I say that, I'm talking, of course, about the politicians. You got to understand a Russian civilian and an American civilian have more in common than they do with their own leaders. Think about that. That's very important. Very, very, very important. It's true. It's a fact. So, I just think it's pathetic and ridiculous and frankly, evil that they give so much money for weapons and they have empty shelves and people are, when I say people are starving, I mean quite literally you got babies starving in this case, but the price hikes, they affect other things as well. The gas prices were already bad, now they're even worse, and everything else is affected by this because we live in a world where things are powered by oil and oil derivatives, and so when you put sanctions on Russia, the price of oil is going to go up. And you know what the irony is here? Please listen to this. I want you to think about this really long and hard. Digest this. This is very important. When they sanctioned Russia, the price of oil went up. Price of gas went up. The Europeans are still buying the gas and the oil. What does that mean? That means Russia is making more money, and actually, with less sales. Think about that long and hard. And at the end of the day, these costs are passed on to the consumers. So when a country has to pay more for oil, at the end of the day, you're going to pay more for oil at the pump. And what do you get out of this? I don't understand, because you're literally just still paying Russia. So, in any case, I thought just, to give you a little glimpse of what's going on. Again, this is strictly anecdotal. I'm not saying this is all of Russia. That's ridiculous, right? No one's implying that. But I personally, I think it's lovely to see videos like this. It's very interesting to me, and I really appreciate the person who sent them because they're very kind, and they filmed them for me this morning or yesterday morning. I can't remember, but they're very recent. From Moscow in Russia. So, by the way, if you guys, hey, you know what? Listen up. I want to start a project with you guys. This is your homework. I want you guys to email me either videos or just pictures. I want you to tell me if the prices of basic food necessities, like basic necessities and food, such as bread, milk, butter, whatever it is. I want to see in your country, wherever you are, especially if you live in the West, how much prices are going up, how much the price of gas is going up. Are the shelves stocked? I'm really interested in finding out, so please email me. By the way, my email address is RichieMedhurst@gmail.com. So RichieMedhurst@gmail.com. And I really think this is interesting. I really, really want to sit down and look at everything. And I know you guys are so kind. This is a great community. So I know a lot of people are going to send me stuff, and I'm looking forward to it. Thank you, guys. So, okay, who's ready for the next topic? Let's go. By the way, we got 1,200 people watching. Please make sure you hit the like button. And we had a couple of super chats over here. This is from Ahura. Ahura says, the United States is the kid who's smart, but somehow fails. It's a nice way of putting it, I suppose. Ahura then says, I'm joking. We're dumb as nails. No, I wouldn't say that. I really... Look, I know people like in the United States, they get a bad rap around the world, quote unquote, for being dumb. That's like a stereotype. But I want to say something here. I think that when you have a media that is so, perverted and obscene and just so, I don't even know how to describe it. It's not even really media. It's just like corporate PR. I mean, that's poison for your mind. And so when that's all you have, and it consumes you. I think anyone would be hurt by that. And this is so ironic to me because they always say, for example, that, people in North Korea, they only have state media and they're brainwashed and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I'm not saying like they have, a selection of unlimited channels or whatever. But my point is that those stereotypes are actually really projections. And, in any case, I don't want to call anyone dumb or something like that. But I appreciate the donations, and I know you're kidding, so it's okay. Mere Peace says, let's not forget the United States is paying Nazis. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're not only screwing their own citizens, they're sending it to Nazis. So, Make of that what you will, because I'm I don't even know what to say, man. Cap says, let's be very clear. This is a capitalist country. The government does not make baby formula, nor should it. Companies make formula. Pete Buttigieg. What? Man, I really started to forget about Pete Buttigieg. Is that what we were calling him during the primaries? For those of you who don't know what I'm saying, this guy is now the transport secretary in the United States, and he ran in the United States Democratic primary to become, the candidate for the Democratic Party, and he lost. But he was very instrumental in helping Bernie Sanders be screwed, and so on. And he's quite a character. He's really a character. In any case. Oh my God, look at the comments. You guys are putting rats. People call him Pete the Rat. And I see there's Karen says CIA Pete. Was it? Yeah, that guy was, I'm not sure. I don't want to randomly call him CIA. Was he CIA or not? I don't know. In any case, he was in Afghanistan. I remember that. Okay, so let me see what we can do over here. Okay, that one's done. Okay, this is the big one, man. This is the big one, and honestly, it's very heartbreaking. Before we do that, though, I'm going to play a crab dance before we move forward, because somebody did sign up on Patreon. Thank you so much for supporting the show, and my phone is very slow, so I'm trying to read your name. It's loading. Please give me 1 second. Come on. Sharmarki, boss. Thank you very much. Y'all put your hands together for Sharmarki, and I appreciate it very much. Thank you so much for supporting the show. Again, guys, if you want to donate on Patreon, basically it's just a monthly donation, and it goes towards supporting my work. I'd really appreciate it. I think we're at some crazy number. It's like 900 something subscribers. So we're trying to get to the goal. And Claudia, I'm sure will update the thing. But in any case, this is what it looks like. You can just those numbers are random. You put in whatever you like. So in any case, let's play crab dance. Let's go.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard.
And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
After we lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro, and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll have 2 number 9s. Number 9 large.
we got him.
I told myself, I know it's not.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Disinformation's origins are slightly less atrocious.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
All right, guys. Thank you very much again for supporting the show. Excuse me. I really appreciate that. And again, we're gonna move on to a little. I mean, this was a big news topic, but it's a bit heartbreaking. And I think you know what I'm talking about. So yeah. Okay. Yeah. ARIF already knows what I'm going to talk about. So, yeah. Okay. Just give me 1 second, please, to set that up. Boy. Okay. We've got. I literally, man, this is a one-man show. I mean, when I'm going live, man, I'm doing everything myself. Like, there's no team or nothing. I mean, Claudio's of course helping out, but when it comes to like the actual content itself, it's a one-man army. It has been, it always will be. In any case, sorry, I don't want to gas myself up, but we're just having a little giggle. Because you guys might be wondering, like, what the hell is this guy staring at the screen for? Well, that's how it is. Anyway, I'm going to start. I have so many things to show you, really. It's really a lot to digest. It's really a lot to digest because we don't have all the information about what happened in Texas in this shooting. And I was actually wondering, Uvalde, is that the correct pronunciation? Again, I love languages, so I always want to make sure I'm pronouncing them the right way that it would be pronounced in the U.S. It's Uvalde, is that correct? All right, great. Thank you, guys. You said it's correct. Let's go. Oh, boy. So there was a hold on, can you see me? I don't see myself anymore. I'm gone. Okay, there we go. So there was a really terrible, awful massacre, shooting that happened in the United States. And here's the headline from the BBC: Texas shooting, 19 children among dead in primary school attack. So 19 young children and 2 adults, 2 teachers, right, have died in a shooting at a primary school in South Texas. The gunman opened fire at Robb Elementary School, which teaches children aged 7 to 10 in the city of Uvalde, before he was killed by law enforcement. So this was an 18-year-old, and he had a handgun and an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle and high-capacity magazines. Okay, so an AR-15, you cannot fight, it's not a machine gun. It doesn't, go brrr. It's a semi-automatic. It's single shot, but nevertheless, it's obviously very, very lethal. And 21 people dead. And what happened here is really incredible. There are several things you have to understand about this story, because this school literally had a drill, and I think about 2 months ago, for situations like this. They practiced what to do, and how to be safe. And I don't just mean the school itself. They had they're cooperating with local law enforcement, with SWAT, and all this stuff. And it's really horrific how these children and the 2 teachers were killed, and how the law enforcement failed to protect them. Right? They failed to protect them, and it's very tragic. And this is people are saying this is the biggest primary school shooting since Sandy Hook. I think in the United States, and generally speaking, Columbine was obviously the most famous. But when we talk about primary schools, this is certainly the largest since. And people are asking questions like, how did this guy get in the school in the first place? Where were the police? Why did no one help? Well, let's go through it. Let's try and dissect this bit by bit. I have the exact timeline for you, and again, this is according to the information that we have at the moment. I'm assuming that things will change. You know why? Because the police have made statements about their behavior, about their actions, and then retracted them and said new things.
right? Like they said, for example, that the guy had body armor, and that's why they didn't want to go in. And turns out he doesn't have body armor, and other things, which I'll get to in a second. So let's just look at the timeline of events, okay? So this guy, the shooter, just so you understand, he shot his own grandmother. He killed his own grandmother, took her truck, and then drove to the school. And, you know, he gets out, and people already saw that he has a gun and reported him to the police. So about 11:27 a.m., video footage shows a teacher at the school propping open an exterior door. And that's the one that Ramos went through, okay? Now, Ramos' vehicle crashes near the school. This is exactly what I just told you, right? Two men at a nearby funeral home made their way to the crash scene where they saw Ramos exit the vehicle with a gun and backpack, right? The witnesses reportedly began running, and Ramos tried shooting at them. So do you understand? Like, even before this guy gets inside the school, he's already, you know, randomly shooting people. And 2 minutes later, 911 receives a phone call that there's a man who crashed his vehicle and has a gun. So the guy, the shooter, Ramos, reaches the last row of vehicles in the school parking lot, according to McCraw. The 18-year-old began shooting at the school while police responded to the funeral home. Okay, so he's shooting at the school. He's not even inside it yet. You know? Again, it says it here, Ramos fires multiple shots at the school from outside and then enters the building. And here, so, you know, this is not even 5 minutes later after he's got out of the car. There's so many things happening in just 5 minutes. He begins shooting in a classroom, and the audio evidence from the video footage shows him shooting over 100 rounds. So again, this is the argument that some people make that, you know, yeah, okay, even though it's a semi-auto, you know, if you can fire off 100 rounds in such a short period of time. Again, I don't know about that. We'll get to this later because, you know, technically speaking, you could get a Lee Enfield 303, which is a British rifle from World War II, and also, you know, get off 10 rounds in a very short time. And of course, that if you keep putting magazines, you could also get off tons of rounds. But we'll get back to this in a moment. I just want to lay out what happened. So 3 officers enter the school through the same doors that the shooter went to. Later, 4 more officers joined. So the first officers who got in were shot at, and some were grazed by bullets. Ramos shut the door to the classroom. So, I mean, do you understand, like, what happened? This guy crashed his car at 11:28, and already at 11:35, the police are there, and he's shooting at them. 16 rounds fired. More police coming. So half an hour later, there's 19 police officers in the hallway. Do you understand what's going on? This guy has a gun, and he's inside a classroom, and you 19 police officers outside just doing nothing because, you know, they claimed that basically the active shooter situation had transitioned into a barricaded person call. Okay? A female caller dialed 911 from the classroom. The length of the call was less than 90 seconds. She said her name, and she said she was in classroom 112. So she told 911 that multiple people were dead. And you have technicians who are they're talking about police in this case, right? So basically, the entire time that they're standing outside, you can see from 12:03 all the way, you know, during this half an hour, this guy is killing more and more people, more and more children, actually, right? It's really awful. It's really awful, and you have to understand something. This classroom actually was a double classroom, so there's like one room with a door that goes to another classroom, okay? And you had people, this is my understanding, that people in the other classroom who were calling 911, and, you know, when he heard them, he shot them. It's really awful. You can see here the testimony from this girl, just, you know, really, it's gut-wrenching. It's really, really gut-wrenching. Listen to this.
He shot our next person's door, and then we have a door in the middle, and he opened it, and then he came in and he crouched a little bit, and he said it's time to die. When he shot, it was very loud and it hurt my ear. When I saw the bullets on the floor, it was real. And when I heard the shooting through the door, I told my friend to hide under something so he won't find us. I was hiding hard, and I was telling my friend to not talk because he's gonna hear us. The cop said, "Help if you need help," and then one of the persons in my class said, "Help." The guy overheard, and he came in and shot her. And then the cops barged into that classroom, and the guy shot the cops, and the cops just started shooting at. Just opened the curtain, and then I just put my hand out, and then I got.
My goodness, do you understand what happened? The police basically said, you know, shout help if you need help, and someone did, and then the shooter heard them and just shot them. I mean, this is so stupid, honestly, really. They basically got someone killed for no reason. What a tragedy. What a tragedy, really. And you know what makes this all the more egregious? There were parents standing outside the school while all this was happening and basically yelling at the police, like, why are you here? Why aren't you inside the school saving our children? And it's really nuts. It's really insane what happened. Here's a video of the situation, right? The cops literally stopped parents from helping their kids. Look at this. You can see, I see somebody on the ground. Do you see that as well? Somebody's on the ground. They look like they're arresting them. Awful stuff, man. Really awful stuff. And I want you to listen to this video now, because this is the police speaking and being interviewed. Listen to what he says.
Border Patrol agent was struck with gunfire, a few officers shot. We've heard that some law enforcement officers actually went into school to get their kids out. Can you talk about that?
Right, so we do know, Vanessa, right now that there was some police officers, families trying to get their children out of the school because it was an active shooter situation right now. It's a terrible situation right now. And of course, just as we mentioned...
Do you understand that basically some of the police, their kids went to the school and they were allowed to go in and you know get their kids to safety.
Loss of life. It's just terrible. It's a terrible tragedy when that took place.
But they wouldn't let the parents do that. I mean, that strikes me as a bit selfish, no? To say the least, it's a bit selfish. And again, here with these claims, because a lot of people are asking, like, you were standing outside. You're antagonizing the parents. You go in to get your kids, but you won't go in to stop the guy from shooting our children. And this is incredible. This is really incredible because they basically hold on, let me show you. You're not gonna believe this. You're not gonna believe this. One of the parents was actually handcuffed. So this is from the Wall Street Journal. Miss Gomez, a farm supervisor, was also waiting outside for her children. She said she was one of numerous parents who began encouraging, first politely, and then with more urgency, police and other law enforcement to enter the school sooner. After a few minutes, she said U.S. Marshals put her in handcuffs, telling her she was being arrested for intervening in an active investigation. What the heck? I mean, I don't even know what to say, man. I don't even know what to say to that. Like, this is so insulting and degrading and completely unnecessary. Really, just wow. And you can see here how they're changing the story. So officials, had initially said the gunman was wearing body armor before reversing course and saying this was not the case, right? So basically, that's one of the reasons that they use, one of the excuses, I should say, that because people are asking, why didn't you go in? And they're saying, well, yeah, he had a body armor. Wouldn't be effective. So this is from the Washington Post. To say officials have also made unclear statements about whether they actually made it into the building before they say police confronted and shot the gunman. During Thursday's news briefing, Escalon contradicted himself on the subject. He said initially that the officers were, quote-unquote, inside making entry,
but had to take cover while the gunman shot at them. He later made it sound like they did not make it inside, saying they don't make entry initially because of the gunfire. So, just really a ton of shady stuff here. And I understand, like, when you have big things like this happening, the details, you need time for the details to emerge to, put everything together. But this is something else. This is something else. And I want to show you here from ABC News. Look what they say. So 2 months before this mass shooting in Uvalde, Texas, at this primary school, which left 19 children and 2 adults dead, the Uvalde School District hosted an all-day training session for local police and other school-based law enforcement officers focused on a quote-unquote active shooter response. So this school where these children were massacred was literally training the police. The police had training for this exact situation not even 2 months ago. Okay? Quote, first responders to the active shooter scene will usually be required to place themselves in harm's way, according to a lengthy course description posted online by the Texas agency that developed the training. Quote, time is the number one enemy during active shooter response. The best hope that innocent victims have is that officers immediately move into action to isolate, distract, or neutralize the threat, even if that means one officer acting alone. So just to, again, reiterate and make this very clear, they're saying that when you have an active shooter situation, the number one thing that you should do is try to distract the shooter, isolate them, get them away. Even if you're one cop, and you have to put yourself in harm's way because as time passes by, this guy's killing more and more people. You got to act immediately. And they're literally saying your first responders to the active shooter scene will usually be required to place themselves in harm's way. That is the job, right? That's the job. I'm not saying it's nice or anything like that, but you got 19 cops. Right? Let me go back to that article. They were saying 19 cops inside and more cops outside. I lost count, honestly. All of these people, and they did nothing. And look at here. Look at this. Remember, they're not even 5 minutes past. Do you remember? He gets here at 11:28. He crashes his truck. This shooter. And 5 minutes later, the police are already in the school. 5 minutes later, at 11:35 a.m., right? And so that's the same time that he begins shooting. And the police don't actually get him for over an hour. It's only at 12:50 that officers breach the door using keys obtained from a janitor, and kill the suspect. So just to be clear, from 11:33 to 12:50 p.m., they left this guy alone in a room to shoot and kill primary school students. And there's dozens of cops there. Dozens. I mean, I don't know what to say to this. Is it incompetence? Is it negligence? I really don't know what to say to this. This is shocking. This is so shocking. And if you go back to the article that was at ABC, they're basically saying that this behavior by the police violates their own training. This goes against what they were trained to do. So that's what makes it all the more egregious, right? I want to show you something here as well, which should shock you. The money, 40% of it is going to the cops, right? So again, in January, Uvalde City Police received a $500,000 grant from the state's controversial Operation Lone Star program, which Abbott launched last March, deploying thousands of soldiers to the state's southern border. The grant came on top of the department's existing $4 million budget, just under 40% of the city's general fund. Do you understand? So this police department already gets $4 million, which is like 40% of the city's general fund. And this is how they act. My goodness. Wow. It's really terrible, man. It's really terrible. you know, you go back to the ABC article, they're basically saying that relatives of victims and neighbors of Uvalde's Robb Elementary School are raising questions over how police officers who first arrived on the scene handled the situation, including whether they followed their own training. Honestly, man, like that's a legitimate question. That's a very legitimate question. I mean, these people, their family watching their kids being murdered like that, and the police just standing by. I mean, what's the point of the police then, right? Something very weird going on. I don't even know what to say. I'm shocked and it's awful. You know what happened? So 19 children were killed and two teachers, right? Do you know what happened? The husband of one of the teachers that was killed had a heart attack the next day. This guy literally died of grief. Can you imagine that? So 19 children were killed, plus the two teachers, and the husband of one of the teachers couldn't take it and literally had a heart attack the next day and died. I mean, this is so heartbreaking. This is really messed up, man. This is really messed up. This is from The Independent. They say on Thursday, the husband of Miss Garcia died of a heart attack as he prepared for her funeral, right? So the husband of a woman murdered in the Uvalde mass shooting has died of a heart attack 2 days after the attack. His name is Joe Garcia, and he was the husband of Irma Garcia, who was one of the two faculty members who were killed during the shooting. That's heartbreaking, man. That's really heartbreaking. What a shame, really. What a shame. I want to show you some of the responses that have come out. You know, because if you look at what happened in Uvalde, just alone, like on its own, this is so much to take in, man. It's so much to take in. It's such a tragic thing and so violent and awful. And, you know, we haven't even gotten into the whole trend of mass shootings, right? Which I will in a second. But just to show you the responses, this is Ted Cruz, okay? And Ted Cruz is the senator from Texas. I want you to look at his response to this mass shooting. One of the things that he said. I mean, I don't know what to say. You tell me.
Schools safer, and one of the things that everyone agreed is don't have all of these unlocked back doors. Have one door into and out of the school, and have that one door armed police officers at that door. If that had happened, if those federal grants had gone to this school, when that psychopath arrived, the armed police officers could have taken him out, and we'd have 19 children and 2 teachers still alive. Schools safer.
Now, look, man, I want to be clear. I understand what he's saying. I understand. It's not completely stupid. You know, usually in an important building, you will have soldiers there, right? You'll have guards at an embassy, for example. But the issue is not the door. The issue is that how did the police respond when they were there, when they found out, oh, there's an active shooter? That's the issue. Do you understand? And I get what he's saying, but this is not a solution because I don't know. I feel like it's a bit lacking. I'm trying to be very diplomatic here with Ted Cruz. I'm going easy on him. This is nonsense, really. I'm sorry. This is nonsense. You could do that on every school and you're still gonna have a problem here, right? You're still gonna have a problem. I want to show you what Ted Cruz did when he was interviewed by Sky News, and you're gonna watch this and so again, he's being asked about this massacre.
There are 19 sets of parents who are never going to get to kiss their child goodnight again.
Is this the moment to reform gun laws?
You know, it's easy to go to politics.
But it's important. It's at the heart of the issue.
I get that that's where the media likes to go.
No, it's not. It's where many of the people we've talked to here like to go.
The proposals from Democrats in the media, inevitably, when some violent psychopath murders people.
A violent psychopath who's able to get a weapon so easily. 18-year-old with 2 AR-15s.
If you want to stop violent crime, The proposals the Democrats have, none of them would have stopped this.
But why does this only happen in your country? I really think that's what many people around the world just, they cannot fathom. Why only in America? Why is this American exceptionalism so awful?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much for asking. I'm so happy Sky News actually did some journalism, man. Thank you for asking this question. Why the fuck does this always happen in America? Why? What is the answer? What is the answer? Why is it always in America?
If you want to stop violent crime, the proposals the Democrats have, none of them would have stopped this.
But why does this only happen in your country? I really think that's what many people around the world just, they cannot fathom. Why only in America? Why is this American exceptionalism so awful?
You know, I'm sorry you think American exceptionalism is awful.
I think this aspect of it.
You got your political agenda.
No, it's honestly,
God love you.
Senator, it's not. I just want to understand why you do not think that guns are the problem.
Why is this just an American problem?
Well, it is just an American problem, sir.
Mr. Cruz, why is America the only country that faces this kind of mass shooting?
But you can't answer that. You can't answer that, can you, sir? You can't answer that. Why is this country?
Why is it that people come from all over the world to America? Because it's the freest, most prosperous, safest country on earth.
It may be the freest, it may be the most
Why are
popular.
our kids dying in school?
Oh my God, man. Oh, that was hilarious. I really love that. Hey, why are there mass shootings in your country? Listen, man, we are free, okay? And people are free here, and we have freedom. Okay. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Very, very, such a remarkable intellectual capacity. He totally answered the question. The journalist, the guy asking the question is right. Yeah, you may be the freest. Why is this keep happening in America? I don't know. I think this is a valid question, and it's not snarky, because when I'm reporting on this, I'm telling you about this. Do you see me laughing? Do you think I find this funny? This is horrible. It's disgusting. Whether this happens in Yemen, whether it happens in the U.S., it's horrible. But there's a trend here, and I'm not kidding. I legitimately want an answer to this question, because I cannot find one. And I don't think it's very smart or responsible of him to just walk away. Come on, man. You're a senator. And he's asking you a very valid question. Have some, stand up. Like, stand up for, if you think American exceptionalism is so good, then fucking stand up for it. Why don't you stand there instead of running away and convince us? Come on, man. Also, this is whatever. Let me continue with what happened, okay? So Ted Cruz walked away because he doesn't have an answer. He just doesn't have an answer, and I think a lot of people want an answer, especially this guy, Angel Garza, whose 10-year-old daughter, Ameri, was murdered. Look at this.
I'm so sorry for your loss. You're holding a picture of your daughter. She had just won an honor roll.
Yeah.
What do you want people to know about her?
She was just trying to do the right thing. She was just trying to call the cops. She was so scared of just strangers and things like this. Like, she would lock the door when I would step out to put gas in the car. Like, this is literally like her worst fear, and she was just trying to help everyone.
She talked about something like this.
So I'm a med aid. So when I arrived on the scene, they still had kids inside. They started bringing the kids out, and I was aiding assistance. One little girl was just covered in blood, head to toe. Like, I thought she was injured. I asked her what was wrong, and she said she's okay. She was hysterical, saying that they shot her best friend, that they killed her best friend, and she's not breathing, and that she was trying to call the cops. And I asked the little girl the name, and she told me, she said Amory.
That's how you learn.
I I'm gonna be straight up with you, man. I don't think the media really cared. They're kind of just using his pain for clicks. But regardless, I'm not interested in hearing them speak. I wanted to show what's going on. And man, honestly, give me a second here, because I want to show you. Yeah, look at this. I'm astonished that there was actually some journalism in MSNBC, but look what they said. So DPS initially tried to justify law enforcement's inability to bring down the shooter quickly by saying he wore body armor. Right? We looked at that a few minutes ago. The next morning, the agency acknowledged that it wasn't body armor, but a tactical vest that could be fitted with ballistic protection. That's a major difference. And then officials initially said that once the shooter was inside, he immediately barricaded himself inside a classroom and began shooting, right? McCraw said Wednesday that police pinned the shooter inside the classroom. The Associated Press also reported that Border Patrol agents who responded had, quote, trouble breaching the classroom door and had to get a staff member to open the room with a key. They mean a janitor, right? So, honestly, man, I'm really confused by these conflicting statements from the police. And again, look, to be very fair, this is something normal. When you have something huge, disaster like this, a crisis happens, you always got sometimes contradictory details or accounts coming, and it takes maybe a few days for the dust to settle. This is worldwide. It's like that, right? But nevertheless, I'm really just confused because I saw the videos with you right now. There's a ton of police, and they just leave that guy in the room. I don't understand this. I really don't get it. And again, I want to be clear. I'm not saying like, oh, everybody should just like you should just charge in there, man. That's extremely scary. That's extremely scary. But these guys were trained to do this. It's their job. And they literally 2 months before, they've been training for this. So I'm so confused. Like, how could you allow this to happen and then just say, oh, the door was unlocked? What do you mean the door was unlocked? That's not an excuse. So what? The door was unlocked. He got inside. So what do you do now? You just let him stay in the room? Come on, man. That's not okay. That's not acceptable. I want to show you something, man, because this is really messed up. You know, in the United States, you've had 27 school shootings this year. 27. What the hell? This is from NPR. Okay, so this killing in Uvalde, Texas is the 27th one. It's the 27th school shooting this year. And this comes, of course, just 10 days after shooting at a top supermarket in Buffalo, New York, that took the lives of 10 people, which we looked at. But again, the school shootings, like it's its own phenomenon, basically, right? And I want to show you something because, again, I'm so shocked by these figures. I just can't wrap my brain around this. Wrap my mind around this. Here, look at this graph. This map, rather, and then a graph. So these are school shootings by country in 2022. And you can see down here in the key in the legend, if it's purple, it means 0. And then the more shootings you have, the more orange or red it gets. And you can see the United States just sticks out like a sore thumb. It sticks out like a sore thumb. And that's important because, we're not saying, oh, every other country besides the United States never has school shootings. Obviously, no one is saying that because you can see other countries do. So it's not just like an American phenomenon or something that only exists in America. No. But the number and the frequency of it, I'm sorry, but you can't deny the figures in the map. It's right there in front of you. What the hell's going on? The United States sticks out like a sore thumb. And, if Ted Cruz wants to say, yeah, but it's the freest country in the world and everybody comes here, fine, okay, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. How do you explain this, though? And I'm not saying that to be cheeky. I'm genuinely asking that. I'm asking that as a genuine question. How do you explain this? What's going on? Why? Just why? If you go down here, look at this, man. These are school shootings by country, 2022. And here are the sources. It says 288 here. 288. And I'm obviously this is not for this year, but it means in total, right? 288. That's absolutely insane. And then Mexico was 8, South Africa 6. Germany also had a couple. Yeah, there was a very famous one in Germany. But look, 288. I mean, come on, man. Like, there's something wrong here. There's something very wrong. And I want to say something clearly, because I understand on one side, like on one hand, I understand people say there needs to be gun control, right? Because if you depart from the point that everybody's dangerous, or like some people are dangerous, well, let's just take away the weapons, right? That's what some people say. And I kind of understand that. But let me give you another viewpoint, which I think will really open your eyes. Because, but by the way, before I continue, I want to show you with England and Australia. Because in England and Australia, there were some massacres in 1996, okay? And let me show you. So this is from the New York Times, right? It says other countries had mass shootings, then they changed their gun laws. Okay, so after a British gunman killed 16 people in 1987, the country banned semi-automatic weapons like those he had used. It did the same with most handguns after 1996 school shooting. Britain has now one of the lowest gun-related death rates in the developed world. In Australia, in the same year, a 1996 massacre prompted mandatory gun buybacks that saw, according to some estimates, as many as 1 million firearms melted into slag. The rate of mass shootings plummeted from once every 18 months to so far only one in 26 years. Okay? Canada also tightened gun laws after a 1989 mass shooting. So did Germany in 2002, New Zealand in 2019, and Norway last year. Only the United States, whose rate and severity of mass shootings is without parallel, has so consistently refused to answer those events with tightened gun laws. So look, I'm just trying to say that in England and in Australia, restricting, having gun control worked. The figures speak for themselves. I just want to say another thing, though. Hear me out. There are countries where everybody has guns, right? And I think this tweet encapsulates this perfectly. Take a look what Laith posted. He said, I find it amusing how mass shootings in the United States always lead to a circular debate about legal guns. Practically every adult in Yemen, Lebanon, etc. owns a gun illegally. Mass poverty exists there, but no mass shootings. The United States is unique amongst nations only in how sick it is. Listen, man, I'm telling you, you go to Beirut, every motherfucker has a gun. Like, they got rockets, everything. Even in the crab dance, the crab dance I played, when they were celebrating the fuel shipments coming in, one guy fired a fucking RPG in celebration. So this is a very good point, because you have countries where people have illegal guns. Everybody's a gun. In Syria also, you had tons of guns, right? But people don't go around shooting up schools. So I'm genuinely confused, like, why is this a unique thing, right? This is a good point. This is a very good point. Yeah, I think it's food for thought, and it should be taken into consideration, right? I'm not joking, man. Late is correct, right? He's Syrian like me. It's true. Every motherfucker in Yemen, in Lebanon, in Syria has an illegal gun everywhere, man. The RPGs, grenades, you name it. But you don't see school shootings. So what is it? What is it? I don't know. I really don't know. I really don't know. It's just the only thing that I can say is that it's heartbreaking. And I know that most of my viewers are Americans, but for those of you who are not American, or are not familiar with the U.S. Constitution, in the United States, they have something called the Second Amendment in their Constitution. And this is very important, right? I'll read it to you right here. It's very short. It says, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. So, when people talk about gun control, the opposing side will say, you can't do that because the Constitution allows me to have weapons. So this is kind of the debate in the United States, back and forth and so on. I just want to say one thing, because I'm going to be a little cheeky here. Look what it says. It says arms, right?
It doesn't say handguns or semi-autos. So I mean, technically speaking, if I become an American, I get to, do I get to have a nuclear weapon? It says arms. You said arms. Can I have a howitzer? Maybe a tank? Like, then you realize that there are restrictions in the United States on arms. You cannot have a nuclear weapon. You are not allowed to buy a tank. You can't just randomly set up a fucking, anti-aircraft battery in your backyard. So on the one hand, there are restrictions on arms. You can't just have anything you like. But I would, I'm being cheeky here. A tank would be nice. I'd like a nice old, shall we say, a good old T-34. How about that? Or Sherman. A lovely little Sherman. Karen says there is a license for it, Richard. Yeah, I'm sure you can. I mean, I've seen videos of people driving tanks, but the question is, are you allowed to fire shells from the tank? I don't think so. I'm not sure. But in any case, I'm being a little cheeky. I just found it funny that it's unspecified, so technically you could have a nuke if you want. In either way, this whole situation is really heartbreaking. It's really, really gut wrenching, and I think again this shows you the common humanity, because whether it's happening in Yemen or it's happening in Palestine or it's happening in the United States, it's still human beings that are suffering, being killed senselessly for no reason whatsoever. And this is what is so heartbreaking. This is what is so it drives you mad, because you can't do anything about it. Man, those families, like the parents, I don't even want to know what they are feeling right now, because they are probably like in hell. You saw one of the teachers, the husband literally died from grief. Had a heart attack the next day. I mean, this is how it's really messed up, man. It's really messed up. So I don't know what they want, but what they're gonna do. But in any case, there's something in the United States called the NRA, which is the what is it? National Rifle Association. And they're a very, very controversial, shall we say, right? Because they're basically a lobby group for the weapons industry, right? So it's when there's a shooting or something, people usually go and blame the NRA and so on. And I want to say one thing here. I want to say one thing which I think is very important, for this shooting and for other things, is that you can see once again how powerful the weapons industry is, even in the U.S., right? And I think there's some people for sure in the NRA, in the government, or outside, otherwise, who are using like the pretext of the Second Amendment just to make money. Because if you say no, but we are allowed to have weapons, it's right to bear arms, that means money for you, because people are just going to come and buy. And I'm not saying everyone is like that, but I can guarantee you some people at the top of these groups might be, because there's lots of money to be made, right? Like, don't think that the weapons industry is only making money with wars outside the U.S. They make money in the U.S. as well, right? Remember that when a police department has a budget, they get extraordinary budgets, and you know what they go by? They go by armored personnel carriers, which is APC. Just look at this, man, like how militarized the police is in the United States. And again, they get everything they like, man. It's unbelievable. Look, this is a police force, man. This is the police in the United States, and they got a goddamn APC. I mean, I'm sorry, but this looks like the army, not the police, right? It's really crazy. It's really crazy, and regardless of what you think of the police and how they behave and so on, you cannot, like, even if they're angels, or even if you hate them, you cannot deny their clothes, their vests, their weapons, the vehicles. this is a cash cow for the military-industrial complex. Do you understand? So basically, they kit out the army, and then like, you know what? Let's kit out the police in the United States, right? So you get people in the government who lobby to give police departments bigger budgets, and then they use those budgets to buy stuff like this, armored personnel carriers, you know, which is it's basically, you know, it's basically a tank without a cannon, right, or a machine gun. It's implied in the name, armored personnel carrier. But nevertheless, you know, you usually see APCs in a war zone. You don't see that inside your streets. You don't see that in your everyday life or you know, in your own country. That's usually something that's for a war zone, for the military. And of course, the weapons that they get, even the training. Training also costs money. So I just wanted to lay that out, because I don't understand how, you know, you can spend so much money to kit out the American police. I'm speaking in general, and then still have heartbreaking situations like this. Like logically speaking, because they have so much technology and all of this gear, they should be able to tackle any situation, right? That is what I'm trying to say. But most importantly, my point is that the police forces in the United States are a cash cow for the weapons manufacturers. Don't even trip, because it's true, and they are making bank. And then, of course, on top of that, just arming citizens. I don't remember what the exact ratio is, but it's quite big. And again, I want to be very clear. So this is from 2018. You have 120.5 guns for every 100 residents. So they're basically... there are more guns than people in the United States. But, you know, you can look at other countries and find the same thing. You have other countries that also have lots of weapons, but they don't have school shootings. That's the point, right? So it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to have school shootings because there's so many weapons. So I'm really just kind of... I'm just kind of telling you all the various points and arguments that people make about this. And the realities of, you know, for example, using police forces to make money, which is really another kind of avenue to make of profit. And I don't know what happened and why they didn't act. But I want to tell you one thing. When Columbine happened, I remember a lot of things growing up, but Columbine was one of them. This was a school shooting in the United States. For those of you who don't know, there's a high school called Columbine, and this is the most famous school shooting in the United States. It's really, really horrific what happened there. And, you know, I mean, just to give you the numbers, you know, you had, I think it was 15 killed and 24 injured. Is that right? Yeah. And you know what they did afterwards? You know, when the school shooting happened in Columbine, they started blaming Marilyn Manson, right? Marilyn Manson is a rock star. He's a musician. And they started blaming video games, right? That's also another thing that happened. Like, oh, it's the video games that are making them violent. Marilyn Manson told them to go shoot the school. And you know what happened? Rolling Stone magazine, which is one of the, you know, it's a very famous publication. Marilyn Manson, in response to all of this, because I want to be very clear, I'm not saying like, oh, it's a few people saying that. No. The whole fucking media was like, it's Marilyn Manson. It's like a media frenzy, right? It's really crazy. And they did this also, I mean, not with school shootings, but in general with like Eminem. Oh my God, he's influencing kids, blah, blah, blah. But my point here is that in response to this criticism, he wrote an op-ed in the Rolling Stone magazine. And again, this is Marilyn Manson, in case you don't know. So, you know, he's an interesting type. And I want to read you just a few paragraphs of what he said, because I think this is really important. It's stuck in my mind. So he says, a lot of people forget or never realize that I started my band as a criticism of these very issues of despair and hypocrisy. The name Marilyn Manson has never celebrated the sad fact that America puts killers on the cover of Time magazine, giving them as much notoriety as our favorite movie stars. From Jesse James to Charles Manson, the media, since their inception, have turned criminals into folk heroes. They just created 2 new ones when they plastered those dipshits Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris pictures on the front of every newspaper. So Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris, those are the guys who shot up Columbine High School, and he's calling them dipshits. So, you know, he's showing again that he doesn't agree with any of this, and he finds it deplorable. He continues, don't be surprised if every kid who gets pushed around has 2 new idols. Now listen to this. Look what he says. Quote, we applaud the creation of a bomb whose sole purpose is to destroy all of mankind. And we grow up watching our president's brains splattered all over Texas. Times have not become more violent. They've just become more televised. Does anyone think the Civil War was the least bit civil? If television had existed, you could be sure they would have been there to cover it, or maybe even participate in it, like their violent car chase of Princess Diana. Actually, you know, when he says participate in it, it reminds me of that guy from MSNBC who was there to report about Ukraine, and then suddenly just decided to start killing Russians and join the Ukrainians. You know? Disgusting. So he's talking about the media, right? The disgusting vultures looking for corpses, exploiting, fucking, filming, and serving it up for our hungry appetites, and a gluttonous display of endless human stupidity. When it comes down to who's to blame for the high school murders in Littleton, Colorado, throw a rock and you'll hit someone who's guilty. We're the people who sit back and tolerate children owning guns, and we're the ones who tune in and watch the up-to-the-minute details of what they do with them. I think it's terrible when anyone dies, especially if it is someone you know and love. But what is more offensive is that when these tragedies happen, most people don't even really care any more than they would about the season finale of Friends or The Real World. I was dumbfounded as I watched the media snake right in, not missing a teardrop, interviewing the parents of dead children, televising the funerals. Then came the witch hunt. So, you know, he makes a very good point, right? Like the United States, they celebrate the creation of the nuclear bomb, and they nuked two Japanese cities and then try to justify it. By the way, I'll talk about that. I have talked about that, and we'll gladly talk about Nagasaki and Hiroshima. So the United States literally invented, a nuclear bomb, and there's so much violence, and then they act like, oh, this thing is because of rock music. They act like it's something out of the ordinary. He's calling out their hypocrisy, and it's a very, very good way to put it. And again, this is from 1999, if I'm not mistaken, right? So, June 24th, 1999. So he really calls out the media for their hypocrisy. They love violence. They encourage violence. They want violence because it gets them clicks. Right now, we would say clicks. Back then, you would say hits or views, I guess. But he's right. He's right. When I remember watching the invasion of Iraq. They were like fucking live streaming it from a tank. I mean, I will never forget that. I don't know if it was CNN. I think it was CNN. They were on a fucking tank and live streaming it and like woohoo and celebrating it. Like how is that not violence? They're glorifying invading other people and killing them. It's horrible. But in any case, just going back to this horrific event in Texas. I mean, I'm really, really saddened by this, and I don't know what to say, man. I don't know what to say. Every day there's people being killed in Yemen. There's people being killed in Syria, and I'll add one thing. I don't want to take away from the legitimacy and the tragedy and the emotion and the empathy of this event, of this tragic event in Texas. But I wish people would show the same sympathy, or specifically the media, rather. I wish the media would show the same kind of sympathy when the United States is killing children, right? Children are dying every day in Yemen. They're starving to death because of U.S. sanctions and, of course, their support for Saudi Arabia. They bombed children in Syria. They bombed children in Afghanistan. They don't even care. You never even see their fucking names or pictures, right? They're not allowed to be humanized. They're just a number. I wish they would care. I really wish they would care as much as they do here, because they should. This is correct. It's good, but they don't do it for the other victims. You know, like how is that? How is bombing a school, like when Israel bombs a UN school, right? 200 people wounded. How is that any difference? That's also a fucking attack on a school. It's also a massacre, but no one cares because Israel did it. Oh, we can't criticize them. I'm not saying it's 100% equal to this, but there's still children. It's still school. It's still violence, and they don't care. I really wish they would show the same emotion and same kind of like just basic empathy, you know, because everyone deserves it, right? So I'm you know, it's really, really horrible. And I think as the days go on, we're gonna have more and more details coming out about what the police did, what they didn't do. And as usual, no one will be held accountable. So what can I say? I'm I'm really sad to say this, but I'm sure that we will see more of these events in the future. And I cannot believe that I have to say that and or think that, because it's so awful and so often. You know, it's so it happens so regularly that I would not be surprised. And that is wrong. That is not okay. That is not okay. Like, you know, for me. Let me explain something to you, man. So you get this. When in Iraq, when Saddam Hussein was in power, again, no one's saying he's perfect. Like, no one is accepting his crimes. But you could walk down the street, you know, knowing that you're not going to get killed by a car bomb. You can go to the mosque. You can go to the souk, and you know you're going to be safe. Nothing's going to happen. There's stability. Same thing in Syria, right? There's stability, safety. And I want that for everyone. I also want Americans to have that kind of sense of peace, a peace of mind, and not have to worry about, oh shit, does that guy have a gun? Is this going to happen? Like, that's not okay, man. It's not okay anywhere. It's not okay. And I really empathize with them for this, because it's not okay, really. It's not. It's heartbreaking. Very heartbreaking. So, thank you very much to Stephanie for your super chat. Stephanie says, a story worth considering. My cousin was injured on the job, was put on painkillers, and then 2 antidepressants. One day he picked up a gun to kill his wife and kid, realized what he was doing, and turned the gun on himself. I'm so sorry to hear that. It's really that's horrific. I'm very, very sorry. That is horrific. I know in some countries in Europe, for example, you're allowed to own a gun, but if you live if you don't live alone, so you have a family or a girlfriend, whatever, you have to keep the gun in a safe and the bullets separate. I think the rationale is to avoid things like this, so that there's like a buffer, right? There's more headroom to stop whatever actions and so on. I'm really sorry to hear that. That's really awful. I'm very sorry. So I wanted to move on to something with a little bit of history, right? Because this week, let me show you something. This week was the anniversary of Israel being kicked out of Lebanon. So in other words, Lebanon being liberated. So it's very interesting, because who do you guys think kicked the Israelis out of Lebanon? Keep this in mind. The Israelis were there for decades, and no one could push them out. Not the UN, not the Lebanese army. It was Hezbollah. Yeah, the terrorist group. That's why they call them terrorists, because they kicked their asses. In any case, guys, give me please just a moment. I need to get something to drink. I'm speaking nonstop. I just need something to drink, and then we'll continue. So, just give me a moment. Let me just see if we've got any super chats or anyone who signed up on Patreon, because I can play a crab dance. again, thank you very much to all of you who are supporting my work. I'm very grateful, and I hope to always see you here during the live streams. That's the best thing, man. Let me tell you something. Live streaming with you guys is the best thing in the world. You know, seeing all the comments, interacting with you. I love it. I love it. So just please give me a minute. I'm gonna get something to drink, and I'll play the break thing in the meantime. All right? How about that? So you guys go get something to drink as well. Go to the bathroom. We'll be back in just a minute or two. Okay? Don't go anywhere.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
All men and women created by go. You know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them.
E is for
An excuse to walk by the dealer and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
F is for
Friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life.
G is for
Go to Joe 30330.
H is for
Hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun, and the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
I is for
I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate.
J is for
Just look at the record.
I have President Biden, Vice President Biden.
Well, I tell you what, if you look at my record and you still doubt about my commitment, then you should vote for somebody else.
K is for
Kids jumping on my lap, and I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
L is for
The lion, dog, face, pony soldier.
M is for
Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night, the phone. Make sure the kids hear words.
N is for
NATO.
O is for
The only African American woman that's ever been elected to the United States Senate.
P is for
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
R is for
Rest her soul, and although she's your mom's still alive.
S is for
Send a text to the word united.
T is for
Truth over facts.
U is for
Union workers, the UAW took incredible cuts in their future.
V is for
Don't vote for somebody else.
All right, thanks so much.
W is for
Wait, you're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
X is for
Xi Jinping.
Y is for
And you ain't black.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
All men and women created by go. You know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them.
E is for
An excuse to walk by the dealer and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
F is for
Friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life.
G is for
Go to Joe 30330.
H is for
Hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun, and the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
I is for
I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate.
J is for
Just look at the record.
I have President Biden, Vice President Biden.
Well, I tell you what, if you look at my record and you still doubt about my commitment, then you should vote for somebody else.
K is for
Kids jumping on my lap, and I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
L is for
The lion, dog, face, pony soldier.
M is for
Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night, the phone. Make sure the kids hear words.
N is for
NATO.
O is for
The only African American woman that's ever been elected to the United States Senate.
P is for
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
R is for
Rest her soul, and although she's your mom's still alive.
S is for
Send a text to the word united.
T is for
Truth over facts.
U is for
Union workers, the UAW took incredible cuts in their future.
V is for
Don't vote for somebody else.
All right, thanks so much.
W is for
Wait. You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
X is for
Xi Jinping.
Y is for
And you ain't black.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
All men and women created by go. You know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them.
E is for
Excuse to walk by the dealer and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
F is for
Friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life.
G is for
Go to Joe 30330.
H is for
Hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun, and the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
I is for
I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate.
J is for
Just look at the record.
I have President Biden, Vice President Biden.
Well, I tell you what, if you look at my record and you still doubt about my commitment, then you should vote for somebody else.
K is for
Kids jumping on my lap, and I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
L is for
The lion, dog, face, pony soldier.
M is for
Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night. The phone, make sure the kids hear work.
N is for
NATO.
O is for
The only African American woman that's ever been elected to the United States Senate.
P is for
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
R is for
Rest her soul, and although she's your mom's still alive.
S is for
Send a text to the word united.
T is for
Truth over facts.
U is for
Union workers, the UAW took incredible cuts in their future.
V is for
Don't vote for somebody else.
All right, thanks so much.
W is for
Wait. You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
X is for
Xi Jinping.
Y is for
And you ain't black.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
All right, I'm back, baby. Let's go. How are you guys doing? You all right? What did you get? Those of you who actually went to get a snack or something to drink, what did you get? Let me know in the comments right now. I was actually gonna ask you guys who just tuned in to tell me that, but actually, why not tell me what you got during your break? All right, let's go with the comments. Raisins, booze, Cuba Libre, sushi. Oh, look, the chat's exploding. Oh, somebody said ice cream. I've got ice cream. I just remembered. That's good. That's really good. I'm happy. Green tea. Smoked one real quick. A cookie. There's lots of things here. Thank you, Jacob. I appreciate it. Truth says nothing. Just type him. All right. Rillo says rice pudding. There's nothing good. Man, there's nothing like a good rice pudding right there. Crispy says vodka with the Russian flag. I haven't Googled it yet, but I'm pretty sure if I went and looked it up, I'd find that they're banning Russian vodka, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're also doing it so-called, elite, quote-unquote, elite establishments, like banning, which would be stupid because those things cost a fortune, and they're losing money for literally no reason. But shall I have a look? Or have you guys heard of anything like that? I'm pretty sure it's the case because we've reached like that level of stupidity now. So Ivis says, do you never sleep? Look, man, evil never sleeps. So to fight that, you got to be awake. No, but Joseph Stalin is in the chat. Says, you are a liar, nothing more. Actually, he said you are a lair. Yes. You know, like in James Bond, the villain has a lair, and then he goes there and always manages to escape miraculously. I'm not gonna lie, man. Like, let's be clear. James Bond is propaganda. Like for the, it's British propaganda, but it's you can't deny that it's well made. Like, there's a difference between the meaning of it and the production quality, like the cinematography, the sound, the mixing, the way it was filmed, the production, set design. You have, it's cool. I'm not gonna lie, but that actually shows you how much they're willing to invest. Anyway, let's get back on track and let's see what's going on. Thank you, Mere Peace, for the super chat. I appreciate that. And we got one also. Hold on, we got a couple over here. We got one from Stephanie. Another one says, sorry, I wanted to add that there are connections between these drugs and suicides and murder-suicide. I mean, I really don't know. I honestly don't know. But, regardless, it's really... I'm really sad for you and what happened. That's absolutely awful. And... I mean, in one sense, I get what you're saying, because when it comes to like mental health and things like that, honestly, they don't really know what they're doing, because we don't understand the brain. Like, just we don't have the technology. Medicine is not advanced enough to understand the brain. The brain is so complex, and so you end up with cases where people are able to get out of it and like defeat their depression or whatever, and with others it just gets way worse, unfortunately. And I really hope people can be strong and get the help they need. That's very important. This is another reason why. Sorry, I know I'm going off on a tangent, but this is another reason why it's important to have things like social, universal health care. Free college is also good, but I'm talking about the social safety net for the society, because when you don't have that, you end up with people getting depressed. That's normal. It's not their fault. It's you have like those homeless cities in the United States, or as they call them, like there's basically so many homeless people that it's like a mini city. This is really awful. Like, this is an expression of the state's, of the government's failure to take care of its own people, and that's one expression of it. Another expression of it is like all these deaths from opioids and fentanyl, and People turn into drugs because of mental illness, not because they want to die or whatever. But my point is that, generally speaking, I think it really needs to be a strong social safety net. And when you have that, I suspect that you will have less crime and less suicides and less violence. It's not going to go to zero, but my hunch, right? I'm just speculating that those things, you could remedy them at least a bit, and even if it's a tiny bit, is still worth it. And of course, there are many other reasons for that. I don't know. What do you guys think? I think it would help, like in any society. I'm not just talking about the U.S. I mean, we were talking about the U.S. as an example, but generally speaking, we have a strong a social safety net where the government actually takes care of its people, no matter what. They lose their job, they got depression, whatever it is. I think you will have less crime, less violence, less murders, and less suicides, right? Just
JC said something very, very, very important in the chat. Says, and lack of community. These guys are always loners. This is so important. You know, I'm going to tell you something, because I'm half Syrian and half English, so I know both sides. And when I compare the West to how it is in Syria, there's no community. Everyone lives alone in a fucking apartment with their dog or their cat, and they just never speak to anyone. And like, that's not how it goes, man. I'm not saying it's like bad or something to have a dog and live in an apartment. I'm just saying that there's a lack of community. I'm sorry, you can't tell me no. I know better than anyone because I'm from both sides. You know what I'm saying? So I can compare from firsthand experience, and I think other people will confirm that. You don't even have to be, from anywhere. Just by going there, you would see that it's different. And in Syria, you have very strong community, very, very, very strong community. Like, everybody it's almost like, how can I explain it? You know, when you have a village and like everybody knows everybody because it's so tiny. Same thing, but in a city. Like, that's how strong it is. That even in the city, it's like that. You know who lives there? Oh, that guy's our neighbor. They come down, drink coffee, all sorts of things. Right? It's that's the way it is. And I think anybody who's experienced both sides can say the same thing, right? So I'm not saying that's the only factor, but it's a good factor. It's an important factor to have like a strong sense of community. And sometimes it's like, it's not people's fault. It's just something that I realized. But yeah. Black Cat says, a firearm saved my life as a child. When an armed intruder tried to rob us, my father shot him in the foot. Cops arrived 45 minutes later. Second Amendment all day. Well, yeah, in that instance, having a gun to protect yourself in your home, that can be very, very useful. There are certain countries like in Europe where you constitutionally you are allowed to own a gun, and you can say the reason is self-defense, and you can't carry it on you, but you can use it at home. And I think that's sensible, honestly. But again, you have to keep it in a safe and the bullet separate to avoid, anybody breaking into your safe and then having it, or hypothetically. But yeah, that's good. That can be very helpful in that situation. So I mean, the thing is, it's limited, right? You won't be able to buy. There are different classifications. Like shotguns are their own thing, rifles are their own thing. Then handguns, pistols, and so on. I think you can have two usually. They have limits on how much you can have of each thing. Yes, you cannot carry it on you. That's the big difference, right? In between the United States and Europe. In the United States, you have people that are. There's something so important I wanted to say. I'm going to say it now, but in the United States, you have many states where you can carry a weapon on you without a license. It's just like, that's the law. I mean, I don't know. I don't think that the gun control thing. I wanted to say something very important. Like, hear me out. In the United States, the Black Panthers, right? So what they would do is they would drive around in cars and basically monitor the police. They would watch how the police are treating other black people, whether they're abusing them, and they wouldn't like interfere with the police, but they would like stand 50 meters away with their guns open carry, so you can see they have the guns, like just watching them, like nothing else. Not even close, but just close enough so the cops can see them, and that was enough for the Americans to get gun control passed. Like, that was the only time where they were like, oh, these black people over here are using guns, we can't have that. No. Very interesting, right? So suddenly the Republicans, everybody, they love gun control. Really funny. God, the hypocrisy is something else, man, really. Anyway, let's continue, guys. Actually, speaking of gun control, I think this is slightly related, because Lebanon is like, dude, everybody has a gun in Lebanon. Actually, I should say guns, like plural. Let's continue. So, okay, just a moment, and
We'll be right on it, my fellow. Have you guys seen that movie with well, I'll ask you in a second. Just give me one second, guys. 1 second, please. I like to pull up a bunch of graphics and shit for you and make it nice and sexy. Right? I love visuals. So in any case, I wonder when that picture was taken. 2020. I don't know. Anyway, so man, this is crazy. This is crazy, really. I can't count the number of times the Israelis have attacked the UN. Like, it's unreal. Sorry, just give me a moment. I'm preparing something nice for you because I wanted to do this segment and then it was a few days old and I was like, is it still worth doing it? I was like, yeah, hell yeah. Of course it's worth doing it. Okay, so okay. Righty. Basically, what I want to tell you about is the anniversary of the liberation of Lebanon, and this is so important because it's related to guns, as we were just talking about, and it's related to current foreign policy and everything really, and it's quite crazy. So, okay. I think it should be okay, right? Yeah. You can see that map. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to find a very important video, but okay. I got it. Okay. Okay, let's do this guy. Okay. Yeah, so I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about Lebanon's liberation from Israeli occupation. So the anniversary was just a few days ago on May 25th, and the Israelis basically occupied Lebanon for a very, very, very long time. And I wanted to show you this on a map so you could maybe see. It's funny because these maps are all from that time, but they're too tiny because they didn't have big graphics back then. Christ, you think you could get a simple map of like showing occupied Lebanon? No, well, apparently not. In any case, hold on a second. Bloody hell. This is not fair, man. خلصونا بقى. خلصونا. Ok, on va recommencer. On fait à nouveau. Okay. So I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the liberation of Lebanon. The anniversary was just a few days ago on May 25th, and basically the Lebanese they celebrate their liberation of the Israeli occupiers, especially in South Lebanon, and this happened in the year 2000, right, on May 25th. And here's a pop quiz. Who do you think liberated South Lebanon? Was it the United Nations? Was it the Lebanese army? Who do you think liberated South Lebanon? Take a guess. Here's the map for you to see. There you go. Hezbollah, exactly. So you guys already know, and that's why the Israelis hate Hezbollah and call them a terrorist organization, because they kick their asses, quite simply. And again, the irony here is that Hezbollah only exists because Israel invaded South Lebanon. If you listen to the media, they would have you thinking that Hezbollah is a group that was formed just to hate Jews, right? Completely ridiculous. Israel invaded Lebanon, and that's why Hezbollah was created as a resistance group. And here is again, here's the map. You can see that they called it a security zone, right? So that's always funny the way they name these things. And I want to show you just quickly. This is where's the video that I'm looking for? Bloody hell. Here we go. This is Nasrallah's victory speech. Okay, we're not going to watch all of it, but he made an important point about Israel and what he called them.
هذا النصر نقدمه لشعبنا المظلوم في فلسطين المحتلة.
Do you see the first thing he said was Palestine? The first thing he said was about Palestine. That is what we all have in common, right? With Iran, Syria, Lebanon, the liberation of Palestine. That's always at the top of the agenda.
ولشعوب أمتنا العربية والإسلامية. ومن هنا من بنت جبيل المحررة أخاطب شعب فلسطين المظلوم المعذب المضطهد. يا شعبنا في فلسطين، مصيرك بيدك، مصيرك بيدك. أرضك تستطيع أن تستعيدها بإرادتك، بخيار عز الدين القسام، بدماء فتح الشقاقي ويحيى عياش. يمكنك أن تستعيد أرضك دون أن يمن عليك هذا الصهيوني بزاروب هنا أو قرية هناك.
Amen. Exactly. Like, who do these Israelis think they are? They just come from Ukraine and from, Australia, wherever, and they get to decide like whether you can have a tiny piece of your own land. Who the hell are you? Like the fucking arrogance of these people, really. And it's not like they're just telling you that they're doing it with guns, right? With bulldozers. The full support of the West.
يمكنكم أن تعيدوا أهلكم إلى ديارهم بفخر واعتزاز دون توسل لأحد. أنتم تستطيعون أن تستعيدوا أرضكم وحقوقكم المشروعة حتى ولو تخلى عنكم كل العالم. دعوا هذه الأدلة والحجج جانبا. إن طريق فلسطين يا شعب فلسطين، إن طريقكم إلى الحرية هو طريق المقاومة والانتفاضة، المقاومة الجادة والانتفاضة الحقيقية. ليس الانتفاضة في إطار أوسلو وليس الانتفاضة في خدمة المفاوض المتنازل في ستوكهولم. الانتفاضة والمقاومة الذي لا ترضى إلا.
This is so important. Do you see what he's saying? Because the Oslo Accords, for those of you who are who don't know, it was basically, you know, the first real peace talks between the Palestinians and the Israelis, and as the name implies, they were they took place in Oslo, and the Americans, you know, they pushed for it and so on. And really, what happened is they just, fractured the West Bank even further, and kind of, you know, delegated the occupation to the PA, and it gave Palestinians nothing. Palestinians have no more land than they did before. They don't even have a state. It was a complete con, right? It was a trick. It was a scam. And Nasrallah is saying, screw your accords, and, you know, some foreigners deciding what you can have from your own land, or what we can have. We are on the path of real liberation.
بالحق كاملا كما في لبنان كل لبنان يرفض أن يبقى جزء بسيط من أرضه تحت الاحتلال. هذا النموذج اللبناني الراقي نقدمه لشعبنا في فلسطين. نعم أنتم
So just to continue, he says in the video that Israel is weaker than a spider's web. That's a very famous quote, right? Israel is weaker than a spider's web. So again, just going back to the map to South Lebanon, this is very important, right? This is what Israel was occupying, and you know, they really made the Lebanese suffer. They used even some Lebanese militias against Lebanon and against the Palestinians. For example, there's a infamous massacre that took place, which was the Sabra and Shatila massacre, right? So basically, what they did is this Lebanese militia went into a Palestinian refugee camp and massacred everybody, and the Israelis knew, and they let them. And this is of course the Lebanese forces which are working with the Israelis. You know, in Lebanon, this is funny because the Lebanese forces and the Kataib, they say they're Christian, right? I'm sorry, man. Going into a camp and executing civilians, Palestinian refugees, that doesn't really sound very Christian, right? They pretend to be Christian, but they're actually disgusting collaborators. These Lebanese Christians are the only ones that collaborated with the Israelis, right? So they really just disgusting behavior, and they give a bad name to the they give Arab Christians a bad rap and a bad reputation by doing that. Because let me tell you something, man. Most Arabs, Christian, Jewish, Muslim, would never do what they did, ever. This disgusting behavior, collaborating with the enemy, with the occupier, massacring Palestinians, horrific stuff. So there's nothing Christian about them. Let me tell you that, right? And just to give you the figures, the deaths range from 460 to 3,500. I'm assuming it's the Israelis and you know, their lapdogs, the Lebanese forces, who say it's 460, as if 460 is acceptable. Can you imagine 460 people murdered for no reason? It's a refugee camp. Do you understand? I can't even show you a picture because it's so graphic. And if you guys have seen that movie with Christopher Walken, what's his name again? I forgot the name of the movie, but he's basically a reporter, and he witnesses this massacre. Really, you know, Really horrible stuff. So I just want to tell you this because you have to understand how brutal the occupation was. And yeah, so my parents worked in UNIFIL. UNIFIL is the UN mission, the peacekeeping mission. So peacekeeping and observer mission that was right there, because of Israel's invasion. So, this is the kind of stuff that Israel did. Here's an article from, this is from the year, from 1999. So Kofi Annan, the UN Secretary General, condemned the shelling of UN peacekeeping base by Israeli-backed forces in South Lebanon. Right? The United Nations said that Finnish troops narrowly escaped with their lives after 2 shells directly hit a post occupied by the UN. So there you go. UNIFIL is the mission. I mean, this is what they do, right? They always attack civilians. They attack the United Nations multiple times. They've even killed people from the UN. They've killed UN peacekeepers. They've bombed UN schools. And then the Israelis, right? They say, "Oh, it was an accident." They even have the stones to say, "Oh, but we saw, a terrorist next to your post." What? That still doesn't give you the right to bomb it. It's the UN. They have no respect, man. I'm telling you this because you can go and see for yourself. But my parents, who were literally there, told me the same thing, and they saw how the Israelis are and how much contempt and disregard they have for everybody, right? Everybody who gets in their way, which for them includes the UN. Even they this animosity towards the UN. The Israelis really think they're superior to everybody. They really think they can get away with anything. It's disgusting, and I want to show you this. I want to show you just one thing because the Israelis pulled out, right? There's still a tiny chunk. There's still a tiny chunk that's under occupation. It's Sheba Farms. Nobody wants it. Look. There's a tiny chunk here, Sheba Farms. I mean, it's kind of like, how can I explain this? It's kind of disputed between the Syrians and the Lebanese, but not really. I think the Syria was kind of just fed up with it, and they gave it to Lebanon. I don't remember the story, but this is the only tiny piece in Lebanon that is currently occupied. But I mean, it's not as critical as the rest of South Lebanon, right? And I want to explain something. As a result of the Israelis invading Lebanon, South Lebanon, the Bekaa Valley, this is where you have the heartland of Hezbollah and the resistance. And back then, Hezbollah, its aim was to liberate Palestine. To liberate Lebanon. But as you can see, the first thing he does during the victory speech after they kicked out the Israelis is he mentions Palestine. So you see that this is like the true Arab resistance, right? It's not just about your own land. Even if tomorrow morning the Golan Heights are liberated, we still got to go get Palestine out, the Israelis out of Palestine. Do you understand? This is what I love, is this unity between all the Arabs, not the governments. Forget the governments. Forget these kings and whatever oil princes in the Gulf. Forget them. Look at the people. And the irony is that, again, Hezbollah would not exist if the Israelis had not invaded. And one thing that's so crucial is that you have to understand, Iran has its Islamic Revolution in 1979, okay? And then it actually helped to create Hezbollah. And now when they talk about Iran, they say, oh, it's proxy groups. It's not a proxy group. It's a Lebanese group that is receiving support from Iran. Let me be very clear again. Iran is not using Hezbollah to fight Israel. Hezbollah is liberating its own land, and it did. It liberated it with the money and the help and the weapons from Iran. It's not a proxy. No one is interested in using it against Israel. It's about liberating the Arab homeland. And I want to remind you, man, in 2006. Whoa. In 2006, I don't even know, man. I feel like that was even more embarrassing. They were so surprised by Hezbollah, and they were basically on the run. They didn't even know what hit them. But I'll get to that in a second. I just want to show you. Do we have any? Do we have any good videos over here? Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Here, Hadi was very kind enough to post one on Twitter. Let's see what we got. So this is the moment Lebanese citizens stormed a notorious Israeli detention center amid the Zionists' humiliating retreat to free their loved ones. Right? Man. My goodness. That's great. That's really great. You know, the Israelis, they use something called administrative detention. I am not talking just about this, but it's basically from the British, when the British were occupying Palestine. Like, they can keep you in jail. You're not allowed to know for what reason, what you're being charged with. Neither is your lawyer, and they can renew it every 6 months indefinitely. So, like, you got people that have been in jail, and they don't even know why. Seriously, I'm not joking. They're not allowed to know why, because it's classified. Like, this is so abusive, you know, and psychological torture. Let me see what else we got over here.
هذه الأرض
Let's take a
ستهب
look.
غدا رياح التحرير والتوحيد والتغيير على الوطن بأسره.
It's good, man. It's nice to see people, you know, liberate their homeland. It's really good. It's really good. Alhamdulillah. But, you know, what the Israelis don't like is that all these resistance groups that sprouted up are working together, right? They're stronger today than ever before. And something that you should keep in mind is the mentality. And I want to show you something right now that's really going to open your eyes about something. Please listen to the difference. Listen to the difference between the Lebanese and the Israelis. So this is from a tiny documentary from Journeyman Pictures, right? It's released in 1997, so this is 3 years before Lebanon was liberated. Please listen to how the Lebanese described losing their husbands in battle, and how the Israelis or talk about their loved ones or their family losing their lives. Pay attention. This is so important. You will understand everything.
And run by Hezbollah. As the wife of a martyr, she pays no school fees. Here, 10-year-old Mariam Rua knows she is a special child, the daughter of a martyr.
كان يلعبنا ويطلعنا على ظهره ويحطنا على اللمبة يعلقنا بالحديدات ويمرجحنا.
هاي تقسيمات الورد أول شيء، وعندنا الخطوط اللي بتيجي من هون اللي هي خطوط وهمية. أول شيء بدي أعلمه يعني.
Hold on, where was the clip I was trying to show you? It's around here somewhere. Give me a second. Sorry, man. Oh, here it was. Yep.
Nearly 2 hours drive north, if only you could drive it. Another cemetery, this one in Lebanon. Mohammed took his father's name because he was born on the day his father died. The day last year, Mohammed Mrua, father of 6, told his wife he had work to do, took his Hezbollah weapons and joined a daring raid on an Israeli position inside the security zone.
زوجي كان من الناس الأبيين الشرفاء اللي بخافوا على الوطن. كان من الناس اللي ما شدوا للدنيا لا بيت ولا زوجي ولا أولاد مقابل إنه يخلص من إسرائيل.
Here, among the headstones of Lebanon's martyrs, some call them terrorists, death, for all its sadness, is a triumph.
بحب أقول إنه نحن كشعب عام بأيد حزب الله إله نصر إله فخر بأنه مستمر مع حزب الله، لأنه الشهيد بحزب الله هو حي، وعائلة الشهيد هي عائلة عايشة حياة سعيدة حياة مرتاحة.
Did you hear that? Did you hear what she said? Right? She said the family of a martyr is a happy family and lives in comfort. Now let me show you the Israelis. Okay? Take a look here.
Of their parents to concern about them.
ולא לימור לבלת היא זו שתגיד לי אם לדאוג או לצעוק או לכבוד את דעתי. אנחנו היינו כל הזמן אותם האימהות שסבלנו בשקט. הגיע הזמן להוריד את המחסום. לצאת לרחוב ולצעוק בכל הכוח. וזאת הזכות שלנו.
Tonight, the increasingly vocal and growing protest movement against the security zone meets at the Tel Aviv home of Linda and Sam Ben-Zvi, whose son has just finished serving in southern Lebanon. Tens of thousands of Israelis, including several key cabinet ministers, now want their country to withdraw.
But we no longer want to be put in the position where we have to send our sons off to a meaningless war.
See that? See the difference? That's because this is not their land. The fight is not worth it. Do you see the lack of conviction? They don't have the same conviction as a Palestinian, a Syrian, a Lebanese. This is our land. We will die for it. And we are happy to die for it. And our family it celebrates us, right? Our family celebrates us. The Israelis like, oh no, our sons. Yeah, because it's not your land. That's fucking why. You're not ready to die for it. Because you're a colonizer. That's why. You see the difference? Christian, Muslim, it makes no difference. This is the same thing. This is our land. And we will die for it. And we're happy to die for it. And our family's happy for us to die for it. Proud of us to be martyred. That's the difference. And the Israelis are, they're just pussies, for frankly put. I mean, they think they're superior to everyone. And when push comes to shove, they don't make the cut. Because they know deep down, it's not their land. It's not worth it. Remember that. This is very important. So, this is why, this is when Hezbollah liberated South Lebanon. And, at the end of the civil war in Lebanon, because during the occupation, you also had, a disastrous civil war in Lebanon. And they made an agreement, all of these various parties, that, we don't prosecute or punish anybody for our previous crimes. We wipe the slate clean and move forward. That was the agreement between all of them, Hezbollah, Kataib, everyone. So that means the Christian militias who massacred the Palestinians in the refugee camp, they got immunity basically. But the idea was like, we need to rebuild Lebanon, so we're all going to come together. We don't prosecute each other. We don't punish each other. Let's move forward. Wipe the slate clean. Now, what does that mean? That means you got people like Samir Jaja, in politics, right? You got people that collaborated with Israel in running in Lebanese politics, working in Lebanese politics. Disgusting, really, zero shame. And at the end of the day, they really, dodin, right? They're dying inside and burning inside because they are not the ones who liberated South Lebanon. Hezbollah did. And there's nothing they can do about it. And this big, tough Israel that everyone thought, can't be defeated, Hezbollah defeated them. Again, this is another lesson. You cannot win on someone else's home turf. If you go to Afghanistan, you're not going to win. It's not your country. You go to Vietnam, you're not going to win. It's not your country. You go here, you're not going to win. It's not your country. You might make small gains. Ultimately, you're not going to win. It's not your country. It's not your home turf. You don't know the land like they do. That's why Hezbollah dig fucking tunnels in the ground and come up all of a sudden. What I'm trying to say here is that whether it's Hezbollah or anyone else, because you shouldn't think like the media wants you to, that this is like it's a bunch of Islamic extremists, blah blah. That's complete bullshit. That's complete utter nonsense, and we don't think like that. In Europe and the United States, maybe you think like that, right? But we don't think like that. For us, this is national, right? It's a nationalist issue. And remember, when you say nationalist in this sense, it has a connotation, a good connotation. It means kicking a colonizer out, right? Not nationalism like white supremacy or some bullshit. It's completely different meaning. So, at the end of the day, they all hate Hezbollah because Hezbollah is the one that's actually doing something for people. Hezbollah brought in the oil last year. You remember with Iran? They brought in the oil. No one dared to stop them. Hezbollah, he makes a speech, and he says, if you dare touch this ship, what'll happen. And we were talking about the oil tanker wars earlier, right? So it's not something uncommon. But seriously, I want to be clear, like, when Nasrallah gives a speech, it's funny because everybody tunes in. I'm telling you, everybody, Muslim, Christian, everybody tunes in, man. I know this. And in 2006, the Israelis were so surprised. They did not anticipate Hezbollah having such advanced weaponry. Do you know what they did to one of their ships? Here, take a look. Oh, I've never seen this footage. Apparently, this is new footage that was released in 2019 about the thing in 2006. Take a look. Hold on, let me play it for you. Can you see that? Air Force and everything. So to have a militia that has no navy and no air force and nothing, put one of your ships out of action, that is so humiliating. Really, that is really humiliating and surprising. Really caught them off guard. It's just one of the things. But that was very brutal in 2006. I mean, I remember because I was in Damascus. Damascus is like 2 hours away, right? And for like 34 days, this war went on in July, August. And the Israelis were bombing Beirut and bombing civilian infrastructure. We're really just bastards, And that tells you one thing, because they claim that Hezbollah and all of these terrorists are in South Lebanon. Okay, so why the fuck are you bombing the capital? Why are you bombing Beirut? They always find some excuse, to justify their terrorism. This is what you have to. This is what we have to get, man. The real terrorists are the colonizers, who come and occupy and kill, and then they have the gall to play the victim. So for me, this is really, it's really something crazy. It's really crazy to me. Let me just find some more of that. More footage from that ship. Just give me a moment, okay? It's funny. I remember a lot of things from when I was young. I don't remember, however, the liberation of Lebanon. I don't really remember seeing it on the news or something like that. I don't know. It's weird. Anyway,
was patrolling in
So here's the ship that we're talking about, the Israeli. That's the Israeli ship that we're talking about. I don't know if you can actually see the missile hit anywhere. I don't really know. This is brand new footage. I mean, it was put out in 2019, but it's from 2006, right? In any case, I mean, regardless, like what the footage shows you, again, the whole point is that you got guys that are coming out of tunnels in the ground, you know, that are a militia, that are, you know, they have no navy, they have no air force, they have no tanks, and yet they're putting Israeli ships out of action. That is humiliating, really. Remember, Hezbollah is not even like the official Lebanese army. It's just a militia and a political party. But again, very important to understand the distinction. Hezbollah has a political wing, a political party, and an armed wing. Those are two different things. So, for example, you could join you could vote for Hezbollah in the elections, and so on. But Hamas also has a political wing and a armed wing, and there's obviously a very, very clear difference between the two. But you know, what the Israelis have managed to do is convince the Europeans and you know, to go and ban even the political wing. So what does that mean? That means anyone who's flying a Hezbollah flag, oh, you're a terrorist, blah blah blah. Oh, you're a member of Hezbollah, you're a terrorist, and so on, right? So it's kind of like, let's demonize them in every way possible. I don't really see much here. I think these are the weapons that they used against the... Yeah, these must be the rockets, but you can't really see much. Ah, there we go. Very nice. I like control panels. Especially I'm wearing my spacesuit right now, so it's very fitting. We're ready to launch. All right. Well, where's the ship, man? I don't see nothing. Wow. All right, I'm just going to fast forward a little. What's that? Oh, there you go. Can't really see anything. But anyway, the point was that this is new footage, and for me, what I wanted to do is actually show you the damage from it, but it doesn't really show it here. Give me a second. I need damage. I think the Israelis maybe... is that it? Fucking hell. Wow. It's like a shark took a bite out of it. Is that really it? No, it's I'm not sure what's because the Israelis, they have I'm pretty sure they wouldn't want many pictures being released because it basically makes them look stupid and makes Hezbollah look good. So I don't know if they've released many pictures, but here this one seems to be, yeah. Anyway, just going back to Lebanon in general, the thing is that in 2006, after this, Israel has never conducted an airstrike on Lebanon ever since. I think there was one few months ago, and I can't remember what it was. I think they were trying to go to Syria or something. I'll say this though: the Israelis are violating Lebanese airspace all the time. So they go and bomb Syria every second week, right? And in order to do that, they fly through Lebanese airspace, which is of course a violation. I mean, look, man, if you flew a toy drone in Israeli airspace, they'd put you in a fucking prison, right? And interrogate you for like, okay, yeah. The double standard is crazy. Like they're allowed to go into other people's airspace like it's a fucking backyard. Like, oh yeah, just stroll through it. But dare someone do that to them? Oh no, heaven forbid. Heaven forbid, right? You can't do that. Israel is superior, and everybody shut the fuck up. They're really, the arrogance is really disgusting. So in any case, you can see the difference here, right? They had all of this, and now, I mean, they have just what is it? A tiny bit of Sheba farms, but Syria is still under occupation. You can see this tiny piece here. I say tiny because on the screen it's tiny. Trust me, the Golan Heights are not tiny. But really, let's be honest, guys. Let's be honest with ourselves. Why are we bickering over tiny pieces, and this part is that, and this part. All of Palestine is being occupied by Israel. All of it, not just the West Bank, all of it. Do you understand? And we're not having it, man. The Romans, they came to the Middle East. They thought they can own it and colonize it. The Greeks, the Ottomans, all of these people came through. The French, the British, they all thought like, oh yeah, we're the big tough guys now. This is ours. And in the end, they get kicked the fuck out because you cannot hold on to it. It's not your land, right? All of them, from the Romans to the British, they will be kicked out. The Israelis are no different. The irony is that they have somewhere to go. Why, and Palestinians have nowhere to go, and they're not going nowhere. All right, they're not going anywhere. Get used to it. And my greatest wish is that I'm alive to see Palestine liberated, and Syria, the Golan Heights liberated. That's my dream. I hope I live to see that, inshallah, ya Rab. Inshallah. So, again, I kind of showed you this to make you understand what the situation is in Lebanon today, and what happened, and what Hezbollah is, because the official narrative in the West is that this is just a terrorist group. Oh, look, it's some bearded guys who are, proxies of Iran. Shut the fuck up, man. Seriously. They're so afraid of them, right? They're so humiliated that they got kicked out. And this is what they resort to. It's just blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, they got removed and kicked out, the colonizers. And, again, you can... I'm telling you this. Buy an airplane ticket right now. Go to Syria, and ask someone in the street. I say Syria because I'm Syrian. I'm speaking for Syria. Ask anyone in the street. What do you think? Christian or Muslim, right? What do you think of Hezbollah? What do you think of Nasrallah? Chances are, the most people will tell you they love him. And you'll see people hanging pictures of the president, pictures of Nasrallah, and no one forcing them to do that, right? It's because they want to. And I think this is important to understand, that there's popular support. And it's multi-religious and multi-ethnic. That's the point that I'm trying to get across. And no one can tell me otherwise, because I've fucking seen it and lived it and I know it. So you not telling me otherwise, I don't care. So, wait, there's one more thing I wanted to add. Yes, you can look at this picture here. You see the UN, that's an APC, armored personnel carrier. So, yeah, UNIFIL, that's the mission. Right? And, it was created because of, because of the invasion, and it's the United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon. So my parents were both in that, and my mother, I remember she told me a story. I hope I want to interview her, right? That's going to be like a 5-hour interview. I have so many questions. I know most of these things, but I want her to say them again, and they're very interesting. And yeah, my mom was also a fan of the show. Big mama. So my mother told me a story once that I don't know, she had to leave and then for something, and then come back, and on the way back they had to put her in a helicopter, right, to get her to the UN base, because this territory, all the way, let me show you, hold on. You can't go there, man. It's back then, you had like checkpoints all across the road, all across the way, various militias, you can't, it's so dangerous. So basically, I'm trying to show you this on a map. Give me 1 second. Well, anyway, I mean, the point is, like, they would fly her all the way over the the valley, because going by car is just too risky. And even the UN, like they don't there's a good chance that you will cross people who really just don't care that you're UN, and they'll still cause you harm. So yeah, very, very like volatile times back then. Very, very volatile. And my mother will tell the story better. I'll leave it to her. But yeah, seriously, extremely crazy, violent times, and like a Wild West, like the Wild West, really. So right now, this is the situation. Oh, by the way, do you know why they invaded South Lebanon? Because I thought this might be obvious, but I didn't. I didn't even mention it. Right. So the whole reason that they came in at the start. So this is again 1982, 85. They come in because they wanted to get rid of the Palestinians, right? And basically they were saying that, oh well, the Palestinians are launching attacks on us from this area, and you're harboring them, and we need to come in and create a security zone. Does that sound familiar to you? It sounds very familiar to what Erdogan is saying now. Oh, the PKK are launching attacks on us. We have to come in and create this. I'm not comparing him to Israel. They're way worse. But again, you hear, you can't deny there's similarity between the arguments. Anyway, so that's the reason, right? And what they ended up doing is creating Hezbollah, which is fighting for Palestinian liberation and helping in that regard. And of course, Hamas also was. Also emerged in the 80s. And if you look at every member of the Axis resistance, I mean, they're more or less stronger than they were before. Syria, of course, has been weakened by this terrible onslaught. But, Hezbollah is stronger than ever before. Hamas is stronger than ever before. Iran is stronger than ever before. And I think it's important to understand the Islamic Revolution in Iran, how big the ripple effect was, right? Because if the Islamic Revolution in Iran had not succeeded, there would be no Hezbollah, right? Lebanon might still be under Israeli occupation, right? So what I think this is very important, because the Iranians, they don't support these groups because they're proxies. They support them because they're oppressed, and they want to help them achieve national liberation. That's what it's about. On the contrary, like, the Iranians don't get anything out of this. They're sticking their necks out. For what? Tell me for what? They if anything, Iran is like, literally isolated and sanctioned because it supports the resistance in Palestine, in Lebanon, in Syria. That's what you always read in the papers. That's what I always read to you when they say, oh yeah, Iran's, malign activities in the region and support for proxy terrorists. That's their bullshit lingo to say that Iran is supporting resistance movements. That's what it's about. You understand? Now, is Iran perfect? Is Syria perfect? Is Hezbollah perfect? Is Hamas? No one is saying that. You don't even have to agree with any of their politics. But I'm just explaining the history to you. Do you understand? So this is the history of what happened and why it happened. And it's ironic because as a result, the resistance against Israel became stronger, right? So obviously, only time will tell what happens. But given the extensive history in this region, I mean, this is literally the cradle of civilization. The city that I was born in, Damascus, is the oldest continuously inhabited city on earth. Can you imagine? There are cities that have come and gone, and new cities that are just starting out. Damascus has been there for thousands of years, man. So the lesson is that there are many occupiers, right? There are many civilizations, there are many armies, there are many conquerors who come through, but they never last. They never last. They always leave in the end, and that's just the way it is. Whether it's the Ottomans, whether it's the British, the French, the Greeks, the Romans, they all fail at the end and they all leave. And that's kind of the bittersweet beauty in Syria, is that you have so many ruins,
right? Roman, Hellenistic, and so on. It's kind of the bittersweet aspect of it, that we have a lot of nice ruins. Really, really a lot. And even in terms of religion, you know, in Syria, you go to Ma'lula, to Mar Sarkis, you're going to find that's one of the oldest Christian monasteries in the world. You know, Christianity spread to Europe from Syria and Palestine, literally, right? So this is the birthplace of Christianity. And of course, not to mention, you know, the whole region is not only the cradle of civilization, but Judaism, Islam, all the three main monotheistic religions come from this area. There's something special about it. That's why everybody tries to take it. Huh? Think about that. Every major empire always tries to take this land. And it's not about oil. People say, oh yeah, because there's oil. What, you tell me the Romans had fucking tanks and motorized vehicles? It's not about the oil. It's nothing to do with that. It's much bigger. It's much deeper than that. It's just the most strategic place on earth. It connects, you know, Europe with Asia, with Africa, and very something special about it. I don't know what it is, but in any case, I wanted to kind of just talk about what happened in Lebanon, because, you know, right now, what's the date? I can't see anything. It's the 28th, so I'm 3 days late. La tuakhzuni, you know, but 25th of May in the year 2000. Very important day, and I congratulate my Lebanese brothers and sisters. Inshallah in Harr Palestine, Jolan, Tahya al-Muqawmah. Let me see what you guys sent a bunch of super chats. Please give me a moment to go through them, because you guys are in the chat and they end up disappearing. So, Black Cats says Palestine needs the Second Amendment. That's a very important comment, because, you know, when we talk about getting rid of a colonizer, like, you know, Lebanon kicking out the Israelis. This is armed struggle. They had to do it using arms, and at the same time, I mean, I don't like war, and I don't like any of this destruction. But, you know, someone is coming to kill you and take your home. They don't leave you a choice, and I think it's very important to recognize the difference, right? Because, you know, having a gun that you use to go shoot up a school is not the same thing as having a gun to kick out someone who's invading your country, right? And not just invading, occupying, staying there for decades, which is what the Israelis have done in Syria, done in Palestine, done in Lebanon, who want to uproot you. Do you understand the meaning of this? They're not just coming because of some political agenda. They want to take your land and kick you out, right? This is very crucial. And so there's a huge difference between those two. But I don't like violence. I don't condone violence. And I really hate war. But, you know, when it comes to being invaded by, like I told you, by someone who wants to uproot you, sorry, what choice do you leave the people there? What choice do you leave the people in Lebanon, in Syria, and Palestine? It's a big difference, big difference. Let me continue reading your comments, yeah? And those of you who've just tuned in, please hit the like button. It really helps, and I greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much. So, Ash says anti-trolled guided munition. Yes, we need it. Jazz says anti-troll fund. I feel like I'm laughing at some insider joke that I didn't understand. It's okay. I'll digest that in a minute. So, Black Cat says, I'm from Texas and just wanted to let you know that it's pronounced Uvalde. Dang it. I asked everybody in the chat at the beginning so I don't miss it up. But thank you, Black Cats. I appreciate it. Also, a correction, the shooter's grandma is still alive miraculously. So he did shoot her, but she survived. Oh, man. That's good. That's good. But I can't imagine what she's feeling right now. That's just, oh, my goodness. Thank God she's alive, though. Thank you for that. I I didn't see that. There's so much information to take in about this one topic. You end up missing some tiny details, but it's very, very big. So thank you, Black Cats. And Black Cat says, oh yeah, I read that already. With the armed intruder, that's good. And American Autopsy says, Richard with the drip. I see you, bro. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Jason says, much love from Oklahoma. Thanks for what you do. Much love to you and Oklahoma. I appreciate that. And we have one here from Black Phil says, the mainstream media coverage of Ukraine mess and the school shootings should tell everyone how psychopaths and evil they really are. I mean, look, man, you're preaching to the choir. you're preaching to the choir. I don't know if you guys would agree with me, but I feel like they've toned it down, but in the past, they used to like glorify these shooters, right? Do you guys remember this? They would glorify them in some kind of like sick way and help promote them. I don't know. I feel like maybe they've toned that down a bit, but I'm not sure. But that's really disgusting. And, Yusef says, even a lot of Iranian people are not a big fan of the support, so the government is not doing it to please the constituents. So you mean a lot of people in Iran do not support, we're going to say support twice. You're telling me that a lot of people in Iran do not support Iran's support for Hezbollah and Syria and so on? Well, look, hey man, I mean, obviously, in every country, you're going to have people who disagree. But are you telling me it's the majority? I don't know if it will be the majority. I don't know. But I understand. Obviously, there are people in every country that you're not going to agree with. Look at Syria, man. That's so heartbreaking. I feel like they poisoned the well and broke the social fabric. It really makes me sad. It really makes me sad because again, man, like we're not going to fucking bullshit each other. No one's saying Syria was perfect. It was far from perfect. But it was stable and it was getting a bit better in terms of infrastructure. Like I saw that myself. I know that myself. And it was a peaceful life, man. What the fuck? Like what the fuck did this so-called revolution bring to Syria? Look at the situation. Look at Libya. If that's your fucking democracy, then go away. No one wants it. It's ridiculous. I'm not talking to you, by the way, Google. Sorry, I just got carried off on a rant, but yeah. Jazz says love from Israeli prison. I'm not quite sure what that means. Are you in an Israeli prison? Nebula says, Jazz, do you care to elaborate? The quantum alchemist says Syria and Libya were stable and prosperous before. Look at it now. Exactly. That's what we're talking about. Again, it doesn't mean they're perfect. They don't, I think most people would value stability and peace over all the other things that the West want. Like this is kind of arrogant in a way, and really like, the West trying to impose its so-called values and system on others. Like, oh, you need to be a democracy. You need to do this and that. Oh, okay, hold on a second. First of all, are you a democracy? And what is your definition of a democracy? So I'm serious. What is your definition of that? Because if your definition of democracy is the will of the people, well, I have very bad news for you. Because most Syrians want Bashar al-Assad. So, fuck off. And of course, their idea of democracy is getting access to your resources and letting American or Western corporations expand into your market and take over your market and getting you like basically hooked into their financial institutions in the West. They want to absorb you. That's what they mean. Also, don't forget, they wanted to basically make sure that Syria is kind of neutralized as a threat to Israel. Although that sounds ridiculous because Israel is occupying Syria. So obviously Israel is the threat, not the other way around. But whatever. I'm talking like in their point of view, that was part of it. That's a good comment. This is from Quentin. Says, they say democracy, they think capitalism. You got it. Bingo. Bingo. And Lou says, of course they decide what is good for us. Yeah, again, like some guy in number 10 Downing Street thinks he knows better what Syrians want. There's a question here from Haiti. Says, Richard, are there Palestinian Jews? This is a real question. Of course there are Palestinian Jews. Dude, Judaism comes from this area, from Palestine. Of course you have Palestinian Jews. If I'm not mistaken, you know how the Israelis are trying to kick out these Palestinian families from Sheikh Jarrah, from this neighborhood in East Jerusalem. I think one of the families, it's about a dozen families or 2,000 families. One of the families, the couple, the wife is Jewish. So again, you see, like they don't give a fuck. It's just like, get out of our way. Even if you're Jewish, you know, they want to uproot Palestinians. It's really awful. Don't quote me on that though, because I want to look it up again. Sometimes something seems so like crazy to me that I think I misunderstood, and usually I didn't misunderstand. It's just nuts. But yeah, of course you have Palestinian Jews. You got Palestinian Christians and Muslims. Of course, you got Jews in Iraq, Jews in Syria. There's a Jewish quarter in Damascus, and Egypt also. I think in Egypt though there was I think the Jews in Egypt were kicked out, right? If I'm not mistaken, because there was this whole tension with Israel, and I think that's wrong. I don't think that's okay. But yeah, you know, the Israelis at the same time, they want more Jews to come to occupy Palestine so they can legitimize the occupation, right? Because right now there are more Palestinians than Israeli colonizers. You know why? Because it's Palestine and it belongs to them. So the Israelis want more people to come, especially Jews. Like if you're a Jew from Australia, you just show up in Israel and they give you citizenship and you can live in a house that belongs to a Palestinian. Like what the fuck, right? They are a minority of colonizers, and they are like just treating the people on their own land like trash. I mean, just the fucking concept. You have a Palestinian refugee camp in Palestine. What? What does that even mean? Can you imagine like a French refugee camp in France for French people? What the fuck is that? I mean, just think of that term, like, and that reality. What the fuck? This is what happens, man. This is what happens when you uproot people, and they're gonna come with all sorts of fucking excuses, right? I'm just so I don't know. Look at this. Look at this comment. Oh my God, look at this comment. CashApp says, it's called a reservation in the West. Thank you. Exactly. In the United States and Canada and in North America, they kill all the natives and then put them in a reservation, which is maybe a nice way of saying a refugee camp. You can draw parallels, absolutely. Actually, the natives in the United States, they have ties with the Palestinians who tried to help them navigate the UN and all this stuff. There's a good interview. I think I posted it on the channel. It's from last year already. Man, time is really flying by. I'm trying. Give me 1 second. I'll get the link. This was with. Where's the link, man? Hold on, give me a second. Well, we talked about this there, and that was really good, but I just need to find the link for you. Sorry, give me a second. I see we got a couple more super chats, so I'm going to read them to you in a sec. This was with Nick Estes, and we talked about all of this. So definitely go check it out with Nick Estes. Anyway, sorry, I'm coming back to your super chats, guys. Give me a second. All right. Ash says, "What is your address? Jews want to send you pizza." I'm not sure what that means exactly, but Norfolk says, "I saw Blinken's tweet talking to Israel and how the U.S. commits man, this is a word salad. Sorry. Saw Blinken's tweet about talking to Israel PM and how the U.S. commitment to Israel is ironclad. Think that shows nothing will be done said by the United States for Shireen, disgraceful." Yeah, thank you, Norfolk, because you put it so eloquently. That really is kind of like a confirmation that they're not going to do anything, right? It's disgusting. Sammy, thank you for the tip. I appreciate it. And Ash says, "I think Richard is open carrying under his jacket." Maybe, you never know. Black Cat says, "Palestine needs the Second Amendment." Well, that's the thing, man. You know, that's the thing that I find funny, because the same people who you know advocate for the Second Amendment, like incessantly, right? They turn around and see Palestinians taking up arms to kick out the Israeli colonizer, and they call them terrorists. So, you know, basically in America, it's like, I want a gun to defend myself and my home, and if you set foot on my yard, I'll kill you. You know, you need to respect my home. And when Palestinians do that, they call them terrorists. And they actually fund the Israeli colonizer. And yeah, the double standards are fucking crazy, right? I'm not talking about everyone who like defends the Second Amendment. I'm talking about you know who I mean, the really like fanatic Republican NRA evangelical supporter of Israel. That's who I'm talking about, right? They're hypocrites. Ash says pizza equals bomb. Are you threatening to bomb my home? Is that what it is? It's not very nice of you. Thank you, Candace Strike, for the super sticker. And Marvin says the United States government is hijacked by elites, Zionist, PACs, APACs, think tanks, big pharma, fossil fuels, war complex. It does not work for the people. There you go. One sentence that really describes U.S. politics in... Sean says, come see that neoliberalism has done to the city of Detroit. Once called the arsenal of democracy, it's now a dying city. Yeah, I know what Detroit looks like, because I've always heard people. I haven't been there, but I always hear people, refer to it as like a war zone or something. I've seen pictures of it. It's awful. And again, that used to be the that used to be like the car making city, right? They destroyed it. And it's really heartbreaking. And the poverty, people are poverty stricken in a way that is unimaginable. And I think this is you see again how neoliberalism and neoconservatism, they're not only destroying homes overseas with sanctions, with war, but even their own citizens. And this is what's so crazy. If the U.S. empire at least gave its own people all the shit that it's stealing and the money it's making, like, you could kind of half understand it. It's not like that. No. These people only care about their friends and themselves. So it's a class issue, right? Again, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to see that. That's why for me, I said this, like, you and I and anyone, like, from any country, we have more in common than we do with our own leaders, right? So I have more in common with somebody from, El Salvador than I do with my own prime minister, right? A Russian has more in common with an American than he does with his own government, or the American has with his own government. It's a fact. There's such a divide, it's unbelievable. So that's why for me, when I see this, the destruction in Detroit that neoliberalism has brought, or I see today there's no baby formula and all that money is going to make bombs, that offends me, and I'm still angry, even though it's because it's not right. It's not right, and it's inhumane. So you feel me? So I'm still angry about that because they're hurting their own civilians, American civilians. They have no respect for anybody. No respect, no shame. Man, I don't know how the fuck, like, I could send 40 billion to weapons, and like I would be afraid of mobs coming, the next morning. What? No way, man. I mean, I wouldn't send it anyway in the first place, but like if I did, I don't know how these people can sleep at night, man. Jungle says, Richard, you really sound like a socialist, communist. Love from Russia. I'm not interested in these labels, man. I mean, I really, for me, it's I'm interested in having finding like a common ground, and just basic shit, man. Just finding the humanity in all of it, right? I don't like these labels and whatever. I don't care for that. I really don't care. Even this thing like, left or right. I mean, again, in the United States, that has a whole different meaning. In the United States, when they say the left, meaning Democrats are right wing. So it's like you're still talking about a right wing party, But in general, I really don't care for that. Like, I mean, because people say left in America, and it's still right. You get what I'm saying? Like, in Europe, it's a right-wing party. International standards, it's a right-wing party. So you got to be careful with that. Always specify what you mean. Like, do you mean the American left or the worldwide left? And then we can talk. I think the only label that I would take is anti-imperialist. Maybe that, and certainly yeah. I mean that's it. But again, what's up with the labels, man? Like, just listen to what someone's saying. That's it. That's the most important thing. So I don't know. Nino, thank you for the super chat. Nino says, knowing what you know and using educated guess along with your instincts, how do you see the outcome with the Russian-Ukraine war when all is said and done? I was going to do a segment on that just now with you, but you're asking my opinion? Oh, boy. I don't know, man, because I feel like they're taking us to World War III any second. So it's kind of not a good time to ask what I think is going to happen. I don't know. I really don't know. I think it's so unpredictable because the ripple effect that this war has had on the global economy, the shifting of alliances is, I like seriously. Let me ask you something. Would you guys have imagined that like 3 months ago that Russia is going to be selling gas in rubles? You would laugh. Like you would seriously laugh at me if I told you that. And that basically Finland and Sweden are joining NATO. I mean, these are just two examples. But you asked me a question how I see the thing ending. I don't know, man. The problem is maybe it doesn't end. The way they did Afghanistan and all this shit. You're assuming that it's going to end. But do you see what's going on? They're training Ukrainian soldiers. In what was it? In Poland and in Germany, even I think I don't recall, but they were basically training them long term, right? Programs that take 40 days, whatever. So when you're doing that, that implies that you are in for the long haul. Like you're taking into account that you're going to fight this war for a long time. That's why you bother training these soldiers in the first place, right? Because if you wanted to end the war, you wouldn't be bringing Ukrainian soldiers and training them with 40-day programs so they can fight a long war. You would be going and doing diplomacy. And if you wanted to end the war, you wouldn't be sending, billions of dollars of weapons. You would be going and doing diplomacy. So you're assuming that it ends, my friend. And honestly, man, I have no clue. This is why we are in such dangerous times, because we got nut jobs, waging war just to antagonize people, make money, and screw everyone. It's unpredictable. It's unpredictable. I think maybe well, you know what? I'm going to show you what someone else thinks. I just really need to get something to drink. So, guys, just 1 minute break very quickly, and we'll be right back, okay? Don't go anywhere, because we got more segments to cover, and it actually answers your question in a way, I think. All right? Yella, let's go. And I'll play the break screen. By the way, guys, please, while I'm gone, if you want, you can sign up to support the show. Any amount is acceptable. These are just examples, but you can donate like $1 a month or $2 a month to support my work. Everything I do is free. It's available free everywhere on every website. I don't charge anything. And if you want to support the show, if you like my work, I'm very grateful and humble. Thank you so much. So just give me 1 minute. I just need to drink something, and we'll continue.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
All men and women created by go. You know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them.
E is for
Excuse to walk by the dealer and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
F is for
Friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life.
G is for
Go to Joe 30330.
H is for
Hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
I is for
I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate.
J is for
Just look at the record.
I have President Biden, Vice President Biden.
Well, I tell you what, if you look at my record and you still doubt about my commitment, then you should vote for somebody else.
K is for
Kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
L is for
The lion, dog, face, pony soldier.
M is for
Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night. The phone, make sure the kids hear work.
N is for
NATO.
O is for
The only African American woman that ever been elected to the United States Senate.
P is for
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
R is for
Rest her soul, and although she's your mom's still alive.
S is for
Send a text to the word united.
T is for
Truth over facts.
U is for
Union workers, the UAW took incredible cuts in their future.
V is for
Don't vote for somebody else.
All right, thanks so much.
W is for
Wait. You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
X is for
Xi Jinping.
Y is for
And you ain't black.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
All men and women created by you know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them.
E is for
An excuse to walk by the dealer and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
F is for
Time friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life.
G is for
Go to Joe 30330.
H is for
Hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun, and the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
I is for
I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate.
J is for
Just look at the record.
I have President Biden, Vice President Biden.
Well, I tell you what, if you looked at my record and you still doubt about my commitment, then you should vote for somebody else.
K is for
Kids jumping on my lap, and I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
L is for
The lion, dog, face, pony soldier.
M is for
Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night, the phone. Make sure the kids hear work.
N is for
NATO.
O is for
The only African-American woman that's ever been elected to the United States Senate.
P is for
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
R is for
Rest her soul, and although she's your mom's still alive.
S is for
Send a text to the word united.
T is for
Truth over facts.
U is for
Union workers, the UAW took incredible cuts in their future.
V is for
Don't vote for somebody else.
All right, thanks so much.
W is for
Wait. You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
X is for
Xi Jinping.
Y is for
And you ain't black.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
All men and women created by you know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop.
All right. We're back. Let's go. Let's continue. Excuse me. Okay. I have a very famous person to show you next. A famous politician who's no longer in the game, but he's resurfaced. Maybe some of you will guess who I'm referring to. But if not, don't worry. Don't fret. Okay. Let's take a look, man. Just a moment. Wow. Okay. I'm like one man army doing everything. Okay. On commence, c'est bon? Vas-y. Donc, you guys can see that? Do you know who I'm going to talk about? Did you guess properly? Oh, there you go. That's the situation. And you know, we like to dig out we like to dig out a couple of war criminals from time to time. Here's Henry Kissinger, right? So he used to be the national security advisor at one point, and then the U.S. Secretary of State, and he just made a controversial statement right now, and the whole world is really angry at him. The Ukrainian president Zelensky's angry at him, and Henry Kissinger is famous for being a despicable war criminal, and also for being a believer in realpolitik, right? So basically, an approach to politics using realism. So let me play you the controversial thing that he said, and then we'll discuss. All right.
Russia towards Europe and of Ukraine towards Europe. Ideally, the dividing line should return to the status quo ante. I believe pursuing the war beyond that point would turn it into a war not about the freedom of Ukraine, which has been undertaken with great cohesion by NATO, but into a war against Russia itself. And so this seems to me to be the dividing line that it is just and possible to define, and it will be difficult.
All right, so that might sound a bit ambiguous to you, so I'll break down what he's saying. He says that the dividing lines should return to the status quo ante. So not status quo now, but the previous status quo. What does he mean by that? Well, let's take a look at the map of Ukraine right now. And what he's saying basically is that Russia should, keep Crimea. And, when it comes to the Donbass, they should also keep it. And, this is, for the Ukrainians, this is outrageous. I understand Ukrainians. I understand it. I don't like it when Israel takes the Golan Heights, for example. But, Israel is actually like a colonizer. Ironically, a lot of you Israelis are Ukrainians. But in any case, my point is that I understand their outrage at this prospect. And basically, that is what he is suggesting. Okay? Now I'm going to show you the reaction from Zelensky to what
what he just said, right? To what Henry Kissinger just said.
Глибокого минулого виринає, наприклад, пан Кіссінджер і говорить, що нібито треба віддати Росії шматок України, щоб нібито не було відчуження Росії від Європи. Таке враження, що у пана Кіссінджера на календарі не 2022 рік, а 1938. І він думав, що говорить з аудиторією не в Давосі, а в тодішньому Мюнхені. І за всіма цими геополітичними міркуваннями тих, хто радить Україні щось віддати Росії, великі геополітики завжди не хочуть бачити звичайних людей, звичайних українців. Мільйони тих, хто, власне, і живе на території, яку вони пропонують обміняти на ілюзію миру. Треба завжди бачити людей і пам'ятати, що цінності – це не просто слово.
Right, I mean, obviously he doesn't like that. You know. They want to keep Donbass and Crimea and so on. And, when we talk about Henry Kissinger and Realpolitik, basically it means you don't conduct foreign policy based on what you believe in, or, based on morality or based on conviction, but rather about, what you can do in this situation. So, for example, you have to just, cut your losses and proceed with this plan. And he's basically telling the Ukrainians that, listen, the best thing to do is just let the Russians have this and, do what they want and stop now before it gets worse. That's what he's saying. And, of course, they're outraged because, this guy, I mean, he Blinken, right? The same job. So Henry Kissinger used to be the Secretary of State. I mean, if he said that as Secretary of State, and this was back then, I think it would have maybe people would have digested it a bit differently. But he doesn't fit in with the kind of politics right now that are being, shoved down our throats. You have to hate Russia. You cannot deal with Russia. You can't give an inch to Russia. You have to destroy Russia. Putin has to be removed. All this stuff. That doesn't work. It doesn't work. Here in the Washington Post, they said Kissinger says Ukraine should cede territory to Russia to end war. So former U.S. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger said Ukraine should cede territory to Russia to help end the invasion, suggesting a position that a vast majority of Ukrainians are against as the war enters its fourth month. Speaking at a conference at the, pay attention, the World Economic Forum, very big, in Davos, Switzerland, Kissinger urged the US and the West to not seek an embarrassing defeat for Russia and Ukraine, warning it could worsen Europe's long-term stability. After saying that Western countries should remember Russia's importance to Europe and not get swept up in the mood of the moment, Kissinger also pushed for the West to force Ukraine into accepting negotiations with the status quo ante, which means the previous state of affairs. Negotiations need to begin in the next 2 months before it creates upheavals and tensions that will not be easily overcome. Ideally, the dividing line should be a return to the status quo ante, said Kissinger. Pursuing the war beyond that point would not be about the freedom of Ukraine, but a new war against Russia itself. He gets it, right? It's already in the stage. It is a war against Russia. It always has been. It always has been. That's the thing, where when it comes to real, armed struggle and fighting for national liberation, like the Palestinians are doing, they call them terrorists, right? So they don't actually believe in these things. They just they make a mockery out of it and try to paint it as some sort of moral crusade. But at the end of the day, the United States used Ukraine to poke Russia. They used the Ukrainians, and now the Ukrainians are suffering. This is the problem. So to say that there might be a new war against Russia, it's already there, man. It's already there. What you call it when they're helping them to kill generals, then bragging about it? Come on. The status quo ante mentioned by Kissinger, who was Secretary of State to Presidents Richard Nixon and Gerald Ford, refers to restoring a situation in which Russia formerly controlled Crimea and informally controlled Ukraine's two easternmost regions of Luhansk and Donetsk. So, in the Donbass region. Ukrainian President Zelensky has emphasized that part of his conditions for entering peace talks with Russia would include a restoration of pre-invasion borders. So, basically, Kissinger's out of line. We get it. We get it. He's too old-fashioned. Kissinger is a war criminal and a really nasty individual. But he understood the balance of power. For those guys from that era who were literally fighting the Cold War, in the Cold War, they understand balance of power. That if you go too far, it's irredeemable. It's going to be a big problem. They understand this. And, people like Blinken, who looks like some high schooler trying to put on a suit. Yeah, they just don't get it. They think it's a game. They think they can get away with everything. I like these things that they're saying here that Putin paid Kissinger to say that. Wow, that's a fucking great one, really. Look at this. Look at this diarrhea. Quote, Kissinger is one of Kissinger is one of the world's most highly paid political consultants. If he says that Ukraine must give Russia, Putin, apparently it's Putin. It's Putin's country, right? The immediate question is, how much did Putin pay him for that, and how? 98 years old, soon 99, and still fighting for the last dollars. How's that? I mean, this person is really an embarrassment to themselves. They're really ridiculous. This entire tweet is just absolute drivel. It's really ridiculous. Here we have more of this. Kissinger is a longtime admirer of Putin and vice versa. So him urging to feed the crocodile some more Ukraine is not surprising at all. Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't even know what to say, man. I mean, this is so childish. It's so childish, really so childish. Oh. Goodness. And you got people posting pictures of him meeting Putin. What does that even mean? You can find a politician meeting another politician. You can find a million photos of that. It doesn't really mean anything. In any case, I don't know what you guys think, but I think Henry Kissinger understands the balance of power, but he's really a nasty person. I mean, you should go read The Trial of Henry Kissinger. Who published that again? Whose book was that again? Give me a second. Hitchens, I think. Yeah, Hitchens. So, I mean, he talks about everything, in Vietnam and also in Bangladesh, I think it was. Yeah. And Chile. So, I mean, you have to understand, like, the United States, they weren't just in Vietnam. There's also all sorts of other things going around in the background. And Kissinger helped orchestrate, or was at the very least involved in them. He's a German, by the way. You know that? Very interesting. Like, he's an immigrant. And he managed to become the Secretary of State for 2 presidents. Mm-hmm. Very interesting. Either way, it's kind of funny that we've reached a position. We are in a situation where Henry Kissinger sounds more reasonable than the mainstream media and the politicians. Like, what the fuck? Now again, I understand Ukrainians. They're like, this is their country. Why should they cede an inch? I understand this. I get it, really. It's like with Syria. This is Syria. Why should Syria give an inch to the Israelis? Fuck off. I'm not saying the Russians are like the Israelis, but I'm put yourself in their shoes, the Ukrainians. in this matter in terms of geography and territorial integrity. I get it. Either way, that's not the point. The point that Kissinger's trying to make here is that there has to be a settlement, peace talks. Do you understand? And we're in a situation when they don't want peace talks. They're just sending more weapons. They're prolonging the conflict because they want the war to continue. They don't want it to end. When you want a war to end, you go and talk. You have diplomacy. You don't send $40 billion of, $20 billion worth of weapons and another $20 billion in assistance. I lost count, honestly. I've lost count. It's literally just tens of billions of dollars. Who has this money? People in America don't even have fucking baby food, right? People in America don't even have, what the fuck is it called again? Baby powder? I forgot the damn name. Baby formula. All right. People in the United States do not even have baby formula. Meanwhile, their government is sending tens of billions of dollars to make sure that Russia continues this war. And I think it's disgusting because they're using the Ukrainians, and I cannot believe that Henry Kissinger, in one aspect, the aspect of you have to reach a settlement, sounds more reasonable than them. We are in a Twilight Zone episode. Really in a Twilight Zone episode. They don't want diplomacy. Kissinger, as disgusting as he is, he understands balance of power. Russia has nukes. If it goes too far, they will use the nukes. And you must read Russia's policy on nuclear weapons. Russia published its policy on, basically stating in which situation will we use a nuclear weapon. The Americans have hid theirs, right? There's a secret, apparently. The Russians are transparent with this. And one of the things they said is that if there's a threat to the country's leadership with conventional weapons, right? So not even nuclear weapons, they will use the nukes. I'll actually get them for you right here. Let me read this to you. So, it's interesting to study these things. It's interesting to look at them. When we talk about Iraq and the files that were dropped by WikiLeaks, among them were the rules of engagement. Rules of engagement means it's like for the soldiers, it's like a guide. Like, when should you do this? When should you do that? When should you use lethal force? So on, right? And that's classified, right? That was apparently classified, and I'm not sure to which degree, but legally speaking, they're trying to sue him for that. So my point here is that the Americans hide their policies for some reason. Why? Why would you hide that if you're doing good things and you have nothing to hide? I don't understand. It's a bit weird. In any case, take a look at this. So the Russian Federation retains the right to use nuclear weapons in response to the use of nuclear weapons and other types of weapons of mass destruction. So that basically means biological and chemical. And then it also retains the right in the case of aggression against the Russian Federation with the use of conventional weapons when the very existence of the state is put under threat. Do you understand? So, conventional weapons means normal weapons. I'm not going to say a pistol in this case, but yeah, okay, whatever. Like, tanks, artillery, and so on. So even if it's not nuclear, if they go too far, my point is, if they go too far, it's going to be a problem. And I'm not saying that the Ukrainians are going to reach Moscow into the Kremlin, but there are other ways. There are other ways that you can bring down the state without having to go to the capital. It could be with the resources, infrastructure, and so on, right? So my point is, they're playing with fire. For the love of God, I wish they would stop. I hate this so much. I want, really, I'm not even Ukrainian, and I feel bad for them because this is ridiculous and it's disgusting how the Americans use them. They use them like they use the Kurds and like they use everybody else. This is typical, right? It's really disgusting, and all this senseless destruction. I don't understand why. So much violence, man. It's too much to take in, you know. Every single day, there's like, oh, Israel killed a Palestinian. Oh, Ukraine. Now the number of refugees is 6 million. I mean, every single day there's something horrible happening. The shooting in a school. Come on, man. Anyway, my point here is that regardless what you think of Russia, you cannot act like, you know, it's a, for example, just as a metaphor, if you have, you know, a snake, for example, or a cobra, a king cobra, right? You don't have to like the king cobra, but you must respect that it is powerful and it can get you. I remember seeing a king cobra in Pakistan, by the way, with the snake charmer. Yeah, I remember that. Very, very nice. I have like elephant memory, man. I can remember things that happened like in, I don't know, when I was like 3 years old, better than I can remember what I did yesterday. Anyway, I swear it's nuts. But my point is that if you have a snake in front of you, and no, I'm not comparing Russia to a snake, but it's just that you have to respect the force and the ability. And the same thing here. Even if you don't like Russia, you must respect and understand that there can be consequences. And those consequences are not a game. And I think it's really ignorant that they are continuing with this, because it doesn't take that much to trigger a false alarm. It doesn't take that much to provoke the something that we cannot reverse. And I really dislike Henry Kissinger and have no respect for him. But it's kind of ironic that in the sense of you need to sit down and make a settlement, he is more reasonable than the politicians right now. Again, we are living in a Twilight Zone episode. All right, you guys have been so kind, and I'm really glad to have you. I'm really glad that you guys are here. So, Mr. Ouija says, dudes, take a break. Nah, man. Thomas says, I have nothing against being drunk, but is Richard drunk? Nope, I don't drink. I mean, it's not like a choice or something. I just don't care about it. You guys are saying crab dance. Did somebody join on Patreon? Let me check. Very funny. Thank you very much, Vesna. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. You're kind. And we've got one from Jean Beauchamp. Says, I just noticed your jacket with 2 Nazi patches on it. Please burn it. Oh, come on. It's a space thing. So anyway, I mean, we were talking earlier, about NASA. Yeah. How that the Americans basically brought all these Nazis into the United States. They gave them citizenship, and they basically just used them to advance their rocket and space program to contend with the Russians. So yeah, I mean it's quite extraordinary. And you had Werner von Braun. So he was one of the best. He was one of the top. He ended up actually not just getting citizenship. I think he became the director of one of the NASA space centers. Which one was it again? Kennedy? No, it can't be. Hold on, let me check. Oh, yeah, Marshall Space Flight Center. Okay, that's the one. Yeah, so Yeah, and that's incredible, right? Because so again, just to repeat this guy was working for the Nazis as a rocket scientist to make rockets that were killing civilians in London. The first one they made is the V1, which is also nicknamed the Doodlebug, and it's basically a drone. It's, you know, right now how they talk about suicide drones in Iraq, like, oh, this American base was hit by a suicide drone. It basically means a drone that only delivers one payload. It's not coming back. The Reaper drone that the Americans have, for example, which is, very, very advanced. It flies, takes off, it fires its missiles, and then comes back. So you can reuse it, right? But those ones, they blow up on impact. And the Germans, that's the same kind of thing they made with the V1. It looks like this. It's quite interesting. Basically the first drone, really, in essence. So yeah, here, that's what it is. You see that? This thing. So, they would put like just enough fuel in it. You calculate basically what's the distance from the launch site to London, and then you put enough fuel in it, but just enough so when it reaches London, it runs out of fuel, and then it falls randomly, right? My grandmother got hit by a V1, and she was walking, I think, back to school or from school, and it blew her across the fucking street, but yeah, she's okay, but she had health problems her whole life because of that. And then after that, they made the V2. So this is, when I say the word rocket, or you think of a rocket, this is probably what you have in mind. Something that looks like this, right? So that's the next version that the Germans made, the V2. And yeah, this is basically a ballistic missile, right? So these could travel longer distances, bigger payload, and so on. And the point, my point here is that and again, just to be clear, these were targeted civilians in London. So the whole point is to kill as many civilians and terrorize as many civilians as possible. Even the name, by the way, it stands for what was it again? Vergeltungswaffen, I think. Yeah, Vergeltungswaffen. That's why the V1, Vergeltungswaffen. So basically, revenge. I don't know what revenge for what, but anyway, that's what the Germans call them. And my whole point is that the guy who made these rockets, obviously not just by himself, but with the whole team, is this guy, Wernher von Braun, and that's him. Right, so he was basically taken to the United States at the end of the war, and they gave him fucking citizenship, and he became a director at NASA, right? At Marshall Flight, what was it again? Marshall Space Flight Center. Yeah. So look at him over here, standing with his old pals. Yeah, he's the one in the suit. Huh? This guy, same guy. So he gets, he kills and terrorizes civilians in London, and then the Americans give him citizenship. They reward him with citizenship and promotions, and then he becomes a director at NASA. All for the sake of fucking the Soviets. So once again, do you see how the United States, they will get in bed with anyone just to antagonize the Russians, right? Even Nazis. And it's not just him. They brought like 1,600 of these Nazis, to the southern of the United States to work on rockets and NASA and all this shit. So yeah, I mean, I was fucking stunned. I was flying out of Berlin once, and I was walking in the airport, and I saw a plaque in the airport, and it said Wernher von Braun. Like, there's they put a fucking plaque in the Berlin airport for this piece of shit who killed civilians in London, like fucking honoring him. What the fuck? Honestly, it's disgusting, you know? It's really disgusting. And he's not the only one. And the Japanese, you know what they did with the Japanese? Man, the Japanese, they had something called Unit 731, and they basically, I don't know if I can even tell you because I'm afraid that it's too graphic. And honestly, you don't want to know. Like, just medical experiments, horrific shit. Like, I'm not going to go through it because it's really bad. And, they would do this on prisoners of war. So British, Australian, they would use the prisoners of war as a test subject. And, just doing weird studies, like shit that is so sick. Like, basically they would tie prisoners to poles and drop a bomb and see how effective the bomb was in radius. Like, live human beings, like using them as test subjects. I mean, it's really, really, really awful. And infecting them with diseases as well. My God. And you know what happens at the end of the war? Instead of trying these motherfuckers in a tribunal like Nuremberg, the Americans told them, if you give us your research, this sick, sadistic research, we'll let you off the hook. We won't prosecute you. You're free. Can you fucking imagine that? Like, why would you want this shit? Like, for example, if they had invented a cure for cancer, like, okay, I can understand, maybe, right? They didn't. They just made sick, disgusting, experiments on human subjects. It's unbelievable. That serve no value, really. It has no value in any way. So I don't know. I think that says a lot that the Americans just bought them off with this. Black Atcha Production, thank you so much for the super chat. Black Atcha Production said thank you for being the truth. Well, I wouldn't say I'm the truth, but I hope I pray that I can convey the truth. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. And yeah, Professor Gasper makes a good point. Like, this Unit 731 that the Japanese were running, this was being run by the top brass in Japan. It wasn't like some random office somewhere where the guys there just decided to do this. No. This was being coordinated by the people at the top. And sorry, excuse me. Honestly, with the nuclear weapon, with Nagasaki and Hiroshima, I mean, I know there's a tendency to say the Americans, their argument is that if they hadn't nuked Japan, the war would have continued and it would have, they would have lost many more lives and so on. Now, let me tell you why this is not true, because the Americans, meaning the admirals who are actually fighting the fucking war against the Japanese, said something different because in their diaries, in their testimonies, they said that the Japanese were finished and there was no need to drop a nuclear bomb. Let me be very clear. The people saying this were admirals in the Pacific Fleet. So when you say Pacific Fleet, it means where they were fighting the Japanese. So it's not like some admiral in Europe. No, it's the guy fighting the Japanese. So he knows the situation better than anyone, right? And it's several of them who said this. So I don't know why people want to act like they didn't say that. These are American admirals in the Navy fighting the Japanese who said there was no need to nuke them. Who better to give this judgment? Who is more qualified to pass this judgment than them? No one. And yet people want to justify the nuke. Fuck off, man. Those were civilian cities, may I add. It's not like they hit like a tank factory or some shit. There's no need, man. There's no need. The whole reason they did it was to scare the Soviets. They wanted to do a show of force. This is the only fucking reason they did that. I'm telling you this. And any history teacher who tells you otherwise is a piece of shit. I I mean, sorry, I don't want to insult them. I'm just saying they don't know what they're talking about. This was a show of force, okay? Because you have to remember when is this? This is in August 1945. So victory, Europe Day, is May 8th. Europe is done. The Nazis are defeated. The Japanese are the only ones left, okay? And man, they're ready to surrender. Like I said, they have no capability to continue the war. And wait, what was my point? I've been speaking for like 4 hours. I lost my train of thought. Give me a second. Hold on. Yeah. Exactly right. So in Europe, what's happening in Europe at this time? At this exact same time, the Cold War is starting. Right? There are tensions because the Soviets were the first ones to reach Berlin. They've taken control of Berlin. And now it's like, you want to divide this up, and we're not really happy with that. And of course, I'm not going to get into the. Actually, I will get into it in a moment. But basically, this is when the tensions began between Stalin and the. And Churchill and the Americans, right? And let me be very clear. Churchill, like he said that they don't like the Soviets, but they knew they had to work with them. So it's not like Nazism is over and then the tensions began. No. This was starting even while they were still fighting the Nazis. There were tensions between the Soviets and the British and the Americans. Like it was very clear that there's going to come a point where something has to be, some score has to be settled, and that was the result of 50 years of a Cold War, and the Americans just wanted to show the Soviets that they shouldn't fuck with them, and they dropped 2 nuclear bombs on civilians for no reason, And I want to add another thing in the UK, in Europe, the British and the Americans, they firebombed some German cities so fucking badly. I mean, it's like as if you used a nuclear bomb or worse, right? That's the level of destruction. And again, this is highly debated today. You have people who say, well, Dresden, it was still part of the war effort, and it was still allowing supplies to go through and everything. And then other people say, well, that's bullshit, that's propaganda. The war was almost over. They didn't need to firebomb it, and so on and so on. Again, I'm just telling you what's up, man. That nuclear bomb, there was no need for it at all. And I think it says a lot that the only country in history to ever drop a nuclear bomb, and on civilians too, is the United States. Never forget that. Never forget that. That is one of the most supreme acts of evil and violence. Completely unnecessary. Thank you to Maria, who just signed up on Patreon. You're very kind. I know this is quite a transition from a somber topic, but nevertheless, I'll play a crab dance for you. So everybody show Maria some love. And let's go!
Clap for that, you stupid bastard.
And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch!
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off!
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انت كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro, and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll have 2 number 9s. A number 9 large.
we got him. with myself. I know it's not.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Disinformation's origins are slightly less atrocious.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Hello. Let's go. Very, very good. Thank you, Maria. I appreciate it very much. And guys, I haven't plugged the show, so you'll allow me, please. I'd really appreciate it if you could please support the show and support my work. Again, this is independent journalism, so I rely on your support to continue doing it. And I'd be very grateful because we are on our way to hitting 1,000 people on Patreon, which is insane. Actually, right now we are at 927, so the next goal is 950, right? So basically, quick maths, 23 to go. So I don't know. We've got about 1,000 people watching. I'm sure that we could get 23 of you to sign up for whatever you like, $1 a month, $2 a month. It's up to you, and I'd be really grateful because we've been trying to hit this goal for a while, and I'm so proud that we're almost there. And again, all my work is free. I believe people should be able to access news for free at any time. So I don't charge anything. I just don't like that. But if you can support the show, I'd appreciate it. So thank you very much. And I put Patreon up on the screen, but there's also PayPal and other things. I'm sure Claudia is doing a magnificent job in the chat at moderating it and pasting the links. So thank you very much, Claudia. And if you want, so there you can just scan the screen with your phone. Take out your phone, open the camera, and scan the code, and you can pay with PayPal or whatever you like. Anyway, guys, I gotta be honest. I really don't like plugging the show. Like I'm here to talk about politics. I just don't. But I really don't care for anything else. But I have to do it because that's the only way I can keep going. Anyway, thank you guys very much. And if we get more people sign up, I'll play more crab dances. That's how it goes, right? Every time somebody signs up, we play crab dance. I think it's a pretty good tradition. Let me show you something that I just remembered I wanted to cover. So let's do this now. And hold on. Ivan, thank you very much for the donation. You're very kind. I appreciate it a lot. And hold on, I think I missed one. This is confusing. There we go. Hey, well, you got David who just signed up on Patreon. Thank you very much, David. Looks like it's another crab dance coming. Yalla.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard.
And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll have 2 number 9s, a number
got him.
myself. I know it's not.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Disinformation's origins are slightly less atrocious.
Why you texting? Why, you're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
All right. Thank you, David. I appreciate it very much. And we've got another donation over here. Hold on, I can't. It's not working for me. Give me a moment. There we go. Lovely. This one is from Joseph. Subscription. Thank you very much, Joseph. You're kind. And I appreciate your support. Thank you, David. Thank you, Joseph. You guys are very kind. I wanted to go through another segment with you. And I think it's very important because we shouldn't let this issue just kind of die down and go away, you know? Hold on a second. Is the stream working on Rockfin? Because I can see myself, but other people say they can't see it. So thank you, Ross, for your super chat. I appreciate it very much. And just for those of you who don't know, Rockfin is basically like YouTube. It's just another website for videos, and I live stream there, and I post all my videos there. It's like a carbon copy, a perfect copy. The reason is, YouTube, like, unfortunately, they throttle people sometimes, and they ban your channel, God forbid. So you have to be careful. You have to be careful. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm just fucking reporting the news. But basically, I like to have a backup, right? And Rockfin is really cool. So, again, it doesn't cost anything. It's completely free. But the only sort of quote-unquote inconvenience is you have to make an account. But that's normal. You also have to do that here if you want to comment. So anyway, I'll just show it to you very quickly. And then we can go to the next topic. So, excuse me. Excuse me. So here is rokfin.com/RichardMedhurst. There we go. By the way, it's not just me who's there. You're gonna find a lot of your favorite YouTubers in politics. You'll find them there. So this is the channel. We're very close to 20,000 followers. That's so good. That's really great. So again, rokfin.com/RichardMedhurst, and you can see all my videos are here, exact same ones. And I would really appreciate it if you guys sign up, because that way we have a backup, you know. And the other thing is Odyssey. So that's odyssey.com/RichardMedhurst. Same deal, right? It's it's the exact same videos. Hold on, I typed it wrong. There we go. So, it's the exact same videos. And I'm actually trying to figure out how I can go live, because I'm not live here, but you can do it. So I'll figure that out in a bit. But Rumble is also another one. So you guys convinced me to get on there. So, So it's also rumble.com/RichardMedhurst. It's all the same, right? All of them is the same thing. I've got 2.6k subscribers. All right, not bad. So, Anyway. All right. Oof. So I want to show you this video from CNN, which is actually very compelling
and they talk about how the Palestinian American journalist Shireen Abu Akleh was killed by the Israelis, right? The Israelis at the beginning, they said, oh no, it's a Palestinian who killed her, right? And then they walked it back and said, well, actually, we don't know. And then they accused the Palestinians of the Palestinian authorities of refusing to cooperate in an investigation because they wouldn't hand over the bullet, right? And then the Israelis said they're not going to conduct a criminal investigation at all, right? So there's not even a pretense of trying to, let's take a look. Oh, it's loading. My point is, there's not even a pretense of trying to, get to the bottom of the story and find out who killed her, because they know the Israelis killed her. Take a look at this video.
A moment of casual chatter. Then the shots start. This is the last moment we see Shireen Abu Akleh walking with colleagues, seemingly at ease. Seconds later, she's lying motionless on the ground.
I just watch her, and there is no up and down. She didn't breathe, and this is make me crazy. Why she didn't breathe? And the shooting is I still hearing.
Like, just to be clear, the woman who's speaking here is the other journalist right there with her. Okay, so she was also being shot at, basically. The whole group was being shot at.
Breathe, and this is make me crazy. Why she didn't breathe? And the shooting is I still hearing.
Shadha Hanesha has become a key eyewitness to the May 11th shooting of Abu Akleh. She and 8 others present told CNN it was the Israel Defense Forces that shot her and that they thought it was deliberate.
But I think they want to kill us. This is.
Do you know how rare it is to get 8 eyewitnesses to say the exact same thing, corroborating a murder? How often does that happen, do you think? And these are reporters. It's their job to report, right? How often does that happen, that 8 people witness a murder and say it's intentional, right? And then people, they just disregard it, right? In the news, they try to say, oh, it's both sides. So disgusting. So disgusting. 8 people are telling you the same thing, that Shireen was murdered. What more? There's a video of it. What more do you need? Look what comes next. Look what comes next.
This is why they shoot. I don't have another reason why they shoot. And they know we are journalists.
It felt targeted.
Yeah, because all the time when I tried to touch her body, that they're shooting on me or around me.
Did you understand that? Right? So every time she's trying to touch her, to save her, to make sure she's okay, they shot at her, right? Again, look where she is. Man, this is really evil and heartbreaking. I'm so angry about this. That's her on the right. So they're trying to save her and they just keep shooting. I'm sorry, but look, if you shoot once and say, oops, it was an accident, that's one thing. But you keep shooting and you can see they're clearly marked press. How is this not intentional? Like, on what planet do these people live that they think this is just, random and not intentional? Come on.
Me.
The gunfire you hear at the beginning of this clip is key. Eyewitness testimony and audio analysis show these are the shots that kill Abu Akleh. There is a crack and then a pop. The time between these two sounds reveals how far away the gunmen are. This indicates a distance of between 177 and 197 meters, according to forensic audio analyst Rob Mayer. The tree next to where Abu Akleh was shot is also a crucial piece of evidence. This is her colleague Mujahid As-Saadi, another eyewitness retracing his steps days later. the bullet holes on the tree now identified with tape.
I just want to say something before they move on to the next point, which is very, very important. But with the audio, you know, I'm a musician, right? I have a band called Riverline, and I studied audio engineering and sound engineering like in my free time for years. And you know, in the Matrix, in the movie, when they can basically look at all the digits and characters falling, and they see something in it. It's the same thing here for me. Like I've become familiar with audio waves and everything. So yeah, this is very well done what they did here, and very accurate. So that's really cool to see. But there's even more. There's even more evidence, and it's rather compelling and most definitely upsetting.
This is her colleague Mujahid Asadi, another eyewitness retracing his steps days later. The bullet holes on the tree now identified with tape. Military analyst Chris Cobb-Smith told CNN that the nature of the strike marks prove this wasn't a random shot. She was targeted. He said there was no chance that random firing would result in the 3 or 4 shots hitting in such a tight group from a distance of 200 meters. Based on this analysis...
My goodness, did you see that? Look at that. Look how all the bullet holes are so close to each other. That is deliberate. That is deliberate. Do you understand? That is targeted. That's somebody looking down their sights and hitting that area on purpose. That's not... Come on, man. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Anyone who's familiar with rifles can see that this is deliberate. Even those who are not, you will be able to see that it's deliberate. Man, my goodness. My goodness.
In such a tight group from a distance of 200 meters. Based on this analysis, we looked for potential perpetrators in the surrounding area. Less than 3 minutes before Abu Akleh's shot, this Israeli military truck is visible within 200 meters down the same road. The number 1 can be seen on the side. The truck can be seen from this angle too in these videos uploaded to Telegram, this time with armed soldiers visible. Multiple eyewitnesses said a sniper fired at them from a window in an IDF truck. The IDF's own body cam footage shared of the operation that morning shows the same military vehicles lined up on the street facing down towards Abu Akleh. CNN geolocated these videos to this location, matching the distance estimated in Mayor's audio analysis. This is also corroborated by the IDF's interim report. The IDF insists they do not deliberately target non-combatants and have said Abu Akleh could have been killed by gunfire from Palestinian militants. The Israeli government has said that there were also Palestinian gunmen in that area and that it could have been either. You were there. What did you see?
I absolutely doesn't agree that there is any Palestinian guy with his gun. And as a journalist and as a human, I will not make myself in a dangerous situation.
This video appears to back Hanesh's version. The nearest location where CNN has found armed people present, according to verified video evidence uploaded the morning of May 11th, is here, the other side of the IDF forces, therefore without a clear line of fire to Abu Akleh and beyond the 200-meter reach of the gunfire. In fact, the video of Abu Akleh's last moments also shows the street has no ongoing clashes or crossfire. It leaves the IDF vehicles as...
Do you guys understand? Basically, like there were Palestinians with guns, yeah? I mean, they're being occupied by Israelis. Should they just give the Israelis chocolates and roses? But in any case, there were Palestinians with guns, but they were not in the same area. They were not even near her. The closest people to Shireen were the IDF, right? You see here what's going on this map? Shireen is over here, the Israelis are here, and the quote-unquote Palestinian gunmen are over here. The Israelis are trying to cover up what they did. They're trying to cover up her murder. And you know what? I have a question. Let's imagine that the Israelis, they killed her by accident. Okay, let's imagine. So, why the fuck is the United States giving billions of dollars to an army that cannot fucking aim properly and constantly kills civilians and kills journalists? Yeah, why do you keep giving billions to an incompetent army if they're really doing it by accident? Sorry, man, I don't buy your I don't buy your story. No thanks.
Meter reach of the gunfire. In fact, the video of Abu Akleh's last moments also shows the street has no ongoing clashes or crossfire.
Yep, that is very important. I had the full video somewhere. The one that they're showing you now. There was no gunfire because the Israelis said that, maybe she was killed by a stray bullet or whatever, like basically in clashes. What clashes? There's literally no one firing. No one's firing. I need to get that video up again, hopefully in a second. But here.
It has no ongoing clashes or crossfire. It leaves the IDF vehicles as the closest and most likely source of the gunfire. And while there is yet to be an official determination on who killed Abu Akleh, these testimonies and videos are compelling evidence that the Israeli government must answer to. Katie Pogles, CNN, London.
Honestly, man, to CNN's credit, like, that was actually good. Yeah. To CNN's credit, that was good. The question is, though, where do we go from here? What, okay, they did a nice report, okay? And what then? These are some of the most powerful corporations. I want to say news outlets, but they are literally corporations. These are some of the most powerful news outlets on on the planet, in the world. They can put pressure on government. They can put pressure on governments much better than anyone else. And okay, they did a report. Is that it? I know it's not up to CNN. I know, but they did a good job here and corroborated again that all the Israeli claims are lies. And with forensics, it's clear that the Israelis killed her. Again, the Israelis have a history of doing this. My parents told me so many stories of how they behave. There's an Israeli tank that almost ran over my mother as a joke. Right? When I interviewed my mother, inshallah, she'll tell it to you. I mean, they are sick. Do you understand? They have no respect for anyone who isn't Israeli. So here's what's going on. So Shireen's killing is now going to be referred to the International Criminal Court. So the family of the killed Al Jazeera journalist Shireen Abu Akleh has allowed her death to be added to a legal complaint being taken to the International Criminal Court, arguing that Israeli security forces have been systematically targeting I went up by accident. Systematically targeting Palestinian journalists in violation of international humanitarian law. So the case, originally submitted in April by Bindmans, had focused on 4 Palestinian journalists wearing press helmets and vests, 2 of whom were maimed and 2 shot dead. It also covers alleged attacks on Gaza media infrastructure in May 2021. So again, you see, there's a history. There's a history of this. The other thing, they say May 2021. Do you remember what happened in May 2021 last year? Basically exactly this time last year. The Israelis bombed with an airstrike. They bombed the building, the offices where Al Jazeera and the Associated Press were. Can you imagine that? They basically told them in advance that they're going to bomb it, and everyone cleared the building. And you saw the guy pleading on the phone. He's like, please don't bomb it. Like, all our work is there. Please don't. Like, there's no reason. And they bombed it anyway. So that's Israel's respect for the press. I mean, just absolutely ridiculous. You know, it's so brazen. Like, I sit there sometimes and I'm like, did that really happen? Like, they actually did that. So, yeah, these are big law firms in Britain. So they announced the addition of the death on 11th May of Abu Akleh to the existing claim at a press conference in London. They said the case was vital to the... Sorry, I apologize. I was trying to highlight something. They said the case was vital owing to the repeated failure of the Israeli security forces to investigate such incidents and the inability of Palestinian reporters to secure reparations in Israeli domestic courts. Jennifer Robinson, you know her. Do you guys know who Jennifer Robinson is? I'm sure some of you will know in the comments. Well, basically, she's a lawyer for Julian Assange. She's part of his legal team. Okay, so Jennifer Robinson from Dudley Street said the ICC prosecutor must investigate our complaints and prosecute those responsible to send a clear message, not just to the Israeli occupation forces, but to all governments that target journalists, that this is a crime and journalists are not fair game. She said the ICC prosecutor needed to open the case because it was emblematic of a problem that has been continuing for many years. So the ICC will have to judge whether there is a prima facie case, I hope I pronounced that correctly, forgive me, case that the Israeli security forces have been deliberately targeting reporters, and whether its internal inquiries are consistent with natural justice. Well, I can already tell you the result of that, because the Israelis do not investigate shit. They literally just said they will not investigate Shireen's killing. On top of that, how much more obvious? Apologies. So, how much more obvious do you need it to be? They bombed the press offices of Al Jazeera, of AP. They shot at a group of journalists clearly marked press. I don't understand what more proof you need. You know, this is deliberate. This is deliberate. Even if you want to play this both sides game, between the Israelis and the Palestinians, who has a habit of killing journalists, even by accident or not? It's the Israelis. Palestinians don't go after journalists. On the contrary, Palestinians want journalists to cover this, to show the world what's going on. Israelis don't. Right? Man, I'm telling you again, I've seen this so many times where the Israelis do something outrageous, right? They'll bomb a UN position in South Lebanon and then say, "Oh, oops, there was a militia there or something." Yeah, unreal. They even got away with, the USS Liberty, right, which was an American ship. They bombed an American ship, and the King David hotel bombings in Palestine. They blew up the British headquarters and killed dozens of British officers. Like, even after terrorist attacks against the UK and attacking the United States, they still get away with it. It's unreal, unbelievable. So, Shireen, I'm very sad, because I don't know if she stands a chance. The thing with the ICC, I covered this a lot, by the way. If you want, please go on the channel and you'll find the videos with the International Criminal Court. I broke everything down, and I had the special rapporteur from the United Nations, Michael Link, who is his mandate is to, hold on, I'll give you the title because it's very big. Hold on. Basically, he's supposed to overlook Palestine, right? Look how long this name is. Look, Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in the Palestinian territories occupied since 1967. So you see what I mean? And in any case, I interviewed him, and it's on the channel.
So go check that out. And we talked about the International Criminal Court because the ICC said that it found that it does have jurisdiction in Palestine. Because the way this works is like, for example, if let's say a man in Afghanistan whose family was killed by the British wants to take Britain to the International Criminal Court, and Britain is not a member, it doesn't matter because if Afghanistan is a member, that's all it takes, right? So only one of the parties has to be a member for the case to maybe proceed. Again, they don't take every single case. But my point is that the Israelis were outraged because their game was that, like, okay, if Israel doesn't join the International Criminal Court, then we can't be prosecuted. And the Palestinians don't have a state. So, the victim also is not in the ICC. So they were basically, betting on this to continue killing Palestinians with impunity. And then when the ICC said, you know what, actually, we find that we have jurisdiction over Palestine, even though it's not a UN member state. And they were outrageous. You had Netanyahu saying that this is anti-Semitic and all this rubbish. Dude, do you know what he left out? What the Israelis left out? The ICC said it has jurisdiction to investigate Israeli and Palestinian crimes, not only Israeli crimes. He's such a buffoon and a liar. Seriously, I really think it's nasty when they misuse the word anti-Semitic and basically weaponize it against political opponents. Like this is an insult to victims of actual anti-Semitism, and it dilutes the meaning of the term. It's the same thing with racism or Nazi, for example. They called Trump a Nazi. Dude, do you even know what the Nazis did? Like how the degree of evil? Shut the fuck up. Anyway, sorry, I'm going off on a tangent. Nevertheless, so the ICC, as I said, they have jurisdiction in Palestine, in the occupied territories. So potentially this could go forward. But if we're being honest with ourselves, when did you ever see an Israeli or an American or a British official face justice for their crimes? Never. Never. The way that we get justice for Shireen and for the other killed journalists and for Palestinians and the Syrians and the axis of resistance is to continue the resistance, because Shireen communicated the daily lives of Palestinians, what happened in Palestine. She basically opened a window for all the world to see, and that is a form of resistance, exposing Israel's crimes. So by continuing this not behavior but this work, in line with what she did, I think that is the best way to get her justice in reality, because if enough people talk about this and raise awareness, that is how we build the pressure. Because right now these institutions are not going to do anything. It's really unfortunate, because I obviously we all want to see some justice here, but it's disgusting. And I remember last year there were countries that said to the Israelis that if the ICC launches a case against you or convicts you, we will let you travel through our countries without being arrested, right? Because if you're traveling to other countries, you risk being arrested and then extradited to The Hague. And there are several countries who told the Israelis, like, don't worry, we won't let you be arrested and you can travel through here. Unbelievable, right? So on Thursday, the Palestinian Authority announced the results of an investigation into her death, saying it revealed Israeli forces deliberately shot and killed the reporter. Palestinian Attorney General Akram al-Khatib said Abu Akleh was hit with an armor-piercing bullet. Yep, Adding the inquiry proves that at the scene of the incident, armed Palestinians were not present and that Israeli forces were the only ones present. The bullet that killed Abu Akleh was a 5.56mm round with a steel component used by NATO forces. So yeah, this is a standard NATO bullet, right? 5.56mm. Al-Khatib added that the shot was fired by a soldier who stood about 170 meters away. He also said that the Palestinian Authority will not hand the bullet over to Israel for examination. Israel's defense minister Benny Gantz responded to the Palestinians' report, saying that Israel finds the death of Shireen Abu Akleh regrettable and the IDF is carrying out an examination in order to arrive at a truthful examination. Any claim that the IDF intentionally harmed journalists or non-combatants, sorry, I lost the page somehow, is a blatant lie. Well, they're not doing any investigation. That's bollocks. And, you know, I find it incredible that he travels to the US, Benny Gantz, and he meets with the American defense minister, and they don't talk about this. Like, you killed an American citizen, a journalist, in the field, and you don't even talk about that? That's disgusting, man. Can you imagine if it was another country that did that, right? Like the Russians or the Chinese, like they would summon the ambassador and, you know, tell him, you need to launch an investigation, and really, I gave it to him, and all this nonsense. They like to be tough on everyone. They like to bully everyone, except Israel. When Israel is in the room, they tuck their tail between their legs and they start sitting like a good little poodle, right? Spineless, completely spineless. Here, the National Union of Journalists in the UK, the NUJ, they condemned her killing. It says the NUJ is shocked by the killing of journalist Shireen Abu Akleh by Israeli forces whilst reporting on raids in Jenin. The union has condemned the act of violence and called on authorities to act swiftly, holding those responsible to account. Attacks against Palestinian journalists. Sorry, let me go back here. So, another journalist working with her at the time stated gunfire was opened without instruction to stop filming. Journalist Shataj, she's the one that we were just watching now with CNN, also present at the time of the attack, stated the group had been deliberately targeted by the Israeli army. It is alleged the army is investigating the event. You know, this sentence, I would change it a little because they say she was present at the time of the attack. She wasn't just present, she was being fucking shot at. I don't think the NUJ wrote that on purpose. I'm just trying to underscore the fact that the whole group was being shot at. Her producer was hit with a bullet, right? Thankfully he's alive. And you can see in the video that they kept shooting when they tried to rescue her. They just kept shooting. Awful stuff, man. Awful stuff. Ya haram. Oh my. Really, I can't take this. I can't take this. I can't.
No. Why she didn't breathe, and the shooting is I still hear.
I can't take these scenes, man. They're killing us like ants, you know. Just wiping us out one by one. The whole world can see this, and they do nothing. The whole world. The only way that she gets justice is we continue her work, and with her spirit, and we continue the resistance. Yeah, that's the most important thing. She was the part of the resistance, just by filming and showing what's going on. That's resisting, and they killed her because of that, because they don't like journalists, right? Louis says, stay safe.
Richie, those Zionists are dangerous. They can eat my ass. I appreciate it though. Thank you. Lou says she inspired many reporters. That's for sure. Oh, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. I was actually thinking about this the other day. Like, how many young girls or young boys looked at her and said, like, I want to do that. I want to become a journalist. I think many. Man, I want to tell you something. The Palestinian journalists I find are really amazing, amazing people. Like, I don't know why they're just like, at least the ones I've worked with, right? So I'm this is a sort of a anecdotal, but I think it rings true for most. You know, I really find them great to work with, and they're so kind and intelligent and, you know, caring and just brilliant, you know, in every way. And it's I'm not talking just about Shireen, but all of them, you know. Thank you very much for the super chat from Ivan. He says, I'm surprised that you called me Ivan instead of Ivan. That's correct. Well, I appreciate it very much. Thank you. You're very kind. Very kind. Creative Experiments makes a good point. He said Al Jazeera isn't even that radical of a news agency. No threat to Israel, but they still bomb and kill Al Jazeera workers. I mean, okay. First of all, for those who don't know, Al Jazeera is basically like, there's an Arabic Al Jazeera, an English Al Jazeera, and then AJ Plus. And Al Jazeera used to be really good, like, you know, back in the day. But then, of course, well, I'm not gonna go through it. Those who know, they know. And I think Creative Experiments makes a good point, right? But nevertheless, it shows you, like, even though they're not a huge threat, they still kill them. You know, like, they're so depraved. Ramsey says she is a martyr. Macron hot. So yeah. You know, I think back to that Lebanese video I showed you. You remember what I showed you earlier with Lebanon? The difference is unbelievable. The Lebanese, like the widow, she's like, our my husband, he's a martyr, and he brings this family joy and respect, and a family with a martyr is a glorious family. I'm paraphrasing, right? And then the Israelis are like, oh, our sons. Now look, man, I understand. Seriously, I get it. Like, they're mothers and they worry for their sons. This is completely natural, obviously. But I'm not making fun of that, because that's like a mother instinct. It's just your family. I get it. But at the end of the day, they're colonizers. They're colonizers, and that's why they're not ready to die for this. And I don't want anyone to die. They should just leave Palestine. You know, where the thing is, they have places to go. The Palestinians have nowhere to go. You know why? Because that's their fucking land. You know, what can I say, man? That's the difference between the resistance and the colonizers, because we are, collectively, we're ready to be martyred for this. It's an honor. It's an honor. It's an honor. It's like, getting, thank you, Jazz sent me a super chat. Jazz says, sorry, I lied about being in an Israeli prison. I do coke and sleep, then repeat podcasts. Well, I'm glad you never had to experience an Israeli prison, but even happier that you're watching the show and enjoying the show. Yeah. Great. Pleased to meet you, Jazz. I'm just reading your comments. Hey, I have an idea. Guys. Look what we can do. I could try to put how can I do this? You know, I could try and put your comments like on the side somewhere in this image in the frame. But honestly, I think it would look too crowded. It wouldn't look too nice. So yeah, I'll try it though another time. The thing is, I if I try it another time when I'm not online, I can't see the chat. So I don't know. Man, look at this spam in the chat. Go away. These bloody spam bots. Come on, man. Omar says, hey there, I just came back late from a birthday party and I'm surprised to find Richie on. Well, don't be surprised, buddy. It's this is how we do. This is how we do. I'm glad you're here. You guys are saying those were NATO bots, probably. Thank you, Omar. Appreciate it. You guys are asking me a lot of things, and I'm trying to think how to go about this. Give me a second. You asked about Pakistan and hold on. NASA better than bombs, right? Well, I mean, NASA's what is NASA? It's basically it's in the Cold War. I think they had 5% of the budget for NASA, right? And now it's relegated to I think 1 or something like 0 point something percent. You know why? Because it was part of the space race. What I really need to get is a Russian one, because the Russians are actually the ones who won the space race. You know, the Americans. They went to the moon. That was their like huge, a Cold War victory. But the Russians, they put the first man in space and a whole bunch of other things. I'm not going to go through them because I've been streaming for 6 hours and I'm tired. But you get what I'm saying. Let me look. Do they actually have any of these jackets? Let's take a look together. Let's see if they have any Russian ones. That'd be really cool, honestly, dude. This reminds me. A few months ago or something, you know how they're banning everything Russian? I could have sworn they were banning something with Gagarin. Like they've lost it, really lost it. Anyway, let's see Russian spacesuit. Because I mean, this one was a gift, right? So, it's nice, but maybe a Russian one would be cooler. What do you say? I mean, I'm seeing just giant spacesuits. I don't know if this is any good. I don't know if that's... They changed my thing. I said space jacket. Do they have anything? Is that it? I'm guessing there are many designs. You know what made me laugh? They said that, the Russian astronauts changed the colors of their spacesuits in solidarity with Ukraine.
Oh my god, how fucking stupid can you be? Like, dude, those spacesuits are designed and checked and verified and like tested a million times, so they know that they work in space, right? In a different environment. And basically, they're saying that the astronauts just like secretly, got different suits, and in the span of like 3 days before fucking blasting off, and nobody noticed. Mais ils sont tellement cons, putain, dude. They had those spacesuits with the blue and yellow for ages. They don't always wear them, but it's an old design. I swear to God, the BBC published this crap. Look, it's so embarrassing. Why would you do this? Hold on, BBC spacesuit. And like, as if the Russians, like, or I should say Putin, right? Because Putin runs everything apparently. Like the Russians didn't notice and just let them on board. Mais comment, putain, faites chier vraiment. Okay, BBC. Hold on. It is funny though. I will admit, it had a good laugh. Here we go. Look at this. This is from The Guardian. Okay. Russian cosmonauts board ISS. The ISS means International Space Station, wearing colors of Ukraine flag. So they published this on March 19th, and they're saying that they're wearing flight suits with blue accents, colors that match Ukrainian flag. Are they stupid or something? Here's the BBC actually posted this too. I didn't realize that they kind of not retracted it, but that's interesting. So they say here Russia denies cosmonauts board space station in Ukrainian colors. Anyway, I saw a picture. I saw a picture of this exact spacesuit being used before. Why the fuck are we talking about spacesuits again? No, it is related to politics. Like, this is how ridiculous they are so Russophobic and so hell-bent on brainwashing you and manufacturing consent and getting you to support their wars and their war machine that they'll do anything, man. It's so ridiculous and petty. Anyway, back to the Russian spacesuits. Let me see. Russian space jacket. Yeah, I mean they're okay. This one looks all right, I guess. But I'm not sure if you can buy that. It says it's leather. I don't know, man. Anyway, if you guys have a fancy one, of a fancy one, let me know. This one is really cool because you can wear it inside out because it's space, right? So they have the stars and stuff. But I don't know how it will look, and I'm too lazy to turn around. All right, guys. Well, yeah, Flaming Leg says reversible lining is nice. Is that what you mean when you can wear it inside out? I agree. It's nice. William says, is Richard talking about Kissinger and what he said in the World Economic Forum? Yes, I did. It's well, I mean, honestly, I mean, tell me what you guys think. Seriously, tell me what you think. Isn't it crazy that Kissinger is advocating a more sensible solution than the current politicians? I'm not talking about ceding land to Russia. I'm talking about coming to a fucking agreement, like actually engaging in diplomacy. That is what I'm talking about. Just be very clear, right? I find this insane. I like this guy is like the devil,
I'm reading your comments. And Ozzy says her shift is 8 hours, Richard, not 6. Are you daring me to go another 2 hours? You better not, man. You better not do that. Hey, can I please ask you guys something? I'm going to start a poll. Please tell me, how did you find the stream? I really think it's important to find out so I can kind of see what's working. So how did you find the stream? Or yeah, so I'm just adding the options. So I have new YouTube notification, Telegram. What else do we got? Let me think. There's Substack. So that's the email newsletter. And then what else have we got? We've got maybe Twitter. Oh, Vermilion says the YouTube algorithm recommended you a few months ago. That's brilliant. That's wonderful. Thank you to. I'm so sorry I can't read your name. I apologize. I can't read Cyrillic. It says I subscribed on your channel, YouTube. Thank you, Helm. So I'm putting up the poll. You guys tell me what's up. Dirt says, I finished watching the 10-hour stream, then this popped up. Dude, let me say something. That 10-hour stream that you guys keep talking about, I swear to God, I didn't even try to do that. Like that wasn't like an objective. I don't know. I like talking about politics, man. Thank you, Ramsey. You're very nice. Oh, Psychedelics is none of the above, Richie. Well, how did you find it? You got to tell me. I got to know. What? Lose it. No, but guys, I'm asking you how you found this live stream. Do you understand? Like not the channel necessarily, but like this live stream. Just to be clear. IEM, thank you very much for your nice comments. I appreciate that. Chim says Patreon notification. Noah, what files are you talking about? Bill Nye, the highest guy, says Richard never sees my comments. Yes, I do. Indeed, I do. We've got 2 new people on Patreon. Thank you very much, Ed Hawkins. Thank you very much, Alan. And thank you very much, Joseph. Wonderful. Thank you guys so much for supporting the show. That's absolutely amazing. How many Patreons are we at now? Let me check. We must be at 931. So that means we're only 19 patrons away, 19 subscribers away from hitting the goal. I hope Claudia could maybe hit me up with a nice little updated thermometer of Biden sniffing. But that's very good. Thank you guys very much. And I'm going to play Crab Dance for you right now. Let's go.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard.
And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll have 2 number 9. Number 9 large.
we got him.
I know it's not.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Guess who's back? Back again. I'm here, man. I'm here. Don't worry. It's all good. I just got to get something to drink. Excuse me. Just give me a moment. I'll get right down to Claudia. Thank you so much, Claudia. We have a couple more things to cover because I feel like it. We do what we want here, don't we? That's the beauty of it. Claudia has been very kind. She updated the membership thermometer with Biden, which Biden usually sniffs. So, take a look at this, my friends. We were at 894, which, I mean, oh my God, that's already unbelievable. What a blessing. And now, after Claudia updated it, thank you very much, Claudia. Everybody, show Claudia some love in the chat. That's in order. So now it is 9:31. Let's go! Come on, guys. That's amazing. We are so close to hitting the goal. We only need 19 people, literally just 19 people, to subscribe on Patreon. And again, you can donate $1 a month if you want. It makes no difference. You can put in any amount you like, and I really appreciate it. That this is what helps the show to grow and keep going, right? So you're funding independent journalism. Thank you. Now, just let me switch back to me, and yes. So I'm thinking of what we could talk about because I have a lot. I had a lot of things prepared. I always have a lot of things prepared, but you know, I don't think we have any breaking news right now. Is there any breaking news? Man, I remember what was that again? There was I can't remember. God, there was. Yes, I went live with you guys, and then we finished, and then literally 3 hours later, 2 hours later, something like that, the war in Ukraine started, and I was like, oh my God, I have to go live again. I was live for like I don't know how long. Less than 10 hours, right? Because that we just beat the record the other day. I didn't do it on purpose. It's just whatever, you know. Just putting in that work and trying my best and you know, speaking to you guys, because I don't want to just do the things and leave. Sometimes I'm compelled to, because there's I have previous engagements. But when possible, I do indeed enjoy the comfort and the company of such a fine and lovely community. Let me switch back to YouTube. Here we are. So, most of you said you got a YouTube notification. Wow. Can I ask you something? Did you get like a real notification, like on your phone? Or did you go into the browse features? Because some people tell me that they went into the browse features. I don't even know what that means. I think it's something inside the app. Let me see, Mario, what you're talking about. Let me see. Oh my god. You're quite funny, Mandy. Can I ask you guys something? When you say browse feature, what are you talking about? Is that when you open your phone and you go into YouTube and then where is browse? I don't there's nothing. There's nothing called browse, so I'm confused. Do you mean subscriptions? Is it in subscriptions? Thank you, James. Thank you very much, James Orr. I appreciate that. Let me see what's up with Imran Khan. This is a good I don't know what's happening in hold on. 1 second. Okay, Claudia just clarified that for me. That's good. Wow. Okay. So I'm seeing that they've arrested a lot of Imran Khan supporters. Is that true? That's what it looks like. I see. I see. Guys, as I'm sure you know, doing 6, 8, 10-hour live streams, I cover a lot of topics. So, but even then, there's some issues I can't keep up, or I miss them. It's just the way it is. So I try my best to at the end, if you guys find something or I find something or you suggest something, to still do it. This is funny. Oh, I'll show you this CNN article. Hold on. Sorry, I meant to show you this. Give me a second. What the hell? There's so many things happening in Pakistan. I'm trying to just absorb everything. What? Oh, really? Oh, I see. Oh, you bastards. Wow. Wow, they're really unbelievable. Oh, wow. Okay, so let me show you what's up, okay? I don't have I didn't. Sorry. Okay. Try a little impromptu segment. Yeah, how about that? Okay, here's one, and then we've also got. Right. So. This is very interesting. Let's take a look. So here's a CNN headline. It says Imran Khan claims there's a U.S. conspiracy against him. Why do so many Pakistanis believe him? Maybe because it's true. Standing atop a truck, thronged by a huge crowd, a visibly enraged Imran Khan repeated the claim that has become a rallying cry for his millions of supporters. Pakistan, the ousted former prime minister said, was being ruled by traitors installed by a foreign conspiracy plotted in the United States. Khan was clearly speaking early Thursday in the capital, Islamabad. Khan was speaking early Thursday in the capital, Islamabad, at what he said would be the biggest ever protest in the country's history after demonstrators clashed with security personnel, and he was forced to curtail the event. Wow. I mean, again, I showed you guys the videos, right? In Pakistan, in Lahore, in Karachi, in Islamabad. Yeah. In Peshawar. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. You cannot even begin to count the number of supporters that have come out for this guy. I mean, if you get ousted, right, by 4 votes, and you have all this popular support, how do you call that a democracy? Or how I mean, obviously this guy is popular support, right? And by having him as prime minister, you're implementing the will of the people. But they don't want that, right? Because it's not about the will of the people, it's about the will of Foggy Bottom and the State Department in Washington. Let's go back. Let's continue. Khan's claims of a US-led conspiracy against him have become a staple at the many rallies he has held across Pakistan in a bid to return to power following his ouster on April 10 in a parliamentary no-confidence vote. The claims have struck a chord with a young population in a country where anti-American sentiment is common and anti-establishment feelings are being fueled by a rising cost of living. Khan's critics say there's a problem with his claims. There is no evidence of a conspiracy. Both the US and Pakistan's military have both the US and Pakistan's military have vigorously denied Khan's allegations, and the former prime minister has refused to offer anything substantive to back them up. Imran Khan is trying to tap into anti-American sentiments to mobilize support, said Meliha Lodi, a former Pakistani ambassador to the US and the United Nations. Khan's loyal band of supporters are ready to discard facts and believe his foreign conspiracy narrative, even though there isn't a shred of evidence to support it. The aim, Lodi said, is clear. Khan sees playing on decades-long animosities as his route back to power. Well, I'm sorry to tell you this, but if the United States really did coup Imran Khan, obviously they're not going to admit that. If we look at Iran in 1953, both the British and American intelligence services, so the MI6 and CIA, they conspired to get rid of Iran's Prime Minister Mossadegh because he nationalized Iran's oil. And they want the oil. So to this day, in 2022, the Americans have admitted to it, right? The British still won't release the files. So, you know, the US denying this means absolutely nothing. Now, when it comes to Khan having proof of this, I mean, for God's sake, I've lost count of the number of countries the US has couped. So there's really nothing out of the ordinary. Really isn't. This is normal. This is standard procedure. And on top of that, there's a letter that he had
and the High Court in Islamabad blocked him from releasing it, right? And this was not his only proof, but part of it. So I don't think it's fair to just dismiss it this way, but that's what they're saying. Let's continue. So Khan has repeatedly claimed that Donald Lu, Assistant Secretary of the U.S. Bureau of South and Central Asian Affairs, met Pakistan's ambassador to Washington in March and told him that Khan should be dismissed from power in the no confidence vote. Khan told CNN Monday that Lu had threatened Pakistan would suffer consequences unless he was removed from power. Right, so this is what I covered with you as it was happening. And again, let me be very clear. I have videos on the channel clearly explaining the procedure, how he was removed from power. It's ridiculous, right? Like, nothing to do with the will of the people. It's basically a bunch of, politicians getting rid of him by a razor-thin margin, right? Opposition politicians defecting to get rid of him. And I don't know. I think that you'll be quite surprised. So you should go watch those videos. Now, there is no truth to these allegations, a U.S. State Department spokesperson told CNN, having previously denied involvement in Khan's ouster. Obviously, they're going to deny it. When asked to provide evidence for his claims, Khan said there were note takers on both the U.S. and Pakistani sides at the meeting, but did not answer directly when asked whether he would make any notes public for each of the allegations. Right, so basically what he's talking about are minutes. When you have an ambassador meeting with another ambassador or whatever, they'll have people sitting next to them writing down what they're talking about. It's called minutes. But actually, wait, by the way, just before I forget, that's my point. When the West were having negotiations with the Soviet Union about reuniting Germany, they told the Russians that they will not expand past the Elbe. That's in the minutes. That was recorded in the minutes. So the West, they said that to Russia. They said that to the Soviet Union, and they lied. He also said with evidence that a cipher encoded diplomatic cable. Oh God, I've lost my place. Oh goodness, there we go. He also said, here, is that better for you guys to read? He also said with evidence that a cipher, which is an encoded diplomatic cable outlining the details of the meeting sent from the Pakistani ambassador, had been forwarded to Pakistan's cabinet. Khan claimed he presented the minutes from that meeting to Pakistan's National Security Council, NSC. The NSC last month staunchly rejected Khan's accusation, saying in a statement they have found, quote, no evidence of a conspiracy. Khan has also said he is aware that his official visit to Moscow, there we go, his official visit to Moscow in late February, coinciding with the day of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, likely rankled American officials. This is the first thing that I told you when this happened. Immediately. Because that was a middle finger to the Americans. He's basically saying, I'm with Russia on the day that they're going in Ukraine. And the whole world is changing, right? So you see the shifting alliances and, the United States getting very angry at this because they don't want someone who's, sympathetic to the Russians. Not about invading Ukraine, but just sympathetic in general, right? So he was there to encourage trade and so on, right? And he bought a lot of stuff. He bought 2 million tons of wheat and gas, right? So he really showed that he's ready to trade with the Russians, cooperate with them politically, enhance bilateral relations and so on. And they don't like that. They don't like that at all because the whole goal this time is to isolate Russia, right? So again, just to go back here, Khan has also previously accused Pakistan's military and opposition, led by current Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, of conspiring with the US, which they both deny. People are so incensed and feel insulted that these criminals have been foisted upon us, Khan said. I was actually in Pakistan for a few years as a child, and the Prime Minister, I think, was his brother, because let me explain this. Right now, Khan is not the prime minister, obviously, right? They ousted him. His replacement, the guy replacing him, is Shahbaz Sharif, right? Sorry, hold on a second. Give me a second. Claudia just sent me a bunch of videos to show you. And now I wanted, before I continue, I just wanted to show them because we were talking about the rallies, right? So over here you have I mean, this is nuts. This is absolutely nuts. This is from May 25th. You guys know this guy? He was a cricket player, you know? Anyway, this is nothing. I mean, it is big, but compared to the other ones, I mean, man, I showed you guys like some naughty, like extraordinary rallies. Pick your city, pick your city. Karachi, Lahore, whatever you want, man. I mean, look at this. This was April 11th. Look at the size of that crowd. My goodness, I cannot even begin to... Again, guys, I ask you one... Oh my God. Whoa. Whoa. What the heck, man? Man, my brain cannot even process how many people that are coming out for this guy. Unbelievable. And you know, I want to ask you another question, guys. Like, ask yourself this: how many politicians can pull crowds like that? How many? You could probably count them on one hand. You think Boris Johnson can pull crowds like that? You think Macron can pull crowds like that? Probably against him, yeah. Like with the yellow vest, the gilets jaunes. Seriously though, how many politicians can pull crowds like that? This guy is, unequivocally, clearly popular, and they get rid of him. It's always like that. It's always like that. They don't care if the guy is actually loved by the people. They get rid of him if he doesn't serve their interests. So, you know, this is one video, by the way. I'm not going to go through all the videos because we've already watched them. There are too many, and they're all like this. So in any case, I just wanted to say something that I think... hold on, where are we right now? Yeah, so just going back to the article. By the way, just a fun fact, every prime minister in Pakistan has never finished their term. They always get removed for some reason, and it's crazy, actually. It's like, you know... I'm not sure if you can see that. Hold on. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so basically, I mean, they got rid of this guy because he went to Moscow, and he condemned the Americans, especially for the war on terror. Like, he said, we partnered up with them, and all they did is kill 80,000 Pakistanis. I'm paraphrasing, right? It's true. You know, Pakistan, I don't even know how many drone strikes they've conducted there. It's probably, you know, probably innumerable. But this is insane. Look at this. This is nuts. So Pakistan shuts down internet ahead of protests over ousting of prime minister. What? Internet service in Pakistan is being artificially limited as the government seeks to shut down protests organized by former Prime Minister Imran Khan, who became the blah, 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 you know. NetBlocks, an organization that tracks internet outages across the world, said there were disruptions to service from multiple providers across Pakistan after 5 p.m. local time. The government sent out a message on TV across Pakistan announcing the internet shutdown. Quote, the disruption affects service at the network. The disruption affects service at the network layer and cannot be readily worked around through the use of VPN services. Some service remains available via alternative internet providers. Okay. Do you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the internet outages in Tunisia and Egypt during the Arab Spring. You remember that? I mean, when we say Arab Spring, it's like Arab Spring, 50-50. I think Egypt and Tunisia, you can't compare it to Libya and Syria, right? Libya and Syria, those were really coups, like straight up, and they never had crowds or popular support like you saw in the other ones. In any case, that's another issue. My point is that this is what it looks like, right? Do you guys agree with me? Does it remind you of that? Basically, what they're doing is shutting down the internet so they can prevent protesters from organizing, right? That's the whole point. They even say here in the article that multiple news outlets in Pakistan have reported instances of violence across the country as Khan supporters took to the streets to call for new elections. The current government, run by Shahbaz Sharif, shut down roads leading to the capital and fired tear gas at Khan supporters in the province of Punjab who attempted to remove the roadblocks. Sharif's government banned the planned protests after police officers were killed, and officials with the government arrested thousands of Khan supporters on Tuesday night. Thousands of supporters. Wow. So Khan is saying, I would urge everyone to carry the Pakistan flag with them. This is a defining moment today for the Haqiq Azadi of Pakistan. Wow. I mean, this is incredible, honestly, because, now that they've got someone who isn't a threat in power, they don't care about crackdowns on protests and, limiting the internet and limiting free speech. This is fine. It's fine as long as you have good ties with America. They won't say anything, right? As a matter of fact, they want you to do this so you stay in power, right? But oh my God, if Bashar al-Assad does this, it's time to drop them bombs, right? Time to coup. My goodness, they're such hypocrites. Seriously, they're literally blocking people from protesting because this guy's so fucking popular. I don't even know what to say, man. I don't even know what to say. I'm sad for Pakistan and I really miss it. I really, really miss it. I love that country so much, and I can see so vividly, so clearly still. Wow, really a beautiful country. I hope that they get Khan back in power because he's actually popular, right? He's wanted by the people, and they get these American stooges out of the way. Or okay, let's say they're not stooges, whatever. Just I don't think that it's ridiculous. Like CNN are implying, like, oh, why do Khan supporters believe there's a coup? Oh, come on. And they always do this. They always do these things, and then 2 years later or 50 years later, it's like, yeah, we did a coup. And the media, they help to shut this down now, right? This is what they do, man. Let me explain. The BBC, for example, or other major outlets, they'll promote the war in Iraq. And then after the deed is done and, millions of Iraqis killed, millions more turned refugees, then the BBC are like, oh, wow, this is really bad. Look how much they suffered. Motherfucker, why didn't you prevent it then? Why did you help them start it? Manufacturing consent. What is wrong with you? It's too late. Too little, too late. Fuck your documentary. Maybe it's better for people not to, be injured in the first place, not to die in the first place. And honestly, man, this behavior that they're doing here, I really... They are trying to get rid of this guy and silence him. They're trying to get rid of Imran Khan and silence him because he's speaking the truth. they don't like somebody who has popular support and isn't aligned with U.S. interests, that's a threat. In their view, that's a threat, right? Obviously, the word threat is completely ridiculous in this context, but that's what they're doing.
I want to bring in former...
I'm just wondering if there's... let's take a look at what they say, okay?
Pakistani Prime Minister Imran Khan joining me live from the capital, Islamabad. You have called on your supporters to march peacefully on Islamabad on May the 25th. Why? And what do you hope to achieve?
Well, Becky, like any political party, when you feel there is a huge injustice done in a society, then you protest, do peaceful protest. So, God willing, on 25th, Pakistan will witness one of the biggest ever protests in our history.
Calling for this march, as a former Prime Minister, when a new government is already in place, can or is likely to be perceived as hostile. How far are you willing to go?
What?
Peaceful protest is part of a democratic process. The reason why we are protesting, Becky, is number one, that this was a conspiracy to remove the government. It was a foreign intervention. It was an intervention in the domestic affairs of Pakistan. And secondly, not only was a democratically elected government removed through a conspiracy, we have been replaced by a bunch of criminals. 60% of the cabinet, which is sitting right now, is on bail. The Prime Minister was about to be sentenced in a corruption cases of billions of rupees, and his son, one has become the Prime Minister, the other one has become a Chief Minister. So what bigger injustice in a society than this?
Let me deal with a couple of things that you have just alleged there. Let's start with the following. Pakistan's information minister has said in response to your call for a march, quote, Imran Khan can scream, whine and cry as much as he wants, but the next general election will be announced by the government in collaboration and consensus with all allies, and that your announcement, quote, is a direct effort to sabotage Pakistan's negotiations with the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, and we know how difficult the economy is at present. Your response?
Well, Becky, let me just...
You see, she mentioned the IMF. She mentioned the IMF. You all know what that is. You all know what the IMF is, the International Monetary Fund. Huh? That's a tool of imperialism, right? Basically, we will lend you this money, we'll help you fix your economy if you do this, right? They know that the countries are going to default, and then they basically squeeze them into making political concessions and behaving, right? Not doing naughty things, pleasing Uncle Sam. Again, the World Bank and the IMF, they are basically just Western tools to control the rest of the planet. That's what it comes down to, honestly.
Put certain facts on the table. Number one, in the last 2 years, in our last 2 years, we lasted 3.5 years. First year, we inherited a bankrupt economy, and you can easily Google that it was the biggest current account deficit in our history. Second year, we were hit by the coronavirus like the rest of the world. In these circumstances, Pakistan posted in our third year 5.6% growth rate. In this fourth year, it's 6% growth rate, which is one of the highest in our history. So to say that the economy had anything, which is what they're blaming us, we left one of the fastest growing economy in Pakistan's history. All sectors were growing, the industry, the agriculture, IT. So since this government has come in, the confidence has gone because there are a bunch of criminals. And of course, the currency is falling rapidly. Stock exchange has gone. and they rushed to the IMF.
Right.
Now, we have nothing to do with this.
Let-
It's
let-
the conspiracy that got us here.
Right, let's be quite clear here, with respect. Despite the economic growth that you have just laid out, the economy is still in crisis. Are you intending to run again as Prime Minister in the next elections? Are you confident if you do so, you will win? And how will you solve Pakistan's economic crisis?
Becky, the Pakistan's economic crisis didn't happen overnight. It's over past 3-4 decades that the mismatch between our imports and our exports, dollars coming in and dollars going out, that always created the current account deficit, which means that we needed to go to the IMF to borrow money because we ran short of dollars. Now, when my government came in 2018, you can check, in our history, it was the biggest current account deficit. We then salvaged the situation. In the third year, we had brought down the current account deficit. In fact, it went into a surplus. Then we were hit, like the rest of the world, with this commodity super cycle where the prices of oil more than doubled. That's when we had a bit of a problem with our current account. But all our economic indicators were positive. Never has Pakistan, well, in 20 years, where in 2 consecutive years, we were growing 5.6% and then 6% this year. So this change, this regime change, which I'm afraid was sponsored by the US, and unfortunately, these guys became part of this regime change when they pulled the rug. Now the economy has gone on a tailspin. And the biggest ever protest, Becky, let me just tell you, never have the people of this country come out in such large numbers protesting against this regime change as right now. It's never happened before.
Straight up. Absolutely straight up. And honestly, no matter what he did, no matter how many good things he did, they're going to still blame him and get rid of him. That's how it goes, man. They don't care. They will make up excuses and weaponize certain things, and that's it. The objective is complete. Yeah, man, I'm not saying this guy's perfect, but it's a shame. I really hope I get to visit Pakistan again, man. I really, really miss it so much. So beautiful, so nice. Really like Islamabad, and I've been where else have I been? Peshawar. Again, I posted those pictures in the video, right? From that's crazy, man. Really, I have like a tiny glimpse of that still in my mind, especially the gate when you enter. It's very, very special, and it's actually one of the most important places in the world. I'll tell you why, because the British they had control of the Khyber Pass, and basically this whole area is kind of like a Wild West. It's so hard to control. It's a tribal, legally speaking, it's a tribal area, and this is where Al Qaeda and all the other developments that occurred in the Afghanistan war. This is where they were mostly, and you had a Maktab al-Khadamat nearby, services bureau. The whole job was like, it was set up by bin Laden and his friends. The whole point was to get foreign fighters to come. They process them, and send them to get training or whatever. And it's crazy, like how much stuff happened in this area. It's really nuts, man. It's like spooky in an exciting way. You know what I mean? Because it's the terrain, the view. It's really nice. You can't go in there without permission, by the way. This is like something you literally have to go and get permission, and sometimes you wait 3 months to get permission, and usually they don't give it to anyone. It's extremely hard to get it. Extremely hard. And it's not under the control of the Pakistani government. It's a tribal area, right? So it even says the sign like you are. I forgot what it says. Like you are on your own or something. No, it doesn't say that. But basically, like you're
Khyber Pass agency, you're entering the territory, and you know, yeah. It's funny, when I was talking to Pepe Escobar, he's also been there. What a small world. He said he was dressed as a woman with a burqa or something like that. Well, thankfully I didn't have to do that. I had a nice shirt, as you saw in the picture. Anyway, the time that we went there was like again, like 90s, mid 90s, right? So yeah, this is really like when, again, remember the timeline. 1989, the Soviets are kicked out of Afghanistan. Soviet Union collapses in 91, and this whole area is just sitting there, right? And it's like a breeding ground for terrorism, and they set up this bureau, and yeah, that's what happened. And the guy who blew up the Egyptian embassy next to my school when our classroom like fucking exploded is Zawahiri. It's so confusing because I thought he was dead, and then it turns out he's still alive. This is the issue, exactly the point, that the Americans always say they killed someone, and it turns out that they killed the wrong guy and a bunch of civilians. So right now in Afghanistan, the interior minister apparently was killed 3 times, and he's alive now as the interior minister. Very interesting, right? And I shouldn't laugh because somebody obviously died. Like they obviously killed someone, and they're most likely civilians. And it's crazy. It's crazy. You got people that have been killed 3-4 times, and the violence, the lack of mercy is what gets me. And this was under Obama. Like they drone striked a fucking funeral. A funeral. And by the way, that funeral was being held for someone who was killed in another drone strike. And they killed, goddamn, man, it's so awful. Hold on, let me look this up because I did a video about it on the channel. They killed like dozens of people, man. Unbelievable. The evil in it is so cruel. Really, it's so cruel. They have no shame. Oh my goodness. More than 60 people killed. Man. Over 60 people killed. This is under Obama, June 2009. And it was a funeral procession in Makin. Like, how do you just do that and get away with this? I don't understand. I don't understand how you can get away with this shit. Murdering 83 people, and then the guy that they're targeting is still alive. I mean, even if they had gotten him, who gave you the right to do that? Like, you think the Americans would accept somebody launching drone strikes on their soil because there's somebody in the United States that they don't like? What is this logic? God, it's so disgusting. And these drones, they're operated out of not only, but some of them are operated out of Ramstein Air Base, if I'm not mistaken, right? So this is the big U.S. air base in Germany, and it's basically some people like to joke that Germany is still under U.S. occupation. I don't know, but in any case, it's the biggest air base, and very, very important. Yeah, and they got people sitting there with fucking joysticks, murdering dozens. And it's so sick. It's so sick. It's so sick. I just cannot understand how someone can look through with the drone camera and see 100 people basically, 80 people basically, and say, yeah, okay, I'm gonna launch the missile. What the fuck? Why would you do that? It's so disgusting, man. I can't, the lack of the there's no humanity, My God. Anyway, That's, by the way, that's something that Imran Khan was criticizing the Americans for, right? I showed you the video. I gladly show it to you again. He was saying that, we helped you with the war on terror, and you just killed, and gave us nothing. Hold on, let me find it. Mm-hmm. I can't see it, man. Oh well. It's okay. Doesn't matter. It's fine. In any case. Yeah, sorry, I couldn't find it. I apologize. It just wasn't there. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I've played it before on the channel. We can watch it again another time if you want. The point still stands, right? The point still stands. Yeah. Vukride says, no, Germany is not under occupation. That's total nonsense. Sorry. And then Braun Gilda says, Germany should read its colonial constitution. You should read it. You'll find something very interesting in there about the US. In any case, yeah, I see what you're saying, Navigator. Yeah. I don't understand how you can do that to other human beings, like kill 80 people or something. It's Quadfly says, what happened to the story about the biolabs? I'd like to know too. I would like to know too. You know what I think happened? And again, this is just a theory. I'm just speculating. Maybe they they crushed it and they attacked it as Russian disinformation and then swept it under the rug, and that's it. Like, that was the plan, maybe. I don't know. I think what's crazy is that they acted like they're guilty. Do you know what I mean? Especially Victoria Nuland. Like, you can tell from their body language that something is wrong, and that's what gets me. So, hold on. I just want to say thank you very much to Elijah. Thank you very much. Or is it Elijah? I'm so sorry if I butchered your name. Please forgive me. Thank you for signing up on Patreon. I'm very grateful. And right now we are at a stunning, how much is it? 932. What the heck, man? MashaAllah. 932. So that means we are just 18 people away from hitting the goal. 18 people. Guys, come on. I know we can do this. And I'd really, really, really appreciate it, because this is the way that I can, keep doing my work. So if you enjoy my channel, if you enjoy the videos, you find them informative, you learn something, and you want me to, you want to support my work, please consider donating on Patreon. Basically, it's like
you choose a sum and then it donates monthly. So it looks like this. There we go. These are just random numbers. You can pick whatever you like. And I don't do like exclusive content or something. Everything I do is free. And this is, if you can support me, I really appreciate it. So anyway, thank you very much to Elijah. And I'm going to play you a crab dance right now because that's the tradition. So let's go.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard.
And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انت كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll have 2 number 9s. Number 9 large.
we got him.
I told myself, I know it's not.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Disinformation's origins are slightly less atrocious.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
That was amazing. Yes. Thank you guys so much. I'm so grateful and humbled. I really appreciate it very much. I'm gonna make sure that we get I have some interviews that I need to upload so you can watch. But yeah, in any case, I'm gonna look at what you said in the poll. You guys said that you got the notification mostly from YouTube. Okay, so just to be clear, did you get a YouTube notification or it was in the subscription thing? Is that it? Yeah. Okay. Omar says the ending of the crab dance should never change. I agree. Most of you are saying YouTube notification. Okay. That's crazy. Okay, well, I'm glad it worked, man, because I felt like I don't know, I felt like YouTube was throttling it. I hope I'm wrong. And I was actually thinking of experimenting with the stream times. We'll see what happens. In any case, guys, let's leave it there. Let's leave it there. And thank you all for tuning in. I really appreciate it. And if thank you for everyone who signed up on Patreon or donated on PayPal. I'm very grateful. Or sent super chats on YouTube. I'm sorry if I missed some of them. Actually, I'm overwhelmed by them that I end up missing them, which is, I guess, a good problem to have. But nevertheless, I apologize if I didn't get to you, and I really appreciate it. Omaha says, no, it's wide open. What does that mean? Bill Nye, the high sky. Thank you very much. You're very kind. I appreciate that. And thank you, Robert. Thank you, Lou. Thank you, S.A. Thank you, Omar. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, Mandy. Thank you, Flaming Leg. Stay safe, y'all. I approve this message. Thank you, Julia. You're very kind. I'm still gonna keep working though after this because I don't stop. I don't know, man. It's a problem, you know. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Breno. Hugs to Brazil. Thank you, Ali, and Luis and Alex, Mario. Thank you, Amar. I really appreciate that. Monique says, "How do you survive without sleep?" Yes. I don't know, man. It's just, you know, doing the work, and this that's it. Thank you, Omaha. And whoops, I changed the page. I can't see y'all anymore. Give me a second. Oh, I just saw the thumbnail of the video, and it's Kissinger, and I was like, yeah, the negative reaction. Either way, guys, could you please do me a favor, please, because I want to make sure that I can always reach you and you reach me, like, in case, you know, something happens, God forbid. I'd really appreciate it if you would either join the Telegram channel or the email newsletter, like whatever is good for you. It's all free, by the way. It's not. You don't have to pay anything. It's just so we have a backup. You know what I mean? And also, my videos are on other services, like websites. I mean, like Rumble, Odyssey, Rockfin. You guys told me to make. You guys pushed me to do Rumble and Odyssey, so you know, there you go. No problem at all. I just letting you know that I did them. So in any case, I'll put the links below. Please subscribe to at least one of them, right? Just so we make sure that we're okay. Here, by the way, is the Telegram. Just so you have a look. I mean, it doesn't look like this, but it's the joining screen. So there you go. Yeah. All right, guys. I guess that's it. And oh yeah, by the way, I was told to always plug the merch. Here's the merch, by the way, store.richardmedhurst.com. So there, yeah, I think people like this one the most. Uncle Joe's Rainbow Coalition Death Cult. I don't know, man. This one's dope. I came up with the design, and Mona like helped me turn it into reality. So yeah, I came up with this thing, and you know, it's Joe Biden with the drones and the rainbow drones, the Black Lives Matter, and you know, all the basic Democrat imperialism. So good, right? So I have the long sleeve version of that, but I think I'm gonna get a mug because you guys were talking about a mug. And the thing is, I don't really drink coffee or tea. I don't know, so I'll see. Anyway, there's other things with Hillary as well. You know, like chilling and killing. The fucking look on her face, man. She's ready, man. She's ready to go. Honestly, I'm laughing because otherwise I would be crying. Like this evil witch helped kill one of the greatest African and Arab leaders, Gaddafi, who again, he wasn't a perfect man. You know, but the way that they lynched him in the street, I'm not tolerating that. And look what they did to Libya. Look what they did to Libya. Like if Libya, if he's a terrible man, and that's what Libya looked like, then what does that make you, NATO, who destroyed Libya? Sorry, I know I'm going off on a tangent, but it's not really tangent because these people are fucking evil. They're truly evil, and that's why Hillary is always chilling and killing. Anyway, I'll see you guys later. And oh yeah, you know I got the lion. Hold on, give me a sec. I want the lion. Where is it? Is it this one? I think. Ah, there we go. No, that's for women. Here's the. Oh shit, man! I need to get the hoodie. I fucking love this lion that Mona made. She came up with this on her own, right? Like, and
put my name there. It looks like Arabic text, but it's not, obviously. But it looks so cool, man. I need to get this. I really love this. Anyway, sorry. I'm going to cut the live stream now. I need to go do some more things and get some rest. So thank you guys very much for tuning in. I really appreciate it. Take care. Ma salame. Bye-bye.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
All men and women created by go. You know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them.
E is for
An excuse to walk by the dealer and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
F is for
Time friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life.
G is for
Go to Joe 30330.
H is for
Hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
I is for
I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate.
J is for
Let's look at the record.
I have President Biden, Vice President Biden.
Well, I tell you what, if you looked at my record and you still doubt about my commitment, then you should vote for somebody else.
K is for
Kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
L is for
The lion, dog, face, pony soldier.
M is for
Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night. The phone, make sure the kids hear words.
N is for
NATO.
O is for
The only African American woman that's ever been elected to the United States Senate.
P is for
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
R is for
Rest her soul, and although she's your mom's still alive.
S is for
Send a text to the word united.
T is for
Truth over facts.
U is for
Union workers, the UAW took incredible cuts in their future.
V is for
I'll vote for somebody else.
All right, thanks so much. W is for
Wait, you're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
X is for
Xi Jinping.
Y is for
And you ain't black.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
All men and women created by go.